One Lonesome Glory handicap, $150,000 purse, but we also have coverage from the Delaware County Fair Little Brown Jug, the Kentucky Derby of harness racing, premier pacing event for 3-year-olds in the country. It is a spectacle, and we'll have live coverage all afternoon long. Races 16 and 17, those elimination heats. Top 4 from each of those 2 eliminations qualify on to the final later on this afternoon, as we look forward to one of the big ones to come. And of course, here, South Ozone Park, New York, we'll kick off again week 2 action with a grade 1 over the jumps. Greg Wolf, Sarah Albadwi, Liza Hendricks to help us with our coverage here of the Lonesome Glory coming up. A lot to look forward to today, Sarah.
We are everywhere today and really looking forward to a lot of a variety of action that we're going to be having here with the harness racing over at the Little Brown Jug. We're going to see the jumps race to kick things off at some of the highest level of competition, and of course, some good old flat racing in between.
And Liza, Zarek the Brave to kick things off here, hit the board in a couple of grade 1s this summer, Saratoga. Can he break through today?
I think he can, Greg, and we'll see if he can put his jumping together. He's been known to not have the clearest rounds, but if he makes it around, he'll be the one to beat. And I spoke to his trainer, Tom Gardner, and he said he's been training well. He's actually been taking him out in the woods and jumping him over logs just to keep him fresh and keep that momentum going. Right
now, he's the mild 3-1 favorite. We'll get to that race coming up in a moment to kick off our coverage. Here, week 2 action, Belmont at the Big A. Here's what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm. So that Lonesome Glory grade 1 over the jumps, 2.5 miles. We'll kick things off. Pick 6 begins in the 3rd. And our featured race is that 7th of the afternoon, Little Brown Jug race 20 on a long afternoon at the Delaware County Fair. Again, races 16 and 17, those elimination heats, and we'll be live there all afternoon long with our crew. We'll check in with them in just a moment. Naira Bets, where you could play it all, get signed up, started, get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus. When you punch in that code at sign up, match 200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nairabets.com. So 8 minutes to post to kick off this card with this grade 1 over the jumps. We're going to meet the field here in just a moment with the post parade coming up. It is Zarek the Brave, though, who is favored 3-1. We take a look at the odds here. And outside lies of Zarek the Brave, who's maybe the best shot for an upset here?
I think Hidden Path has a shot. We saw him; he was 3rd in the grade 1 at Saratoga behind Zarek the Brave, and we don't have the winner in here as well, so he definitely has a shot.
Let's look back to the Jonathan Shepard. Zarek the Brave missed by 3/4 of a length, and this was 2 3/8 miles. Going 2.5 today. Is that an issue at all?
I don't think it's an issue for a few of them. Definitely not Zarek the Brave. He's gone this distance before, actually over in Ireland, where it's hillier and a bit tougher and softer ground as well. So I don't have any concerns about the distance for him. And we see him here just battling down the stretch with Jimmy P. And they both showed a great turn of foot that day. And then we had Hidden Path right behind, a few lengths behind them.
He's high weight. He's carrying 158 pounds in here, giving up as many as 16 pounds to some of his rivals.
Right, and 10 pounds away to Hidden Path, who was second to him, and he had 8 pounds that day that he gave away to him. So pretty heavy weight, but he has shown that he can compete at that heavy weight before.
5-2 favorite, Zarek the Brave, multiple grade 1 place this summer. Saratoga, we're 6 minutes from this grade 1 Lonesome Glory handicap. As you look at the rest of the field in here, let's talk Carrie Bryan, what she did this summer. She won 3 of the 4 stakes at Saratoga. None of those winners, though, showing up in this spot. Swore is the one who shows up for Carrie Bryan. How good is Swore, who's getting played right now on the board, the 2?
It's only his 3rd start over jumps, and he only broke his maiden last time out. So a bit of a question on whether he'll be able to step up and compete with this field today. But like you said, Carrie's known to jump up and get it done. Sarah, what did you think when you were looking at it?
I wonder if he's being bet a little bit on that flat form that we saw from him when he was with trainer Graham Motion, a horse who, yes, he's taken to the jumps in his last 2 starts, getting that victory last time, but going from a maiden breaking score to a grade 1, that's kind of a big deal in terms of a step up in competition, no matter what sort of level of racing that you're being faced with in here. But I do want to say he could likely be more forwardly placed than some of these, and maybe that is to his benefit.
All right, we'll get back to this race in a moment. Let's check in for the first time in our coverage today at the Delaware County Fair, Little Brown Jug Day. Here's Jessica Otten.
So happy to be able to cover all this action here on Little Brown Jug Day in Delaware, Ohio. It is a beautiful day here. We're just outside of Columbus, Ohio. So much history involved in the Little Brown Jug. It's one of the only races left where they're going to race 2 heats in one day. We'll bring you all that action later on. We'll bring you a couple of stories as well. And a quick fun fact before I send it back to the desk. These people behind me, they've had their box for 81 years. And if you know, it's the 80th Little Brown Jug. Their father and grandfather actually picked out the box the year before the jug even ran off of a blueprint because they knew the Little Brown Jug was coming to Delaware, Ohio. I think that just speaks for the history behind this race. I'm excited to be with you guys. I'm excited to bring in Jenna and Emily as well to bring you all of the action live from the Delaware County Fair.
Jessica, thank you. We look forward to it. 42,000 plus expected for this 80th running of the Little Brown Jug. We'll get back to our coverage from the Delaware County Fair just a little bit. Grade 1, Lonesome Glory, coming up, named after a 5-time champion. Pretty good one. 4 minutes away from the opener. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for the first time.
And Greg, well, Zarek the Brave, it looks fantastic here. We'll check in with the horse that Liza said could upset, and I don't blame her. Of course, her dad, Ricky Hendricks, sending him out. That is Hidden Path in here. And this is a horse I haven't seen in a long time. I actually saw him as a flat horse. He has done so well now as a 5-year-old, really filled out, exuded so much confidence in all the preliminaries, walking incredibly well. He really caught my eye. And Liza, I'm not just saying that. I thought he looked fantastic heading into this one, finishing 3rd behind his main rival today, last time out in that Jonathan Shepard, hopefully jumping cleanly here at Aqueduct. Moving on to a horse that another one I saw as a flat horse that I feel like is really suited to the jumps. Now, he is coming in here off of just a maiden score at Colonial. That's number 2, Swore, as he wears that hood, going out for Kerry Bryan. And I thought that he just jumped so well, and he's kind of made for that, right? He's got that big shoulder, that hind end that just seems to elevate horses off the ground over these fences. He's a beautiful horse on top of all that. I think onwards and upwards for this guy who is taking on some big guns here, but I definitely think the way that he won last time, granted it was a very, very slow pace when you look at the 2 races comparatively, those 2 maiden special weights, but again, hopefully he's prominent in the running of this one. And then we'll move on to number 4, Be Well, one of 2 for Arch Kingsley. Arch and I go way, way back. I was actually stabled across from him in my Colonial Downs days. I'm talking like 15 to 20 years ago, so I've known Arch for quite a long time. His daughter, Taylor, riding this guy at Be Well at Kentucky Downs last time out. I thought gave a beautiful ride at 41-1, just saving all the ground. Definitely second best behind Common Defense, but we'll return to the jumps here where he does own a win. But this is another horse that just really caught my eye. And, you know, Greg, it's a little bit of a warmer day, so paying attention to the horses that are sweating just enough here, considering that we are going the 2.5 miles.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 7-1 right there. Be Well for Arch Kingsley. And that number, Liza's really come down on Zarek the Brave, 8-5 favorite now.
It has, and I think it's a deserving favorite if he can, as we said before, put those races together and continue to jump well. When we saw him at Saratoga, I thought he was jumping okay, but could have improved a bit with his jumping. So if he makes it around, he's a deserving favorite. But one that I do like at bit of a price is the 8 Welshman. He had a good flat race in his prep before this race, and he made up a lot of ground in that race. And it was a race actually at Fair Hill, first testing race they had back at Fair Hill in a few years, and made up a ton of ground, which is very important at a racetrack setup like this, where it's pretty much a sprint from the last fence to the finish.
There he is, 9-2 right now for Jack Fisher. 4-time winner over the jumps and has been in top-level company before. Graded stakes winner in the past, Group 1 placed. As for Hidden Path, Ricky Hendricks had talked about that last race that Jonathan Shepard hoping to get a little more honest pace today. Do you think we see that this afternoon?
I think we'll see a little bit of pace. It's kind of a question mark who's going to go, but someone will definitely jump up and go. I did talk to him yesterday, and he said that he felt like in the last race they were quick in the beginning, and then they kind of slowed it down. So we'll see if they do it today.
They're off. Starter sends them on their way in the Grade 1, 2.5 miles ahead, and they approach the first hurdle, and there's Swore with a nose advantage towards the outside, Zarek the Brave. That's the top duo, and following them will be Sweet Will, who's a comfortable third. Little Keen towards the outside will be Well. They're in fourth. Second hurdle to cross over, and they all make it over as it gets set to move towards that turn. And the leader is Swore, Stephen Mulqueen. And Swore, they're in front, doing it easily, loping along, are now up by a length and a half. Going to try and extend the margin from the current favorite. It's Zarek the Brave, who's just going to sit in second, is right in front to Be Well. Still a little Keen in third, is towards the outside of a patiently ridden Sweet Will. Behind them, Travasaurus, then the red cap. That's Welshman, and the two towards the back end will be Hidden Path with your trailer, Caramelized. Up front, it's Swore. Mulqueen continues to dole out the fractions here. Just drifts out a touch as they approach this next hurdle, and Swore right over it very nicely. Zarek the Brave still stalking and watching from second, moving down towards the inside for an inside route. That's Be Well. Dan Nevin, they're going to watch the action from third. Travasaurus, Callaghan, they're in fourth. And they're now picked up a spot on Sweet Will, who's back to fifth. Just running up on heels was Welshman. Graham Waters is trying to ration out that speed as they now all get over that next hurdle, and they've all cleared it very nicely, and it's still Swore in front. Still at the back, that's Caramelized with Hidden Path. They're chasing Swore, and Swore is still there, is up by a length and a half. Challenging Zarek the Brave. It's just patiently ridden now, very comfortable in second, letting the pace setter now press on. Back there in third is Be Well, who hasn't looked too comfortable, has been pretty keen the entire race as they're now lined up, approaching another hurdle, and it'll be Swore right over and clears it nicely. It's Swore who's got it, Zarek the Brave, Be Well. They haven't changed the running order much. Travasaurus is right there in fourth. Wanting to go is Welshman. Welshman is tipped towards the outside. Graham Waters is trying to time up the move, but Welshman wants to go right now. Another hurdle to clear, and they're all over it once again, and Swore is the target. Zarek the Brave continues to chase towards the outside, is now within a half length, almost a neck of that leader. Be Well towards the inside, Travasaurus. Welshman is back there in fifth, no move yet. Then comes Sweet Will in behind them. And the two still at the back, that's Hidden Path with Caramelized. They're working around this turn, and Swore is still there. Swore is in front. Zarek the Brave continues to chase towards the outside. Zarek the Brave is trying to challenge, and here comes Zarek the Brave, now towards the outside of Swore. Is now approaching that leader, and just behind them, Travasaurus, and up over that hurdle once again. They all clear that hurdle, and it's going to be Swore and Zarek the Brave. These are the top two, a head advantage. Travasaurus is in third, Be Well just behind them. Then comes Welshman, who's right there in fifth. In behind them is Sweet Will, who's lost some ground, and still the back, Hidden Path. There, the back with Caramelized. They've really turned it up, and they've spread out. The front grouping is now well clear of the rest as Swore is in front. Here towards the outside, Zarek the Brave is now challenged for that second position as Travasaurus is tucked in between horses. Be Well is encouraged to keep up. Swore is doing this very easily on this 2.5 mile journey, and here is Swore, the clear leader. Stephen Mulqueen's going to try and take him all the way, and the Lonesome Glory Stakes is up and over the hurdle, just bobbled a bit, and that gives an advantage now towards the outside. Here comes Welshman, ready to pounce. Zarek the Brave has now come calling for the lead too as they really turn up the pressure on this leader, Swore, who's back and neck in front. Another hurdle to clear, took that one better. Zarek the Brave is now called upon, but wanting to go the whole time was Welshman, and Welshman is just ranging up as Zarek the Brave is all in, is losing some ground to the top two. Be Well is back there in fourth. Sweet Will towards the outside is trying to pick up some late momentum. Travasaurus has dropped back. Hidden Path. Caramelized is now being eased at the the back end of the field, but the leader is Swore, who's trying to hold off the charge of Graham Waters and Welshman is in range and ready to pounce, is in hand, and look at how Welshman is traveling here at the top of the lane. Swore is all in. Sweet Will, Be Well, they are chasing this leader and now called upon to put this one away. Welshman has started the sprint for home, is approaching that final 16th. It's Welshman in front. Swore is very game and not giving in. Swore coming back. Welshman can't hold off Swore, who's catching with every single stride. Swore got back up to win. What a gutsy effort. Swore will win it over Welshman, who looked to have it in hand. Then came Sweet Will. Late run hidden path. 4 minutes, 38.39 in the Lonesome Glory Stakes.
Swore looked beat. Welshman rolled on by and then re-rallies for Kerry Bryan, who again won 3 of the 4 stakes over the jumps at Saratoga this summer and keeps rolling.
Pace makes the race no matter what sort of event that you're competing in. He's one that was well handled to go forward and be up on the front end in this race. It looked like Welshman was really running the best race of all, given how keen he was early on, Liza, but that re-rally from Swore was impressive.
Yeah, definitely impressive, and it's so fun to see a great stretch duel, especially in these steeplechase races where they're quite long races, but then at the end, you know, you can really have a good stretch duel. And we saw them go pretty slow early on, and those 2 front runners, you know, just steadied it up and were able to just kick on and dominate the field.
2-8-1-7 finish. What a battle between these two in the end. As Swore at this point, it looks like race over. He is done. Welshman takes over, but no quit in this one. Coming off a maiden win at Colonial. Let's go to Maggie.
Up the whole time. Here with Kerry Bryan. That was so exciting, Kerry. This horse, he is so beautiful, and he was loving every bit of that 2.5 miles today.
What a cool dude. We knew he'd love the distance. Obviously, 3rd jump start ever. This was a huge step up from just breaking his maiden, but Patrick and the Hancocks both said, if you think so, go ahead and do it. I knew he'd love this distance, but what an effort. I mean, that was all heart. So cool.
I love the ears going back and forth too. He got past and he said, no.
He's coming back. Yeah, he's so cool. Ever since we took him jumping, he's had a new lease on life. He seems to love it. You know, he was a nice flat horse with Grand Motion, not quite a stakes horse, and lucky enough, I was able to get him, and now he's a Grade 1 winner. How cool is that?
And your 3rd of the year, your continued success. I mean, really well done. What does this mean to you and your team?
Everything. I mean, you know, you start your career off with a horse like the Mean Queen, and everyone sort of, you know, was that just a one and done thing? And it's so cool to come with horses that don't cost a lot of money. You know, I love doing this with a horse that's off the flat track, to come to do this, and it's what this game, jump racing, is all about. And I hope seeing a Grade 1 jump winner in Stone Farm colors will spark some more interest of, you know, owners sending them jumping.
Could not agree with you more. Congratulations to you and the Hancocks.
Thank you.
Guys.
Kerry Bryan, our domination continues, and Liza, just really neat to see this horse dig in and battle back.
So cool to see, and also it's great to see owners like Stone Farm having a horse, steeplechase horse, and Upland Flats owns with them as well. And Stone Farm actually bred the horse, so great to see them, you know, transitioning from a flat horse into a steeplechase horse.
4-1 upset. Zarek the Brave winds up nowhere in the end. 2-8-1-7. Kerry Bryan, Stephen Mulqueen, and Swore take the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory to kick off our Thursday coverage here on FS2.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play all of it at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up, started, and play along through Breeders' Cup and beyond. Underway on our Thursday card, Belmont of the Big A, as we kick off Week 2 action with a Grade 1 Lonesome Glory, and it is Swore coming off a maiden win, digging in, getting past in the stretch, and re-rallying down on the inside to win for Kerry Bryan and get the first Grade 1 win of his career.
Very impressive, and like we were just talking about, the division's pretty open now for the eventual Eclipse Awards, just because we don't have too many Grade 1s throughout the steeplechase season. So he's definitely in the running for that Eclipse Award at the end of the season.
And the next big event, which he very well could wind up at, that will be when?
That will be in about a month at Far Hills, and a race that we cover as well, and cover the whole day of steeplechase racing there. And it's just a great, really fun day at the races if you guys haven't been out before. It's out in the field, so a little different than the racetrack setup, but a great day, and will end up being a great open race too.
Yeah, if you've not been there, we covered it the last few years. An incredible experience just to be part of that and check that out. Swore, so impressive here, winning at 4-1. For Zarek the Brave, a little disappointing, winding up out of your top 4.
Little disappointing, yeah. He jumped well, but after that last jump, we just kind of saw him fade a bit. So not sure what happened with him there, but he finished and was safe. So good to see that as well.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank
Great
you so much.
Yeah, big one here. And Kerry Bryan just continuing what she did all summer long. 4 wins in the last 5 stakes that we've seen here on our coverage. We're going to get back to the Delaware County Fair and check in with our crew.
Thanks, guys. Welcome to the Little Brown Jug. As we said, beautiful Delaware County Fairgrounds here in Delaware, Ohio. Emily and Jenna joining you right here in the infield. Since 1946, this has been the home of one of the most prestigious races in all of harness racing, and horses have submitted their names in history, Jenna. Horses like Arts Place and the likes. This year, no different. We've got a great field lined up.
There's a lot of history on the line here as Ron Burke looks for his 5th Little Brown Jug. Blueprint and Prince Al Hanover, they'll go head-to-head in the first elimination. Of course, Toddy looking to go back-to-back as he captured the Little Brown Jug last year with Captain Albano. In the second elimination as well, Captain Optimistic looks for Nancy Tactor to get her first Little Brown Jug. He's going to pick up the money man here today, and we'll hear a little bit more about the decision that Dexter Dunn had in that second elimination.
That's right. We got great coverage all day, as we said, female trainers, all kinds of great storylines. We're going to be catching up with them all day long. And of course, the great Blueprint and Halprint, who we have been following along all season long. Great coverage of them, and another great matchup here today. And Blueprint, again, super successful in his last in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes. Hasn't been without some history here, Jenna. He's had some obstacles to overpass, but he has done just that. Looked super impressive in his last out we saw here.
He does have the post advantage today on rival Prince Al Hanover, as he was second, just beating the neck to Blueprint in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes. Got an aggressive steer, just beaten down by the wire, as Blueprint has had some complications there for his 3-year-old season, but he is 7 for 7, and the connections are very high on him, as you know, that's not the only field to go postward. Elimination number 2, new to the Burke Brigade DA Love Boat, but I think the story in here is Captain Optimistic picking up the money man Scott Zeron for trainer Nancy Tactor, as again, she looks for her first ever Little Brown Jug.
Yeah, a great field in that second elimination as well, Jenna. As you said, Captain Optimistic from the Nancy Tactor barn. You mentioned it earlier. She's looking to become the 4th female trainer to get the job done in the Little Brown Jug. And this horse has had a good season. He's the richest horse in the elimination with $757,000. He's had 2 runner-up finishes. Would like to see him punch through, but he's had a good season, including that second out in his last out, 48-1.
The horse Dexter did choose for trainer Melanie Wren is the 4 odds-on outlier. He's coming off of a win in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes Consolation, sent down the road, 49-2. He's 6 of 11 this season. He has really had a good 3-year-old campaign. Had to be a tough decision there for Dexter, as I think we're going to hear a little bit more from Jessica here in the back.
Yeah, and as you said, 2 heats. Again, the top 4 finishers come back for that final. So again, one of the major points of the Little Brown Jug, and something that you don't often see is that heat racing, Jenna. But lots of great racing to look forward to, and of course, Jessica going to be joining us and catching up with all the great connections.
Yes, I am going to have a chance to catch up with Dexter Dunn and Nancy Tactor. As you guys mentioned, Dexter did have that choice in the second elimination. Odds-on outlier for Melanie Wren or Captain Optimistic for trainer Nancy Tactor. He opted to stick with odds-on outlier. Now, he's driven this colt a couple of times throughout his 3-year-old campaign for odds-on racing and trainer Melanie Wren, and he's won with them a couple of times. He's a super sharp horse coming into the race this afternoon in elimination number 2 of the Little Brown Jug. But some may question Captain Optimistic may be the more accomplished horse, of course, being more on the trail of those Grand Circuit races. He will pick up Scott Zeron. We will have a chance to catch up with both Dexter Dunn and Nancy Tactor later on in the afternoon, but for now, we'll send it back to Greg.
Jessica, thank you. Emily Gaskin, Jessica, and Jenna Otten with our coverage from that Delaware County Fair Race 16. Again, the first of those 2 eliminations. That first one is going to be heated with Luprint and Prince Hal Hanover, maybe the 2 best in either of the eliminations.
It's exciting to see this kind of matchup regardless of where you end up seeing it, those rivalries that we end up seeing in racing in all sorts of sports across the board. Luprint has been absolutely phenomenal so far this year, and it seems like he's one that's going to be very tough to beat, but we'll be having to deal with some real rivals in that race.
Millionaire, unbeaten, perfect sophomore season, 7 for 7 now as a 3-year-old for Luprint, but Prince Hal Hanover only a neck behind him when they met last time out. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. A lot more ahead as we're getting started on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. We'll get into our first flat race of the afternoon here at South Ozone Park when we come back.
$1,600,000 bid, $1,600,000 bid, now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 and a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, Little Brown Jug from the Delaware County Fair. We'll get into our first flat race, Belmont at the Big A momentarily. It's all brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Good to be with you as we'll kick things off here with an early pick 5 beginning in a non-winners at 2 life 1-turn mile coming up, and some with some shaky form in here. Linda Rice, though, she's complicated. The 7 may control on the front end.
She might. We'll see what kind of aggressive ride horses like Toxic Girl, who once upon a time had some forward position, get, but it looks as though she's complicated, is going to ultimately be your speed with Kendrick Carmouche, who's just riding absolutely lights out right now and continuing that Saratoga momentum.
Yo Levin, meanwhile, taking plenty of action as well. We're going to see that number click down even shorter here in a moment. Flavia Pratt will ride off since June. Michelle Nevin, second time in her barn, but a 1-for-14 record coming in. We're going to send it back to the Delaware County Fair. Jessica Otten with a special guest.
Thanks, guys. I have the president of the Little Brown Jug Society here with me, Tom Wright. Tom, happy Jug Week. So far, it's been a beautiful week.
Hot, but that's okay. We'll take that over cold or rain any day. So, yeah, we've been very blessed. We're lucky.
Yeah, definitely a bit on the warmer side, but like you said, that's what you would take over anything else. The crowd throughout the week has been sensational, too. And we're in the new tent this year. Tell us a little bit about this.
We're calling this our Jug Social Tent. We've partnered with a group called Destination Delaware, and their purpose is to bring people to Delaware County and Delaware here. So this is called a Jug Social Tent. We used an awful lot of social media aspects to get people here. We're serving a Little Brown Jug beer to celebrate our 80th. You'll have to try it in a little bit. So yeah, the whole idea is to bring people. The original intent of this is people who've never been to the races. Let's get them here. I think at 1 o'clock, I think Pete's going to do a handicapping session for these people so they can kind of get an idea what it's about. So, yeah, it should be, it's a good thing to do, and hopefully every one of these guys tells 5 of their friends to come back next year.
There's nothing better than beer and horses, and that's always what I like to say. Good crowd in here. What's your favorite part about the Jug Week?
Oh, that's a big question, Jess. I mean, obviously seeing people that you haven't seen, the team that helps us put on the races, they come from literally all over the country, which is fantastic. I just love to catch up and enjoy their company. The people here, the betting. But for me, my favorite part is just watching the athlete. The athlete is incredible. There's nothing better on 4 legs than you can imagine. So they are the highlight for me.
Definitely conducted 2 nice elimination races for that final heat. Have a great Jug Day. Thanks for having us once again, and we hope everybody has a great day.
Thanks, Jess. Appreciate you guys being here. It means a lot.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. Incredible atmosphere. Again, over 42,000 expected for this 80th edition of the Little Brown Jug, and races 16, 17, those 2 eliminations to come. We're going to look ahead to tomorrow's action on the program. We hope you join us on Friday. Joseph A. Gemma, 6 furlongs on the grass for 2-year-old fillies. And we'll start with Sacred Goddess and Trading Trouble. They met back on July 17th, Saratoga. Only a neck separated them, and it went to Sacred Goddess.
It did. She was the favorite in this spot, making the debut for Jeremiah Engelhart, who was off to a hot start at the Saratoga meet, and Ricardo Santana Jr., who will be riding coming up tomorrow. He's had a sensational Saratoga as well as Kendrick Carmouche, and has continued that forwards here and really having horses in the right position to be effective. This one then tried the Bolton Landing in the next start, ended up finishing 4th in there against Open Company. Snowface Princess, who won that race, came back to finish 2nd at Kentucky Downs in the untappable to Quiet Street, though she did regress her Beyer speed figure a little bit. She draws well towards the outside in here. She should be quite formidable.
Yeah, Trading Trouble, huge move forward, 2nd time out. Do you forgive that Kentucky Downs performance last out?
I think you can always be forgiving of Kentucky Downs because some horses just don't really take to that turf course. It's that configuration that just doesn't suit everybody. I think you can draw a line through it for some, or it can be an indicator of some horses that maybe are going to be bigger prices than they should be in their next start.
Arenada, meanwhile, gets the rail, 1st time out, wins for Linda Rice. Early September closing day, Saratoga. Now got to tackle winners for the first time.
Yeah, this one's stepping up to face those winners for the first time, as you mentioned. And I thought that she had a decent trip in this spot, was able to save some ground throughout the race. But Linda Rice, not necessarily known to win first time out with these debuting 2-year-olds. And so this one, yes, bet to favoritism, but it was tepid favoritism with her going off at 3-1. I thought that she got that nice inside-out split, but she extended the margin very well. And St. Margaret just running on a little bit too late.
So maybe just to upgrade a little off that performance with the history of Linda Rice and first-time starters?
I would, given the post position, a horse that was able to save that ground and get towards the outside for the clear running room, she draws well towards the rail in this spot and seems to be one that's very professional and precocious.
Race 6 on our Friday coverage. Joseph A. Gemma, 2-year-old fillies, sprinting 6 furlongs on the grass. We'll have that for you tomorrow. Right now, our first flat race of the afternoon, 1 turn mile. Non-winners at 2 life, all in for that claiming tag of $17,500. This one probably going to be your favorite by the time the gates open. Yo Levin, Michelle Nevin, Flavia Pratt. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with the horse that is stretching out here, Greg, and that's number 7. She's complicated as she is taking some money on the outside for Linda Rice. And look, she could very well be the pace in here, but I feel as though you will see number 1, Spirit of Esther, maybe pressure her a bit and could naturally be a bit faster. The problem with She's Complicated, she just goes against everything that I kind of stand for here in the paddock. You know, she doesn't carry her weight well. She's incredibly nervous. And when you're that type of horse, stretching out to a longer distance can be a bit of a struggle overall. So I've never been her biggest fan. Granted, you know, she is a 3-year-old, so obviously she's going to look a little bit smaller and meager against some of these older fillies and mares in here. But I can't recommend her purely based upon the fact that she just seems so nervous. And those types often don't stretch out as well. But you would have to think that the game plan is going to be use whatever speed she has to get towards the front end. Now, number 8, Yo11, she kind of feels like the more dependable of these of this crew, and I suppose you can forgive her for her last start. It was followed by a layoff. It doesn't seem as though she likes a wet track as much. And she's done very well here for Michelle Nevin in regards of her, you know, filling out. She looks way stronger and just more developed than what she ever has. And she's kind of filled into what is somewhat of an awkward frame. But with that being said, I kind of wonder how fit is she. She just looks a little bit soft around the edges, but I can totally see why she feels like the most reliable of any of these in here. And at least looks like a happy, healthy horse heading into this return, Greg.
7-5 on one who's just 1 for 14 lifetime, Sarah.
It's never really something that you can feel too enthusiastic about, but that is kind of the nature of this level of competition. And look, she makes sense. She has the credentials. She's coming in for the connections, and she's taking that drop in class where I think there's so many valid excuses for her last race, but it's just awfully tough to trust her at this price.
7 minutes away, first flat race of week 2 action here, Belmont at the Big A. We start with Spirit of Esther, Ilkay Cantermachi barn with Manny Franco aboard.
And the barn looking to turn things around after a cold Saratoga meet. They were 3 for 55 over the past 2 months.
Toxic Girl was not that far behind Yo11 when they met back in May.
No, if she can find that race, she might be one that could factor at a bit of a price.
Cha-Cha Ren facing a lot easier.
She is, and I think that there's more insane 16-to-1 long shots that I've seen for sure. This one very lightly raced.
Political Spin, Rudy Rodriguez trains off since July.
Maybe you can make some excuses for the last 2, one on turf and one over a wet track, but I don't know that she necessarily has a race fast enough.
Lane Luzzy on Lucky and Gorgeous.
Returning to the dirt for this one.
She's complicated. Does she control up front?
I think that that's probably the plan. Whether or not she's able to execute it, we'll see.
And favorite, Yo11, Flavian Pratt, Michelle Nevin second off the claim.
Far back last time. We'll see if she can gain a little bit more forward position now that she drops back in and sort of finds her friends more so than the last race.
Well, that's the field. 5 minutes away from a race that starts this early pick 4. Coming up, get a $15 bonus through your Naira Bets account when you bet $75 each on Belmont at the Big A and Churchill Downs. You got to opt in to take advantage of that, but every little extra bit in that account, take advantage when you can. It helps. Don't forget again to opt in at NairaBets.com. So 5 minutes away from this second race coming up, and we got, since we had a jump race to kick things off, we got 7 flat races. Pick 5 starts here, and then the pick 6 next. We'll talk more about the sequence in a moment. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with the inside runner, Greg, and number 1, Spirit of Esther. You know, you guys mentioning the kind of slow meet that we've seen from the Cantermacis at Saratoga kind of trickling into this aqueduct meeting. And I wonder sometimes if it's because they're definitely not shy when it comes to the entry box. A lot of times they're just making entries almost willy-nilly and without that much purpose. So a lot of times that's just going to backfire on you due to attrition, because it's certainly not as if their horses look poor. They all look good, and that is the case here with Spirit of Esther, who's actually nice and relaxed. I've seen her get a little bit, too fired up, a little too nervous, but she's warmed up beautifully here with Manny Franco aboard. She does occupy that rail position, so she is going to have to find her early speed. Now, obviously, the turf last time out off of a 10-day return, I can forgive her for against far tougher company, but then again, her race 2 back was really bad. Yes, Melly Mel was able to wire the field that day, and she was chasing on the outside, but she should have done a little bit more running than that. So she's going to stretch back out in distance, and the argument could be made that maybe she's a horse that's better with some moisture in the track. She's not getting that here. But of the 3 main players, honestly, I thought she looked best physically and out on the racetrack in the way that she's warming up. But I thought what Sarah said could be taken to heart when it comes to number 3, Cha Cha Ren. I'm not thrilled with any of the favorites. It's that kind of race. And I have a theory about Cha Cha Ren, in that coming back off the long layoff, she might not be any good, now I can say that, but coming back off the long layoff, Lolita Schwingle protected her. She ran her for the waiver, so therefore she didn't have to run for the 32, kind of hinting at she needed a race, and she definitely doesn't want any part of going 6.5 furlongs. She is a distance runner. Then they got a little too aggressive, putting her in against State Bred Allowance Company, going 1 1/8 miles. That might be just a little bit too far. So she's getting back to the mile, which has proven to be, on relative terms, her preferred distance. And she by far looks the fittest, the strongest, that she has 3rd off the bench here. She's moving well out there. I'm going to shoot for the stars here, Greg, and go with the 19-1 Cha Cha Ren.
We all kind of like her. I actually thought long and hard about putting her on top as well. I wound up going with the 7 in here, but I had a lot of reasons to like her. Just in against a lot tougher company the last couple of starts, and she was effective getting the sole win of her career going this distance.
When you look for somebody that is at least trying something new or is that little bit of an unknown, Maggie has the excuses for the last couple of races. As we see Linda Rice and Kendra Carmouche, they've teamed up for so much success this year so far, and they have your current favorite at 8-5 with She's Complicated, who should be forward in here. But Cha Cha Ren, the form is a little bit dirtied up. A horse who was going too far against much tougher company last time. The waiver is important to mention, where she came back in a spot that was for the $32,000 claiming tag against Open Company. She was coming off of a long layoff. She was wide. It was a wet track. That was a sprint race. I mean, there are horses in this spot where I just have no interest in taking them at shorter prices, because we kind of know what to expect. At least with her, you're getting the price, and she might not be able to show up and run at all in here, but there is still that little bit of a chance, that possibility that she might just be one that if she can find that race when she broke her maiden November 24th of last year, she's a player at 16-1.
Minute to post coming up. Early pick 5 starts to this race coming up. That $200 deposit match could be yours for new customers when you punch in that code. Match 200 and sign up. Go to NYRABets.com, get involved. Race 3 again is going to start the pick 6. And for this early pick 5, did you see anywhere to kind of narrow things down?
It's a tough open sequence today. I think that some will try to scrape by in this spot with your 2 outside horses in here. Things don't necessarily get easier in the next race, where you just don't really have much to go on in terms of form with those maidens. Seems as though the first-time starter for Melanie Giddings could be a little bit interesting in the number 3 Red Velvet Cake. And then we get over to the grass, where you have some horses that are trying the surface for the first time. I feel as though Feltrinelli and Innate are going to be on most tickets, the 3 and 4 in that spot. I don't know. Today's tough, where you just don't have a ton to sink your teeth into as far as form. But a first-time starter that could be interesting later on in race 5. Out of Vequist, a horse that was very precocious, the number 1, the Jeweler for Belmont towards the rail in there. 10-1 morning line. There are a couple of scratches in that race, but that one could be a little interesting.
Dam won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, won the Spinaway as well. Another interesting firster for Miguel Clement, which has more of a turf pedigree. Belle of Georgia. We'll have Joel Rosario. That's in race 5. We'll start the late pick 4. This one here, the 8, our 9-5 favorite to kick things off in our flat racing. Yo Levin, Flavian Pratt rides. And this one, like a couple others in here as well, taking a big drop. But again, when faced Toxic Girl 2 back, was only a half length ahead of that one.
And I can't even necessarily say that she was the horse who ran the better race relative to Toxic Girl, who was aggressively handled, was forward in that spot, was dueling up and on the front end. And I thought as though Yo11 was the one who got more of that setup, able to come from a little bit off of horses and really had things in her favor in terms of that pace setup. So will that happen to her yet again in this spot? It's possible, but again, there's just not a lot of trust in these two outside types.
The other one at 9-5. She's complicated, and I guess the key for this one to see how aggressive Manny Franco with the one Spirit of Esther is, and if that one decides to push and make her life difficult.
We'll see. I mean, I think that we have seen a slight shift in the jockey colony tactics with what we've seen from Ricardo Santana Jr., a rider who has been more aggressive, has really pushed the envelope and has said, I'm going to show up and win so many of these races if nobody else wants to participate in some of the pace scenarios. So maybe that's something that can have some longevity and continue playing out.
Chris Griffin with the call for his flat race of the afternoon. Starts the early pick 5.
She's complicated. Yo11 goes in. All set. And they're off. Toxic Girl sprints towards the front, but quicker is going to be Spirit of Esther, who's at the rail and now clearing off. Spirit of Esther is the leader. Moving forward as She's Complicated, center of the racetrack is Keen. Wants to get up there. They're well apart, and they get set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. The leader, Manny Franco on Spirit of Esther, is a half length in front of She's Complicated. Kendra Carmouche towards the outside. They're followed by Toxic Girl, who travels there in third, is in tandem with Yo11 out wider in fourth. Another pair in behind them. That's Cha Cha Ren, who's followed in the orange cap by Lucky and Gorgeous, and the trailer, Political Spin, is last. 23.70 for the opening quarter mile. Spirit of Esther is now more comfortable here, approaching a half mile left to go. She's Complicated is back within range through a 46.58 half mile time. Trying to pick it up is Toxic Girl, who's under a drive, is towards the inside here of Yo11, who's got to go from there, is in fourth as the front two are really getting away from the rest of the field. Cha Cha Ren is all in from fifth. It's far, far back to the trailers. And here She's Complicated. She's Complicated now with a rush towards the outside as asked the question. Spirit of Esther is not giving in, is at the rail, and these two are still going at it, well fall apart, but here comes She's Complicated now striding away, approaching a final furlong. She's Complicated is now up by 2-3 widening lengths. Far back there, traveling in third, is going to be Toxic Girl, who's trying to get to the exacta, but no doubt inside the final 16th, She's Complicated, but she's a winner. She's Complicated wins it, geared down. Spirit of Esther takes second, Toxic Girl, and Cha Cha Ren in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Big drop in class. She's Complicated. Kendra Carmouche deciding to sit off of the one early on, Spirit of Esther, and then, wow, this race was over.
This horse was not aptly named for the kind of effort that she showed us today. This was such an easy win for her. She just always seemed really well in hand. You can see Kendrick not even really moving on her towards the outside of Spirit of Esther to get her into position. And yeah, she was a little bit wider out, but nobody else was really making an impact from the back of this field, and kind of a no-show performance from Yo11. This one going off as your slight second choice to get the victory here, but seemed to win very easily.
Slight second choice at 9-5. The way she won, she probably should have been 1-5. Wow. Completely wrapped up late. The man who had 8 wins on opening week of the meet, Kendra Carmouche, kicks off week 2 with another win here. She's Complicated, completely dominant to kick things off. In our first flat race of the afternoon, 7, 1, 2, 3, again, 9-5. She's Complicated. Linda Rice, Kendra Carmouche team up. They'll have another one later in the card. We'll be back. Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. First flat race of week 2 in the books, and she's complicated. Incredibly dominant here for Linda Rice and Kendra Carmouche. And again, they'll team up later in the card on another one that looks like will be controlling and Laughing Boy.
Absolutely. Kendra Carmouche has been able to sustain the sort of momentum that he brought in going all the way back to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga weekend, and he's just riding with so much confidence right now, getting on a lot of horses that he might not necessarily be for first call for, with Jose Lezcano still recovering from injury, but he's making the most of those opportunities and certainly seemed as though he was always well in control.
Sat just off of Spirit of Esther here and then just pounces, and no one making up any ground in here. Second win, 7 starts, big drop in class for this 3-year-old filly, who wins again as the slight second choice at 9-5 here in race 2. $5.64, 7-1-2 finish as the early pick 5 underway with a formful start. Leg 2, things get a little more interesting with a New York bred maiden special weight, where you can make a case for just about everybody.
Absolutely. The horse that's heavily favored in doubles, though, that is your current favorite in the number 3 Red Velvet Cake. This one a half to Federal Judge, Grade 2 winner of the Phoenix at Keeneland, who showed some precocity winning his first start. Has a couple of snappy works coming into this as well from the gate, so maybe we'll see a little bit of speed from this one early on.
Yeah, he won the first Federal Judge, by the way. Yeah, his brother won the first, her brother won the first 2 starts of his career. 97 buyer in the debut as well. So we'll see if this one, it was expected to have early foot, as that kind of talent early on. Board is saying potentially that is the case.
Or that no one else does.
Yeah.
One or the other.
See what happens here. Race 3 also starts the pick 6. So the 6 furlong New York bred maiden special weight we'll get to coming up in just a moment. We'll talk some of the others as well. Still ahead, Little Brown Jug, big ones later on this evening. Races 16 and 17, the elims, including all eyes on that 16th Blueprint, Prince Tal Hanover. Maybe the 2 quickest pacers in the bunch meet again after Blueprint had that narrow victory when they met back on September 6th.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races in the Little Brown Jug, premier big pacing race for 3-year-olds still to come later on this afternoon. The concept of the Little Brown Jug began back in 1937. It was developed by Delaware, Ohio attorney Joe Neville, whose family had been involved in harness racing for decades. His plan to shift the sport's emphasis from trotters to pacers, specifically sophomore pacers. And the rest is history.
The first edition of the Little Brown Jug was contested at the Delaware County Fairgrounds north of Columbus, Ohio in 1946. Known in the sport as the Jug, each year the Pacing Classic attracts harness racing's brightest stars, and fans pack the stands in America's heartland to witness one of the most coveted contests in the sport over the storied half-mile oval.
I served my first tray of pop in the grandstand when I was 13. And so I haven't left since.
10 years after its inception, the Little Brown Jug sealed its place in history when it became the penultimate jewel of the Triple Crown for pacers. The list of winners includes some of the greatest horses to ever participate in harness racing, such as Brett Hanover, Nia Tross, Fan Hanover, Nihilator, and Beach Towel.
Beach Towel, showing his heels to the field!
There is nothing on the planet like the Delaware backstretch. The Ferris wheel spins and fans consume cotton candy, elephant ears, steak burgers, and ice cream while they get up close and personal with North American harness racing's most prolific performers in the Little Brown Jug Horse Barn. The Jug occupies a special place in harness racing, which for more than 2 centuries has been prevalent at county fairs. But the event is also exceptional for the community and the thousands who travel from all corners of the continent to attend. With 40 to 50,000 fans on the grounds, people lock lawn chairs in place to preserve a seat as early as Memorial Day for the 3rd Thursday in September.
Delaware is very prideful of the race, and they love it. They enjoy it. They take Thursday off. The schools are closed. The banks are closed. The whole community gets in. There's volunteers that are helping us throughout. Organizations that are helping us, and I mean, we have an awful lot of employees and volunteers, and a lot of that comes right here from Delaware.
While the first Jug was contested for a purse of just over $35,000 over 75 years ago, today contestants are running in what's become the premier pacing classic for 3-year-olds.
Joining me on set, Andy Serling, and I don't know if you caught it in that piece if you're out there watching, but yes, children do get not just 1, but 2 days off of school. That's how big an event this is in the area.
Well, I believe the children should get off really most racing days. You know, I think that's really the real reason that the school is off in the summers. It's not because of the summer thing. It's because Saratoga's open in the summer, so kids all over the country get time off, and hopefully they're toning their handicapping.
It all makes sense now.
That's what I did.
It all comes together.
I went to Camp Saratoga. I went to Sleepaway Camp when we lived in New Jersey. We moved to Saratoga. I found a much better camp to go to.
So you and my son have something in common. Who would have known? He just went to Camp Saratoga. Race 3, we're going to get into the pick 6 here coming up on week 2 action here of the meet. We're going to kick things off with this 6-furlong New York bred maiden special weight for fillies and mares 3 and up. And it's this first-time starter, Red Velvet Cake, Melanie Giddings. With that pedigree, the only other one to run out of Congarette was pretty good. Grade 2 winner of the Phoenix.
Yeah, no, federal judge, and we've got some information. It was 5-1 third choice, actually, in the Breeders' Cup, and finished, I think, 5th. Had a lot of speed, and I was looking, and I just noticed the pick 3s. I was going to look at doubles now. The 3 was a pretty heavy favorite in the pick 3s, whether or not that holds up, and a substantial favorite in the doubles. Wow. So probably going to be around 6-7 to 5. Not my cup of tea to take a first-time starter, but maybe in this field. Here's the thing, Greg. If this horse has speed, as you would expect a live firster to have, especially from this barn, that could really compromise the chance of the 2. Inside of her, Juliana's Dream, who has a lot of speed herself. The board is wild. The 2 is 10-1. The 5 is 9-2. Aren't they kind of the logical horses in the race?
Yeah, this has got to change. I mean, we still have time, but yeah, the 2 is expected to take a lot of money in here.
I'm looking at doubles, and believe it or not, the 8 is the second choice in doubles over the 5. Boy, the 8 doesn't look like a second choice to me, though not impossible to win, I guess.
It did run okay, picked off a lot of horses, but was so far back in the debut, and that was a slow race.
But also stayed on the rail every step of the way, which is a good place to be, and the pace was kind of coming apart that day.
Pick 6 starts here in this 3rd.
You ready?
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
I was going to say we don't have an easy one to kick things off here. We'll start, though, with that first-time starter that is taking the money. At least she was projected to take that much money, as David Aragona, our morning line odds maker, making her 3-1 on the line, as Red Velvet Cake will make her debut. As you heard Greg say, she is that half-sister to Federal Judge, who's a greatest stakes winning dirt sprinter. And let me tell you, she looks fast. Now, I actually was at Oaklawn when Federal Judge made his debut, which was a winning one. He was quite big, and she's not as big. She's a bit smaller here overall, kind of in line though with the Lord Nelson on top of her pedigree, but she comes in looking incredibly fit here for Mel Giddings. Definitely looks as though this isn't her debut. It looks as though she's had a start or two. She's handling herself beautifully, being a professional thus far, and I do think she is very live, given the money she's taking, given the pedigree, and the way she looks here in the paddock. Moving on to another first-time starter for Rick Dutrow is number 7, Broke All the Rules, as she is a daughter of Frosted, who actually does hit at 12% with his first-time starting 3-year-olds and up. The dam, she was okay dirt sprinting. Half to a horse that won on all 3 surfaces, but the other 2 have not won. So there's been only 1 winner from 3 to make it to the racetrack. She, though, kind of has the same physical makeup as your favorite in that they just look like fast horses. They look like total sprinters, a bit of a shorter forearm on this filly, so therefore really kind of built downhill, has nicely developed hindquarters to her. But again, another one that's acting very, very professionally. In fact, she's a little bit more quiet. Maybe she'll need to start for that light bulb to go on, but definitely built like a horse that should have a bit of early speed. Moving on to the one that just really caught my eye, though, is I know a horse that Andy's interested in number 5, Sunshine Lily. She lost all chance at the start of that race, where she literally fell to her face. She took about 2 strides with her nose being drug through the dirt that day, and so therefore it just put her way, way behind, a position that she's not necessarily used to being in. She does have tactical speed, and I would hope that she gets to use it here again. If anything, she's strengthened up since the last time I saw her, which was when she tried the turf back in May. And considering this is now kind of second off that little bit of a layoff, and she comes back relatively quickly after that stumbling start. Kendra Carmouche sticks aboard here. She looks fantastic, a resplendent coat on her, bright kind of demeanor here. Overall, she's made the best impression on me, Greg. We'll see if she can get back to some of her better races.
Thanks, Maggie. There's a man who had a statement opening week. Kendra Carmouche, 8 wins opening week, Belmont of the Big A, and of course took the first flat race of the afternoon today.
Yep. No, I agree. Obviously, getting great mounts and making the most of them, and he has ridden very well. I mean, even, his second place finish in the stake on Sunday, I thought might have been his best ride of all, where he rode Edict, the long shot, to finish second. And sometimes, riders don't get as much credit when they lose as they do when they win. And a lot of times you win because you're riding the best horse, and sometimes you ride really well and run second, third, or fourth, and it just doesn't really get noticed or appreciated. But this is a tricky race, and it's made even more tricky by 2 firsters, one of whom taking a lot of money, and Red Velvet Cake, who is not going to be 5-2 at all likely at post time, probably going to be under 2-1. We'll see. I don't know. I wonder if the 3 can run, it's got to have speed. That heats the pace up. I think it helps my 5, Sunshine Lily. On the other hand, if the 3 is the goods, she might just be better in the field. And I know you like her chances.
Might just be quicker than the 2 in here. We'll see. But it never hurts to have experience, and the 2 has plenty of it.
It does seem to me, though, and listen, doesn't mean they can't win. The majority of the kind of horses, the live horses, the maidens that Mel Giddings won with last year and this year were in Saratoga. So I wonder a little bit. Now, she didn't have this horse stabled in Saratoga. The horse was stabled at Belmont. Doesn't mean she wouldn't have run up there, but maybe it meant that she thought he'd need a little more time, or she would, to get to the races.
Well, and the speedster to the inside.
Juliana Street.
That second race, Army Gal, who beat her that day. She won the first 2 starts of her career, and then a few days ago, last week, ran and went with a 92 Beyer speed figure.
Yeah. She is either the overlay of the year, currently at 8-1, or completely dead on the board.
Katie King, Gregory Sacco, blinkers come off, kicks off the post parade.
I don't think she's impossible. Her first race was good enough to give her a sniff here, and the barn has been very sharp this year.
Projected speed, Juliana's Dream.
Got a prep on the turf off the layoff last time out. Think she's very dangerous and an overlay.
We expect this firster, though, to be quick early as well for Melanie Giddings.
Right, and if Red Velvet Cake has speed, it's not going to help the 2, Juliana's Dream.
James Bonbarn with Bodegas.
She's a little on the slow side, but, you know, a bit of a reach. It's crazy she's the same price as the 2, right?
Yeah, yes, incredible. Sunshine Lily went by. Gregory DePrima trains.
I like Sunshine Lily, and I think a potential pace will only help her chances.
Sugar Ride, Dalton Brown. First timer.
She would be a bit of an upsetter here for these connections.
Broke all the rules. First time out, Rick Dutrow Jr.
Maggie had some decent things to say about her. She pointed out she had 1 okay sibling and 2 that really weren't much good. The dam herself and the second dam were okay.
This was not named after you.
No. Well, no, I have lots of grace.
You do.
I'm very graceful, extremely graceful, no patience whatsoever. No patience and a little modicum of grace. I think this horse is overbet right now, I believe is a little dressed up. Not impossible, but I prefer others.
7-2 from that outside slot. We have an early pick 4 that starts here. Pick 6 starts here as well. So get involved. Bet $75 today each on Belmont of the Big A and Churchill Downs. You get that $15 bonus in your Naira Bets account, and every little extra bit helps. You got to opt in, though, to take advantage of that at nairabets.com.
So you're going to disagree with me. I'm going to say one of the bigger leans for me would be Fraudster in race number 5 if I were getting involved in the pick 6.
Okay.
You like Bosun a lot in race 4.
I think the 4 and the 8 are good. Yeah, it's tough to separate.
See, I prefer the 4 and 8. I like the 3 Feltrinelli, so I would use 3-4 in there. I'm trying to beat the 8. You're not. Race number 6, a lot of people will probably lean on the number 7. Laughing Boy looks like his speed. I would also use Opie Firecracker.
We both agree with that.
You would agree with that.
Yeah.
4s and 7s, maybe a little 2. I prefer the 6 and the 7th. You prefer the 1 over the 6. I went 6-1-7. You went 1-6.
Yep.
So we're on similar pages. The last race, I like Egyptian, the 3. I know that you like Mo 88, who I picked second a little bit more, but I thought Egyptian was interesting. I don't think you'll get the 12-1, but I'd be more than happy with half that price.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4. But yeah, certainly the 5 and the 6 you can't count out either, but those seem like the strongest contenders.
And you obviously have first-time stars in race 5 to deal with, though I do think that Fraudster ran very well first time out. But the 5, Belle of Georgia, and the very well-bred Isadora Duncan are potentially dangerous in there. In this race, see, this race is tough. I mean, you picked the 3. I could never live and die with a first-time star in a race like this. I'd have to use her now. But I'll be honest with you, looking at the board, I'm tempted to bet the 2 to win.
That's a big number.
It's just a crazy price.
It really is.
She's the same price as the 4 and a bigger price than the 1. Now, I don't think the 1, Katie King's impossible, but Juliana's Dream, you know, you look at her second race was fast enough to win this. Something went wrong in March, and they came back and gave her a prep on the turf, and now she's running where she belongs. And while I prefer the 5, 9-1 on the 2 to me seems like a massive overlay.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll get to her in a moment, guys, as we'll start, though, with the horse that is right inside of her in number 1, Katie King. And you go back and look at her first start, which was on the dirt at Monmouth against Open Company, and it wasn't like it was, you know, a bum field by any means. You know, she was wired by Silent Dreamer that day. There was a heavily backed Todd Pletcher, a Rapoli horse who finished up the track. The second place finisher returned to win with an 82 buyer. And really, you know, she was chasing wide. She had to be kind of niggled at the entire way. She moved closer at the quarter pole. Then she rightfully just got a bit tired as the blinkers go off. And last time out at Saratoga, you know, she probably doesn't want the turf anyway, but she was just so wound up in the paddock. She was awful to get the tack on. I did note how well she was moving, and now so much more settled today. Looks fantastic, looks fit. Those blinkers are coming off. She's moving well yet again. So I think she is quite live here, as the board would kind of be hinting at that. As number 2, Juliana's Dream, the board is saying no. She is not live at 10-1, and she's one that I saw her in her turf effort, in that, you know, I can see why they may have tried the turf, and maybe it was purely just a prep, but the way she moves, she kind of has that elevated stride where it's very animated. It kind of has an extra little bounce to it, which often does translate well to the turf. But looking at her physically, she definitely didn't look like one. though there is Stormy Atlantic on the bottom side, just has those smaller feet. But again, moving well here, looks very, very fit. I don't know. I'm not sure why she is such a big price on the board. Yes, those front wraps go on, but that's an Engelhart thing, at least with Jeffrey and Chris. Moving on to the outside with number 8, Patience and Grace, as she'll add just a shortcut cheater blinker, but getting back to a fast track and sprinting. You know, she kind of broke well from the outside, but then she lost ground, and it did take her a little bit of time to switch her leads over that surface, and wondering if she just wasn't comfortable. Obviously there may have been an issue coming out of that race, but I do like what I'm seeing from her is the way she's moving coming back here today for Jimmy Bond, one of 2 that he'll send out here. And you know, the board isn't budging, and the horses that have been taking money, guys, continue to take that money.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 8-5, this first-time starter is getting hammered for this first leg of the pick 6 here coming up. But back to the 8, Patience and Grace. Bond Barn, Katie Davis back aboard, and the blinkers go on, and we'll see if that can help this one maybe keep contact earlier a little bit.
Well, strictly from a speed figure standpoint, her debut buyer of 63 makes her a major contender here. I actually don't agree, because I don't like the race she ran in. I thought the horse had a perfect sort of suck-up rail trip in there. Having said that, she caught the mud second time out. She now comes off a layoff. I can understand liking her. I wouldn't bet her at 9-2. I would want a bigger price to like her. I prefer other horses, but I can understand why people think she can win.
We didn't get to see if she moved forward, really, because, yeah, muddy track going longer, and maybe just wants to sprint. So we'll see.
And she should get some pace in here, assuming the 3 is what they're billing her as. It sort of means the pace should be hotter. I would play against the 3 at 8-5, though maybe she's just, you know, the way she's getting bet. But
just leaving our screen in the background there was Katie King, the 1, Gregory Sacco, and look, first time out. Respectable run at Monmouth. The second place finisher came back and improved 24 buyer points to win with an 82 buyer.
Yeah, no, I thought she ran fine in there. I think she'd have to improve from there. But the field was live that she ran in. It's a very live barn. She's taking a lot of money. I wouldn't bet her at 5-1, but she's taking money, which is probably a good sign. She probably rated to be a bigger price. I mean, a lot of what's happened here is the 2 not getting bet has kind of changed the whole odds board. But you know, if I was to play against the 3, I boxed 1-2-5, and I think the 2 is such an overlay, I couldn't resist betting a few dollars on her, even though I picked her second. But I prefer Sunshine Lily in here, and I think I like the fact that the 3 is live, because the 3 being live probably means there will be pace that will help Sunshine Lily, who, if you throw out her last race where she really just fell to a face start, I mean, that was, you saw it. I mean, it was as bad a start as a horse could get. Every race she's run on the dry dirt track, she's run fine in those races and run figures to make her a contender, and she should be able to get the right trip here under Kendrick, who seems to be making all the right moves. So to me, Sunshine Lily at 9-2 is a very, very inviting price.
Glad Maggie brought up that 2 as well, and the way this one runs. You look at the runnings of Juliana. She's very quick early, but it almost, if you watch her and her motion, it's like she's going in slow motion a little bit. But she'll be quick from the get-go. How quick is this one, though, the first-time starter next door at 3-2, now 7-5, being bet like she is talented and quick early?
She is, but one thing to remember with firsters, they don't always break that sharply, and that's something to keep an eye on. But they're betting her like she's the goods, and we'll see. She's not going to have to be a killer to beat this field.
Pick 6 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
3 out. Bodegas broke all the rules towards the outside. And then Patience and Grace will be last to load. Patience and Grace goes in, all set. And they're off. After the beginning, they're in between horses. Red Velvet Cake right out to the front is clear, is now a nose in front, is challenged by Juliana's Dream. And now Juliana's Dream and Red Velvet Cake, they're 1-2. Settling off of them, Sunshine Lily's close up third, broke all the rules, was off a step slow, now moves forward at the rail, is taken 4th. Out wider, that's Patience and Grace. In the 6th spot is going to be Bodegas. The 2 towards the back end of the field, Sugar Ride with the trailer Katie King. They work into the far turn, 21-4 for that opening quarter mile. The speed is on here with Juliana's Dream towards the inside. Red Velvet Cake back for more. Here ranging up 3 wide. That's Sunshine Lily from off the pace. Patience and Grace is out wider too. Shoved along has broke all the rules, trying to make up some ground, but the new leader, Sunshine Lily. Kendra Carmouche, they put a neck in front. Red Velvet Cake is trying to go stride for stride with this contender, and here comes Red Velvet Cake back on the inside, is back for more. Sunshine Lily trying to put away Red Velvet Cake, and Red Velvet Cake is still there. Inside this final furlong, shoulder to shoulder here as they're approaching a 16th. Sunshine Lily, Red Velvet Cake, all heart towards the inside. These two down to the wire together. Red Velvet Cake and Sunshine Lily. It's a photo. Head bob up and down. Red Velvet Cake to the inside as Sunshine Lily. It's a tight photo. Then came Patience Grace and Bodegas at 1 minute 10.63 seconds.
Sunshine Lily experience pays off. Red Velvet Cake, Willock was ready to go first time out, but it looks like it's the 5 who just gets that nose down in time.
Yeah. You know, to be fair, I think the money was right on the 3.
Yes, it was.
I think the 3 ran extremely well in there. That was a fast pace. She attended. Now, the 5 was right there. It's not like she had a significantly tougher trip than the 5. But they moved. I mean, they absolutely destroyed the rest of the field. I mean, nobody else was in the same area code as these 2 horses at the wire. So, I mean, I'm not knocking the money on the 3, but as a result, the 5 ended up being an overlay at 5-1. And I think you go through the theory that there's probably going to be a little bit of pace in here. The 5 is more of a stalker with a better post. She can get it done. I can't knock the money on the 3. It wasn't wrong. It just turned out the horse didn't win. Because the 3, Red Velvet Cake, really did run well in here.
And gonna
but
be,
so did
what,
Sunshine
odds
Lily.
on next time out.
Yeah, but you know, you know what? We'll see. When they're cranked up first time, you and I will be betting against the 3 next time out, probably at a short price. But Sunshine Lily, it just seems like Kendrick's always in the right spot. And congrats to Greg DePrima as well for getting the win. He had her ready to go and showed her last race was an aberration due to the start.
8 wins over the weekend. First 2, week 2. Kendra Carmouche to kick things off. Here at Belmont on the Big A's Thursday card, 5-1 upset, 5-3, 8-4 finish. It's Sunshine Lily breaks her maiden career start, number 6.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2. We're proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Check out NairaBets.com as Sunshine Lily gets her nose down after a determined effort over the favorite, heavily backed Red Velvet Cake in her debut. But pleased to be joined by Greg DePrima and little Greg, as well as, no, he's not skipping school. He actually has a legitimate day off, but very cool to be here with this win with Dad. And she was so gutsy, Greg.
She really was. I was getting a little nervous there coming to the wire, but she dug in and kept trying. So a lot of heart today.
And two, definitely had a massive excuse last time out, and breaking one's maiden, here at the Big A, and really running a fast race.
She really did. Last time, very unfortunate. We liked her that day. The start before on the turf, we took a shot. Now we're back on track. I feel a lot better today because we kind of got derailed a little bit. So, it's really good feeling today to get it done, especially for the owner. Very patient man, Mr. Granger. Really appreciative.
Job well done to you too. And we've got a NASCAR fan here. I don't know much, but who's your favorite driver?
Kyle Busch.
Boom, Kyle Busch all the way. Well, guys, enjoy your day. Enjoy your day off, and congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. Sunshine Lily here in the Big A Sunshine, getting her picture taken here for Greg DePrima. Greg?
Good choice there with Kyle Busch. Look how close it was in the end, and experience pays off here.
I agree, and the truth is Sunshine Lily has run well in her dirt races. I'm not in any way listen, Red Velvet Cake probably ran well enough to win this race more than her 6-5, suggesting her 6-5 wasn't necessarily an underlay. She just ran a horse that ran a little bit better than her.
$12.30 for the win, Sunshine Lily. 5-3-8
Big exacta,
in the first
huh?
leg of the pick six.
Big exacta. For everybody that complains about exactas, that was pretty big.
6 furlongs, outer turf in the fourth to start the late pick 5. Entry level allowance in innate. Bosun expected to be probably vying for favoritism, but flat to the mat, taking a ton of money right now.
Feels like a little Flavian Pratt money coming in quickly on there, and a horse who I'd have to imagine will be no better than third choice by post time. You and I have just a bit of a difference of opinion in this race. I'm curious to see how it plays out because I prefer innate of the two favorites, and you prefer Bosun. I'm going to try to beat them both, though, with Feltrinelli.
Yeah, Feltrinelli, long time away. This will be the 4-year-old debut coming up, but a horse who in the past stakes placed here at Belmont and Aqueduct.
Yeah, I'm looking at the multi-race bets. It appears that the 4 innate will be a slight favorite over the 8 Bosun by post time, with the number 7 flat to the mat, a distant third choice.
More on this field in just a little bit. 19 minutes to post in the race that will kick off the late pick 5 coming up. 80th edition Little Brown Jug. Still to come from the Delaware County Fair on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. Stay with us.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded stakes winners Whitwaters Ran. Implicated. Apple Picker, and Forever After All. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lanes End Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. 80th edition of the Little Brown Jug Premier Harness Race for 3-year-old Pacers. First run back in 1946. Part of this Triple Crown Series. Still to come later this afternoon on a long day out at the fair. And again, race 16, where we're going to see Blueprint undefeated in this sophomore campaign. Perfect 7-for-7 millionaire in that rematch with Prince Hal Hanover.
Can hardly wait.
Top 4 finishers from race 16 and 17, those 2 eliminations, move on to the final. And we're looking forward to it, especially that race 16. And it's going to be a lot of eyeballs on that one to come. 4th race, meanwhile, here approaching the 15-minute mark to post. It's going to kick off the late pick 5. Innate, slight 9-5 favorite. We'll go back to this one in a moment. Let's get into our first live action on our program here for the Delaware County Fair. The Old Oaken Bucket. Let's check in with Emily and Jenna for more.
Thanks, guys. The Old Oaken Bucket, one of the visions of the Old Oaken Bucket coming up here in the 11th race. A nice field of 7, Jenna, set to go to post. We've got 103,000 on the line. Pretty even odds board here, but who's your top choice in here? What do you like about this field?
I'm going to go to the 2, Cheers Hanover. The team of Ronnie Wren Jr. and Ron Burke look to get another win for the Delaware week, and of course they team up later with Blueprint. They look to start off today hot as Cheers Hanover coming off of a win at the Meadows by a nose. Just a horse that's coming into the form in good shape, or in the race in good shape. And a key here at Delaware is having the inside post, and he gets post 2 to work with.
I'm going to stick right there with you. I like the inside post here for Whiskey Wow. Of course, David Miller, no stranger to success, the winningest driver here at Delaware County Fair. And of course, this the Grade 3 Old Oaken Bucket for 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Whiskey Wow, though, 2 consecutive victories, Jenna. As you talked about, seen a lot of horses race on the front, race forwardly placed, and I, like you, I think this horse loves to be forwardly placed. He's racing with a lot of confidence, and again, you've got the Buckeye and David Miller in the sulky.
We will set it over to Jason Sedamore with the post parade here of race 11.
The horses are stepping onto the track for the 11th race.
All right, so we'll get back to our coverage in just a moment. Keep in mind, 14 minutes away from the late pick 5 here at Belmont at the Big A. And now they are on track. Even money. Whiskey Wow in this Old Oaken Bucket. Let's go back to Emily and Jenna.
All right, the one we've got Whiskey Wow, Berlin Brower trains, Dave Miller in the sulky. 3-year-old gelding by Crazy Wow, again looking for his 9th win of the season.
The Burke Brigade sends out to number 2, Cheers Hanover. Ronnie Wren Jr., the driver there for Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Jay Simpson, and J and T Silva, Purnell, and Libby. It gets post 2 for Cheers Hanover to work with. It's a 2-year-old gelding by Bar Hopping.
3 is Lefties Righties, trained by Jenny Melander. A 3-year-old gelding by Green Shoe. Braxton Boyd in the sulky. This 3-year-old gelding has won $89,000 this season, owned by Chuck Sylvester, C. Stanley, Lynette, and Lakakis of Jacksonville, Florida.
Mayo Zur is the number 4 for Chris Beaver in Aaron Merriman, a 3-year-old colt by Century ATM there. Owner Newton Trotting Incorporated of Delray Beach, Florida. Post 4 for those guys to work with.
The 5, the Broadster from the Pear Englom Barn. Jason Bartlett in to drive. 3-year-old gelding by Propulsion. He was an $81,000 yearling purchase, owned by Ingblom Stable, Evans Nation of Seaford, New York. He's looking for his 2nd win of the season.
The 6 is Ponda Bugatti. Scott Zeron at the controls for trainer Henry Graber Jr. A Swan for All. A gelding. Owners are SNR Racing Stables of Fishers, Indiana, and been there, done that racing. Just last year, at their 2 years ago at the yearly Hoosier sale, was a $115,000 a yearling. He looks for his 3rd win of the season.
And rounding out the field is the 7, taking a look at Baloo from the Jonas Cesarnison barn. Dexter Dunn will get the call. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Cantab Hall. He's been on the board in 3 of 10, looking for his 2nd win of the season. First Delaware start for this handsome son of Cantab Hall. There's a look at the field, Jenna. Again, a talented field of 7. This is the grade 3, again, Old Oaken Bucket. 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. And as we alluded to at the top of the show, Jenna, we've got our counterpart, Jessica Otten, and she's going to be checking in with a majority of the connections throughout the day. We'll send it to her to see who she's with.
I think it's a very competitive Old Oaken Bucket group that we have here. Nice trotters. They all look like they're scoring down very good out on the racetrack. I thought it was a toss-up between the 2 and the 3, Lefties, Righties, and Cheers Hanover. Lefties, Righties is coming off of a very good win at the Poconos in that Stallion Series final, and pretty versatile as well. He's faced some pretty tough company throughout the season. The Muscle Hill, the Tompkins Gears, some Grand Circuit Stakes horses, and of course Cheers Hanover. Ronnie Rand Jr. has been driving with ultra confidence this afternoon. Oh, just a couple of blemishes on that program page for him, but 4 wins from those 16 starts this season. Good post to work with. I love that gutsy effort in the Keystone final over at the Meadows. Moves back to a half-mile track for some top connections in Cheers Hanover and Lefties Righties.
Thanks, Jessica. As I said, nice field set to go postward. And Jenna just mentioned it there for a minute. The half-mile track, a bit of an equalizer here in this field. We see a number of these horses shipping in, haven't raced here in a number of starts. And as we talked about, the half-mile track can oftentimes be an equalizer here.
Yeah, and it's important to note as well, you know, the inside post is key here. I've been here all week. Front-end speed has been holding up, so if you can leave aggressively and sit on the front, you know, no passing lane here at the half-mile track, so you do not want to be locked in the pockets with somebody on the outside of you. It'll be very hard to squeeze around. The front end or first up is typically key here, so again, inside draw is often recommended, or what you could say, as the post 3 here today to work with is Lefties Righties. Just got a chance to catch up with Braxton in the paddock a little bit, Braxton Boyd that is. This is just his second ever drive here at the Delaware County Fair. His first drive was his 3rd drive ever in his career.
Yeah, I'd love to see that for him. As you said, you know, Delaware is one of those places you love to get a drive and you love to get a live one, and that's exactly what he has here with Lefties Righties. We'll check in with Jess one more time before they go to the gate.
Thanks, guys. I have driver Braxton Boyd. Lefties, Righties. What a nice colt he's been, Brax, coming off a really nice win in that Stallion Series final.
You know, and that was about the best he's ever raced when I've drove him, and, you know, hopefully he can give us a big effort here today.
Good luck, Brax.
Thank you, guys.
And we'll send it back to you guys.
Love to see it. Jess out there on the track, right up close and personal with the drivers. Another great part of the Delaware County Fair and part of that County Fair atmosphere. As we talked about, you can get right up close and personal to the action. And of course, speaking of the action, Jenna, we are set for a great race. This just one of the many great races we're set to watch on today's card.
Yeah, $103,000 on the line. People come here, you know, you either love Pacers or the Trotters. A lot of people do want to win the Old Oaken Bucket. This is a grade 3 event for the 3-year-old colt and gelding Trotters. Again, $103,000 on the line, and this is a stellar field, and I think there could be a lot of action with some horses from the outside. Post 5 for the Broadster. He's got some gate speed and a top driver in the bike right now, and Jason Bartlett for Per Inglom. He could use some early gate speed and maybe mix things up a bit.
I agree completely, and as you said, a lot of horses coming in from everywhere, so you know, it really makes things interesting from a handicapping perspective. I think you can find an angle or even the way that a horse looks out on the track. We're taking a look at the horses here, and you know, it's a beautiful day. The track looks impeccable. Of course, all the horses look good as well. But as we said, we got horses coming from everywhere, and kind of a great equalizer as far as the handicapping is concerned. I'm going to stick to the inside, though you think we're going to see if you launch from the outside. I'm going to stick to the inside. Whiskey Wow, again, David Miller, my top choice in here. I've watched this horse race down in Lexington, and he's just been flawless. Racing with so much confidence, and I think he parlays that into a nice victory here today.
Yeah, he looks for a winning streak as he's taken back-to-back wins in the Goldenrod Series down there. Again, the rail to work with, and Hall of Famer David Miller in the bike. He could be sent on a speed mission here today.
That's right. Horses are turning into the gates, so time to place your wagers. Of course, getting set for a Grade 3 division of the Old Oaken Bucket here at Delaware County Fair.
The 11th race, sponsored by Hunterton Farm and Sales Agency, the Old Oaken Bucket for 3-year-old colt trotters, $103,500 on the line. Field of 7, moving up and moving in. The gates swing to the top of the stretch, and here they come for the Old Oaken Bucket. They're all fan trotting in a very nice start here. Whiskey Wow is getting the first call. Angling to the pylons. Cheers Hanover just ahead of Lefty's Righty, followed in fourth by Mazores. Fifth there to the pylons, the Broadster, followed by the two trailers here of Ponda Bugatti in blue. Off the turn and driving down the backside in numeric order, and up top with the lead here, Whiskey Wow and the Buckeye, David Miller. Sat them all behind him here as they raced over to that opening quarter, leading it by 3.5, 4 lengths. The opening quarter was a moderate 29 to 1/5. Into that far sweeping turn for the first time, being led up top by Whiskey Wow and David Miller, dictating the fractions, leading it by 3.5. Well, Cheers Hanover is there racing in second. Lefty Righties is unhurried in third, followed in fourth by Mazores, the Broadster, Honda Bugatti and Baloo. Passing the stand for the first time, rolling into the payoff half. Up top, Whiskey Wow gonna roll them into the payoff half. Cheers Hanover there racing in second, has now closed the gap from the inside, and Lefty's Righty is there trotting in third. Fourth is Mazores, moved to the outside, racing in 5, underway now. Here comes the Broadster moving up on the outside. The two trailers remain Ponda Bugatti and Baloo. Down the backside they go. Whiskey Wow, been there every step of the way, leading it by 2. Cheers Hanover, racing in second, 3/4 in 1:26 and 3, off a half in 58 and 2/5. They'll trot the final turn and head for home. Whiskey Wow, but on the outside, Cheers Hanover, ready to be sent 3 high. Lefty's Righty as they turn to the top of Power Alley. Less than a 16th to go. They're on their way home in Delaware, Ohio. Cheers Hanover with a lead here to the outside. Lefty's Righty is coming to him at the wire. Cheers Hanover in front. Lefty's Righty to go second. Whiskey Wow was third. Looked like Ponda Bugatti was fourth. Time of the mile 1:54, 4/5.
Cheers Hanover takes the Old Oaken Bucket at the Delaware County Fair. Cheers Hanover for Ron Burke, Ronnie Wren Jr. getting the job done here again. A second consecutive victory for this young colt.
They lined up in numerical order 1 through 7 there, all the way to the half before Braxton was flushed out first over with Lefty's Righty. Thought Whiskey Wow was gone, gave a little backspeed there. Cheers Hanover able to pop the pocket and get the job done there for the Burke Brigade. Back to you guys there in New York.
Emily, Jenna, thank you. Back to our first leg of this late pick 5, and it will begin sprinting on the grass. 6 furlongs, this entry-level allowance. It's sort of the now horse. Innate, we'll see in a moment, is the 8-5 favorite. Start with Henry's Hope. One of the biggest prices on the board at 40 to 1.
Understandable. Never been in the turf before. Doesn't particularly have a lot of turf pedigree, though. There is some with McLean's music, but tough to make.
Another one trying turf for the first time, executive order.
I always kind of thought this horse had some ability, but whether or not he shows in the turf, not really any pedigree to move forward in the surface, and you probably need to do that.
Stakes placed, off for a long time, 4-year-old debut, Feltrinelli.
Talk more about this horse after the post parade. George Weaver, very good off layoffs with turf sprinters.
Here is Innate Junior Alvarado taking over for Ricardo Santana Jr.
Lost to horse Warolo is 3 for 3 since switching to turf sprints. A very good runner for Chris Englehart.
Amelia Greenbarn, Sesame Seed Bagel.
Thought this horse was a little bit interesting if the field wasn't so tough as she cuts back in distance second time out for Amelia.
Marcus Gift, 40 to 1 on one who has figures that are not far off at all.
I don't like this horse, but 40 to 1 is absolutely absurd. I'll tell you what, I'd rather bet this horse at 40 to 1 than the 7 at 3 to 1.
I'm
46 to 1. What's going on? How
Flat
is this
to
horse
the
50
I don't
to
get
1?
it. Flat to the mat went by, and then Bosun 2 to 1 outside. Yeah, I thought Marcus Gift had numbers that are as fast as Innate. Let's go to Maggie.
I'm going to disagree.
Okay, sorry, having some IFB issues out here as we will take a look at horses that aren't your favorites. And by the way, Bosun and Innate looking fantastic. I'm sticking with my boy Innate, who I picked both times up at Saratoga. I thought he ran incredibly well, but really no knocks against Bosun whatsoever, as he will try to keep the streak going against Open Company. But Feltrinelli here returns off of the 14-month layoff for George Weaver as a a new gelding, getting Lasix, it hasn't changed much. This is still a very heavy-bodied horse who does tend to wash out. Now, I said the same exact thing when he was coming back off of the layoff from 2 to 3, and that's when he ran very well and got up to win. Granted, I think he was facing a much weaker field than what he comes back to meet here today. But again, a horse that's hot, that's heavy, that if I go by my rules of talking about horses and analyzing them physically, I would say he just needs a race, as he is 6 to 1 here, but coming out of an ever dangerous George Weaver barn. Now, I too, like the guys, do not get the 3 to 1 on number 7, Flat to Demat, a horse that I have liked in the past, and I do think the 6 furlongs here at the Big A does suit him very well. And he was wired last time out at Kentucky Downs by Operation Sunrise, and he was really far back that day. He did ride the rail, which is probably where he wanted to be. Found the seam at the quarter pole and kicked on mildly. He comes back, and while he's always a bit of a heavier bodied horse, he does look very fit for him, as he should, as this is his 7th start of turf season here in 2025. But I just don't get the short price on him. I don't mind him, like I said, but I would much rather take one of the 2 favorites at obviously shorter prices, but I just think they're way more reliable than Flat to Demat. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. See your selections on the left-hand side of the screen. 6 to 5 favorite, though, Innate, who has come back off the long layoff for Phil Antonacci in incredibly sharp form.
Yeah, the only thing that concern me a little is, Phil had his horses really fired up for Saratoga, and sometimes they won't run as well down here. Now, having said that, he had a first-time start the other day that finished second, but should have been unsaddled, was a much the best loser in that race. Horse is in good form. I mean, ran extremely well, setting a quick pace off the layoff, came back, ran against horse Warholo, was a battle-tested, winning his 3rd straight race, and almost beat that one in the stretch. I'm just going to take a shot and beat him with Feltrinelli. George Weaver, for what it's worth, I know Maggie feels he'll need a race, and she may well be right, but George usually has him ready off layoffs. 250-plus day layoffs in turf, 6 for 24, 346 ROI, 3 for 11 in sprints, with 8 hitting the board with a 449 ROI. So it's a small sample size, but they have been ready to go, the horses he pretty much brought back. So I thought it was a good sign. You like Bosun, Greg, more than I do. The public is siding with my side of the opinion. Maybe 5 to 2 is an overlay. At least you think it is, I think.
He's just been incredibly sharp the last couple of efforts, and I know he got good trips in those races too, but look who the company's kept as well. He's 3 for 5 on the turf. He was second to front of the Devil. I loved him at Saratoga in both those races. They worked out for him, but they were very fast races too.
He got very good trips in those races. I thought Kendrick gave one of his better rides to meet last time, being about the only guy in the room aware there was no pace in the race and putting a dead closer near the lead, and it really helped him win the race. Now, you could say it's a feather in his cap. He was able to win sort of running outside of his preferred running style, but he did get a very good trip in there as the 2 executive order has now been scratched from race number 7, a long shot. It's funny. I do want to talk a second about Marcus Gift. How is this horse 49 to 1? I know the reason for him is not good, but the horse has been running against much, much better horses and has run some figures that are at least in position to be 3rd or 4th in this race, and is 50 to 1. Is basically the same price as the 1 who can't run in the dirt, doesn't have a lot of turf pedigree. I mean, that just inherently is wrong. So the 6 should be like 15 to 1 in this race.
Thoroughgraph-wise, has the 3rd fastest numbers in the field.
Yeah, I don't, I have some issues with that concept, but I just don't understand. Like, for instance, why is this horse less likely to be there than the 5 Sesame Seed Bagel? You could argue that Marcus Gift is a more efficient turf sprinter than Sesame Seed Bagel, who's been running more in route races lately. I'm not saying the horse is to win. I wouldn't bet the 6 in the air, but I could see using the horse. That's a crazy price.
It's in the elusive quality where he ran an 81 buyer. Everyone in that field would be odds on. At least the top 3 finishers. What's a fair price? Maybe 8 to 10 to 1?
No, 15 to 20 to 1. But it's not 46 to 1.
52 to 1 now.
That's absurd.
Late pick 5 starts here in Nate. Even money. Phil Antonacci, Junior Alvarado. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
To the mat. And Bosun. Bosun. Bosun moving forward. Kendrick Carmouche, 2 on the day so far. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Henry's Hope, the early trailer. Bosun is asked for speed. Host of company. In between horses, there's Innate joining that early mix, and Feltrinelli in the pink silks. Innate with the nose in front, Feltrinelli towards the inside. Out wider, that's Bosun, who's now taken back, stalking third. Just behind them, Sesame Seed Bagel is in the fourth position. In between horses, now saves some ground at the rail. Out wider, there's Marcus Gift. The two at the back, Henry's Hope, after the slow start, has picked up a spot, and that relegates Flat to the mat to the trailing position. They work into the far turn, 22.63 for the opening quarter mile. Feltrinelli's got the lead. Here's Innate right there in second, is after the leader. 3 wide, that's going to be Bosun. The gray, that's Sesame Seed Bagel, and Dylan Davis trying to make a move. Nowhere to go yet as they reach the top of the lane. Feltrinelli and Manny Franco sprinting for home. Innate is trying to pick up this leader who is just sprinting away, and look at this. Feltrinelli is now up by 4, 5 widening lengths. Sesame Seed Bagel's trying to run on. Same can be said for Flat to the Mat. Innate, they're all chasing the leader. A 16th left to go, but getting away from the field for a front-running score. Give it to Feltrinelli. Wins it. Innate second, then Sesame Seed Bagel in that photo with Flat to the Mat. 1 minute 7.48 seconds.
Feltrinelli off the bench. Hadn't raced since July 14th of last year. George Weaver has this 4-year-old ready to rock.
Over the last 5 years now, George Weaver 4 for 12 with 9 hitting the board with an ROI of around $5 with his horses off of these long layups and turf sprints. And credit Manny Franco, when the 2 got scratched and the 1 got left, it meant the 4 was sort of the only speed, but this horse broke well, and Manny said, I'm breaking well. I'm not giving that up. And he went and was aggressive. And honestly, he absolutely destroyed this field. I mean, the 4 ran okay to be second. Nobody else ran a step in here.
1:07.2. Pretty sharp time as well off the bench for Feltrinelli. Picks up just the 2nd win of his career, stakes placed in the past. What a comeback, though, to the races.
The horse really, really ran well. And George has, had a good summer in Saratoga, but his numbers with these turf sprinters off layups are strong.
Feltrinelli off the bench with the win. Manny Franco for George Weaver. Randy Hill, George Weaver owns part of this 4-year-old as well. 7-1 start to the late pick 5 on this Thursday card from Belmont to the Big A. More from Delaware County Fair next.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Son Provocateur and top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Late pick 5 underway. Feltrinelli off the long time away. Doesn't stop this 4-year-old George Weaver. Manny Franco team up for the win at 7:01.
It's a horse that had shown some talent earlier in his career. Long layoff, but George is becoming a trainer, much like Chad Brown, who seems to have his horses ready to go off layoffs. And this is clearly the best race he's ever run. And Manny Franco, who had a big day on Saturday, right, winning 3 straight races, gets another win.
3, 4, 5, 7 finish. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Manny Franco aboard Feltrinelli. And Manny, you way back when you broke this horse's maiden, and he did it in the same fashion, coming off of a long layoff, this one a bit longer, straight to the lead, and just really repelling all challenges today.
Yeah, you know, I played the break. I spoke to George, and he told me that right in the way the race comes up, and that's what I did. He broke good. I just see what Junior wants to do. And he never cleared me, so when he don't clear me, I just keep improving my position, and my horse was happy doing it. So I was glad to make the lead, and he keep on going because he liked to run that way.
When you're a rider, how much of a cat and mouse game is it? You know, when you break well and you see somebody else. So, I mean, is that kind of like a peripheral vision thing? Like you see them, and two, you know each other's kind of nuances.
Yeah, definitely. You gotta study every rider. I that's what I do. You know, I study every rider. I know Junior has been in this race. He braked and he wanted to go, but my horse was there still, so he can clear me. So, like I say, I just keep improving my position, made the lead, and he did it.
You'll be aboard slightly busy a little bit later for Amelia Green, kind of same situation, obviously sprinting on the turf, as she is one that is actually cutting back in distance, and she has run well sprinting. What do you think about the distance turn back today?
I kind of like the move, you know. I like the cut back to 6 furlong again. She won here in this course going 6 furlong, so I'm happy. You know, I can't wait to get on her back and see what she does today.
Awesome. Well, best of luck with her. Congrats here.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, as Feltrinelli gets back to the winner's circle yet again off of a layoff, Greg.
Crafty ride. Manny Franco, be forward with his horse.
Good things happen when you're aggressive, and that's what happened here, but George really had this horse ready to go off the layoff.
$16.26 for the win to kick off again the late pick 5. We'll set up the pick 4 in a moment. We're going to head back to the Delaware County Fair and Jessica.
Thanks so much, guys. The best part about coming to a fair is the fair food, and we are at my favorite food truck to come to each and every year here, at the Delaware County Fair. It's Do Some Donuts. It's a husband and wife run little company that I have, and I have Scott with me. First and foremost, how did you come up with Do Some Donuts? What happened? How did you come up with the mini donuts?
We were traveling back from Florida. We have a place down in Florida, and we were brainstorming different ideas of what we wanted to do, and that's what we just came up with it.
It's very successful because I feel like every time I come here, there's a line, and then it makes it harder to decide which donut I want to get. You have about 12, 13 different kinds of toppings you can put on them.
Yes. Yeah, we have a whole chart here with almost 20 of them. Yeah, 20 of them that you can pick from. And, yeah, there's a lot of choices, and then we have them by the bag, too. If you don't want all the toppings on, we have cinnamon sugar and powdered sugar.
How did a guy from Florida find Delaware County Fair?
Well, I'm from Marion, so we have a place down in Florida. We live here, right here in Marion, just north of Delaware here. And I'm sorry, what was the question?
How did you find Delaware County Fair?
Yeah, we're within 20 minutes of here. So, yeah, we got invited to come down here, and we've been here for 4 years and have loved it ever since.
Jug Week is so fun to all the horsemen that are participating out there, all the locals here. What's your favorite part about the Jug Week?
The people. I mean, the people have been so receptive to us. They show the love, and yeah, it's the people.
And we have some donuts right here. Now, this is your favorite, right?
This is a cinnamon roll, and it's one of the top sellers in the morning. We have maple bacon in the morning, and yeah, it's one of our big sellers.
I think you should take a bite for everybody watching so that they know that it is the best and your favorite. They have plenty to choose from. They have maple bacon, strawberry shortcake. My personal favorite is the Elvis, the peanut butter with the banana on top. And of course, I like the Buckeye as well. That's peanut butter and chocolate. Before I let you go, you have actually a stand across the street with some putt-putting. Tell us about that.
I do. We thought of the idea. The fair was so generous to give us a lot across the street. We asked them about doing it maybe 2 years ago. And they processed it and kept going over it, and we finally decided, yeah, if we could have that lot right across the street, that would be perfect. And they let us have it. They've been so generous to give us this big area. And yeah, this is the first year for it, and we hope to have it here for the next 5-10 years.
Well, thanks for letting us stop by, and I'll be back to get my donuts later this afternoon.
Thank you, Jessica.
All right, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Bring some back, FedEx us some. Get it here on set. Race 5, we're going to get into the late pick 4 coming up here momentarily. Approaching the 15-minute mark to post. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift, home of the sire of our Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers, and likely favorite in the Breeders' Cup Sovereignty into Mischief.
Correct. And I think it's really nice that Peter Brandt, and of course, Isadora Duncan, the 10, the firster, who's a full opulent restraint, is owned by Peter's wife, Stephanie Seymour Brandt, who also owned Significant Form, the dam, that they name these horses and give people an education if you don't know who Isadora Duncan is. We had a Miles D for Miles Davis. We had a lot of Nabokov references from Peter earlier, and now we've got a famous dancer and a choreographer.
Yeah, and one, so from the Chad Brown barn, he's got a couple in here. The other one... incredibly highly regarded first time out. That was Blue Madame, went off as the favorite, disappointed. This one working with that first timer, what do you think?
Well, I mean, Blue Madame, as you said to me earlier today, she's got to be better than she ran that time because she was absolutely atrocious with a perfect trip. Irad got her into a great spot. She just had absolutely nothing at any point in the race. Isadora Duncan, we'll see, a little chilly, but you know, you're looking at the doubles right now. She's a close second choice to the 9, and I think the 9 Fraudster is going to take an enormous amount of beating here.
Yeah, she's a 6-5 favorite right now. She was 3rd in that debut against Deep Learning, who ran in the Group 1 Natalma. Prep for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf this past weekend. In Canada, Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez team up with Fraudster. Second time on the grass coming up. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More on this field, race 5, to start the late pick 4 on this Thursday card when we come back.
Ever dream of owning your own racehorse? How would you like to get in the winner's circle? With the #1 harness racing partnership in the U.S., VIP Stable. There's nothing like the thrill of your horse coming down the stretch. To find out more, call VIP Stable at 877-VIP-WIN-1 or visit us on the web at www.vipstable.com. Turning horse racing fans into racehorse owners. Be a winner.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we get set for the 5th. Start of a pick 4 maiden special weight. 2-year-old fillies. Mile and a 16th on the grass. Coming up, and the favorite Fraudster, there is Fraudster for Todd Pletcher. 3rd to Deep Learning at Saratoga in the turf debut back on August 8th.
And was also chasing outside, and most of the running on that course that day was done by horses that saved ground, particularly in that race. So I think it's an even better effort than it looks by, and she's the one to beat. But the firsters, like the 5 and 10, could be dangerous.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with those first-time starters, beginning with number 5. That is Belle of Georgia. She was purchased at the Tattersall's yearling sale for the equivalent of $565,000 as a daughter of Wooten Bassett. The dam she did win in her native Ireland. She is half to 2 stakes winners in Ireland and England. But there are only 3 winners from 8 to make it to the racetrack now. They were all over in Europe. So this will be the one that's she can see if the foals take to America. She looks like she should, as she has been accompanied by the pony. They brought her in with that training saddle, so maybe giving the indication that she might be a little bit of a high-strung type, but that's kind of typical for the Clement barn in their preparations for these first-time starters. They're typically brought over with all the precautions and do generally behave really well. She's very athletic. I love the way she's put together. I was looking back at her yearling full pictures and walk from last year when she sold, and she's just transformed into this much more streamlined and has gotten a lot of length to her frame, and it does seem as though she has been preparing well for this effort today. She's definitely the first-time starter that looks most well-meant in this spot. Moving on to number 1, the Jeweler. Well, it's a good pedigree, but it's a much better pedigree for the dirt. As the dam, she was a multiple Grade 1 winner at 2, winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies V-Quest. This is her first foal, and while she's a daughter of Into Mischief, where he can throw some turf types, I don't necessarily see it. The way I see it is that this is a filly that's a little bit weaker bodied. She's not the most robust type. She's slighter frame, and for those not so strong types, the turf is just a better option. She'll find it easier to get over. She definitely wants the distance, and while she's as fit as she possibly can be, she just needs to strengthen up. As you see, she is wearing that breastplate to kind of keep that saddle in place because she is just so narrowly framed. Moving on to the outside with number 10, Isadora Duncan. Yes, I did have to Google who Isadora Duncan was, but fascinating story with her. She is considered the mother of modern dance. As significant form, the dam of this one definitely stamps them, as she is the full sister to Opulent Restraint, who was a stakes winner last year in her 2-year-old season. They all look the same. But I will say this, Isadora Duncan were the mother and the first foal, a little bit more high-strung types. So far in the paddock, she has been a lot more quiet, just a bit more laid back, maybe because the light bulb isn't on yet. She doesn't really know what her job is. She looks fit enough here, but I do think she will benefit greatly from having a start under her belt, mentally and physically, though, Greg, there's no denying that there is precocity in this pedigree.
Yes, there is. The dam started hot, 2 for 2, multiple graded stakes winner on the grass. And of course, as we talked about, produced the only one to run so far, Opulent Restraint, who won the Chelsea Flower, Grade 1 place in the Belmont Oaks. So we'll see what this one does in the debut from that outside post.
I imagine that Chad Brown would like her to be forward in this race because, he made a very good good point about Opulent Restraint, the full sister, how he thinks the Dubowies are horses that over here are more effective when they're forward. And it did change things around when you look at Opulent Restraint, who's a heavy favorite in the stake race this weekend here. It really does help her. So it looks like she'll want to be forward, though I have to imagine Fraudster will be forward as well. And you might even see Blue Madam, the other horse, want to go forward. So we'll see how that plays out. And what about One More Guitar, the 3, who was close to the pace in the sprint in her last race?
Here is the Jeweler. The dam won the Spinaway and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies on dirt.
And an Into Mischief, it only cost $375,000. That pedigree running on the turf, all bad signs.
Tom Proctor, Glen Hill Farm, One More Guitar, dangerous.
Still looking for his first wins coming to New York, but got a lot of pedigree, these horses.
Give your best, Saffie Joseph Jr.
Just didn't do any running first time at all in a tough field.
Belle of Georgia with pedigree.
I think this one is very, very interesting. Lukewarm on the board right now.
Chad Brown's Blue Madame bet to favoritism in the debut.
But did no running with an easy trip.
Fraudster, 6-5 favorite, second-time grass Todd Pletcher.
People wondering about the name is a daughter of Charlatan.
And Isadora Duncan, who was a pioneer of modern contemporary dance. Debuts outside, Pratt for Brown.
She was, and if you don't know it, I would Google her, as she met a very unfortunate end. Isadora Duncan, but a well-known, of course, in the field of dance and choreography as well.
So Todd Pletcher, he was lethal with his 2-year-olds on the grass, surprisingly, at Saratoga.
Well, you know, I think if you look at it, probably he and his owners, Mike Rapoli, others as well, were looking to buy more grass horses because, you know, where Todd used to dominate so strongly with 2-year-olds, and he still, you know, wins more than his share on a yearly basis, but I think he realized if I'm going to be able to compete with Chad Brown, particularly in the 2-year-old Saratoga, I've got to get some turf horses. And it's, you know, it's funny. Jonathan did that fun cart talk with the two of them, with Chad and Todd. Yeah. And I think, you know, Todd was saying, you know, they're asking, like, what would you say about the person? And I think Todd was saying that Chad's a better dirt trainer than people give credit for. And Chad said, I would say Todd's a better turf trainer. And when you're a good trainer, you're a good trainer. You know, people would say Christophe Clement was only a turf trainer. It's nonsense. You get the right horse. If you're a good trainer, you can win with them. And Todd really showed that this summer. And boy, the last part of the meet, his turf horses were literally unbeatable.
Big part of the reason why he wound up tied as leading trainer with Chad Brown as we go back to Maggie.
And we'll check in with the second time starting Blue Madam here, as she's one that I just didn't think she looked particularly fit first time out. Now that does come with her bloodline being a daughter of Dubawi. They do tend to carry a bit more conditioning. They tend to be, you know, kind of really round barreled, round shoulder, round hip to them. She is a bit more tucked up here overall. But the thing I noticed about her, and while she was able to save ground throughout the running of that race, she wanted to lug in from the get-go. You know, she ran the entire race for the most part, especially on the straightaways, with her head cocked to the outside because Gerard Ortiz Jr. had to have such a strong hold of that rein. Now, there's no corrective equipment this time around, still the same Chad Brown uniform, if you will, that snaffle bit with just the drop noseband. So we'll see, can she be a bit more professional? I do think she's gained some fitness, and she's certainly a generous 10-1 currently on the board after being favored in her debut. Now, speaking of favorites, number 9, Fraudster. I did like her last time out, where she was a distant third behind Deep Learning. She was kind of caught wide into that first turn. She pressed the pace the entire way, where Deep Learning closed from much further out of it. I didn't love the fact that she took a while to switch leads down the lane, so switching to her outside lead didn't come till a few strides before the wire. She has gotten a bit hot here on this day. Now it is a bit warmer, but nobody else is quite as hot as she is. I respect her. I could see her winning, but I couldn't get past the first-time starter for Miguel Clement, Belle of Georgia. I've liked everything I've seen from her, Greg.
6-5 though on this one right here. Fraudster, Pletcher, Johnny V.
There's been really very little movement on the board. Yeah. You notice that? They've all sort of stayed the same prices. And, you know, I mean, Belle of Georgia, a very dangerous one. Miguel Clement. I don't love how the Wooten Bassets have done over here, but that doesn't mean it can't be a runner. As you point out, Greg, there's a lot of pedigree on the dam side. She's produced a couple of very nice runners, including, is it Never So
Brave Group 1 winner.
$760,000+, a No Nay Never. I won't be surprised. Miguel, obviously, another trainer who had just a huge Saratoga.
Yes, he did. Joel Rosario will be aboard for the debut and works positive for this one, too. The most recent one especially for the debut coming up.
Interesting the 10 just dropped down to 5-2 because from what I've heard and talking about the workout reports, this horse have just been okay, right? It's a lot of pedigree, and it's Chad Brown and a big pedigree. I think they're all going to have to do some running to beat Fraudster. I mean, I don't think I'm telling you anything you don't know. She's 3-2. But I thought her first race was actually better than it looks, and it was pretty darn good for a first-time star of the turf. So I think she's going to take a world of beating here. But doesn't mean a firster can't win.
Yeah, here's the firster for Miguel Clement. Belle of Georgia. And again, produced a group, not just a Group 1 winner, but a multiple group winner. Never So Brave. And we'll see if this one has that kind of talent.
Yeah, I don't know what they paid for this horse. Last couple of works did come on the grass up in Saratoga, where we, of course, have a turf course on our train track. Looks like they're adjusting the saddle on the number 4.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, it does appear as though they're doing a saddle adjustment. I don't want to speak too early, but usually, you know, when they the rider stands there and doesn't take the tack off themselves, it is a saddle adjustment, not a late scratch. But Andy, I did mention, I think you were talking about Belle of Georgia, about how much they paid. They did pay the equivalent of $565,000 at the Tattersall sale last October.
Thanks, Mag. That's a lot. That's a lot over there. That's really a very big price. Thank you for that information. I hope she's worth it.
4-1 right now for the debut with the 5 Belle of Georgia for the Miguel Clement barn coming up. That one, first time out, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt. And again, the only other one produced by the dam, stakes winner already in Grade 1 placed in Opulent Restraint, who we're going to see, you said Saturday?
Saturday, yes. When's the Winter Memories? I think we moved to Saturday. You know, Peter Brandt bred this one as White Birch Farm. He's got a son of newspaper record, her second foal, that won a stake race last weekend at, I think Leopardstown, actually. I believe it was the 3rd start and won a stake. Don't know if we'll see that one in the Breeders' Cup or not, but Peter's obviously got a very, very strong broodmare band. And I mentioned on Saturday, I think, and I actually mentioned earlier today, he's got a foal out of Uni.
Yeah.
Making its debut on
Beat the
Saturday's
Boys,
card.
Breeders' Cup mile
Maybe
winner.
Sunday's card, actually. I think I have it.
Won the 4-star Dave as well, Saratoga.
Yeah.
Against the boys.
A 3-year-old in the 5th race named Black Finn is a Kingman. And the dam is Uni. This is, I believe, the first foal. There is a 2-year-old as well, though.
All right, so stepping onto the turf course, 7-5. Fraudster here, start number 2 on the grass, 3rd overall. And at this point, we have the big preps early October, right?
Yeah, the first weekend. I'm not sure if it's Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, but the first weekend, yes.
Still possibility.
Getting
too tight?
Nah, it's too tight. It's too tight, you know. And maiden breakers can't get into that field because everybody wants to get in. So in all likelihood, nothing's impossible, but pretty unlikely. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens with a horse like Deep Learning and even a horse like Tay's Rocket, who ran in Canada, whether or not they come back in those races to try to, because both of them had unlucky trips up in Canada, and it'd be interesting to see if they try to qualify for the Breeders' Cup 2-year-old races.
Here we go with a pick 4. This one here, one more guitar, 2 sprints, now stretches out. The dam had produced the incredibly fast sprinter Colloquial, who we've not seen since that Keeneland performance a while ago. But now it goes longer on the turf for Tom Proctor and Glen Hill Farm.
Yeah, Tom Proctor's resumed training the horses for Glen Hill after he had been, I believe, working on the farm for a while.
There's the favorite.
A lot of pedigree in their horses, I'll tell you that.
Fraudster for Pletcher, set for the 5th. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Isadora Duncan to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Isadora Duncan was off slowly. Right to the front, it's One More Guitar. Secures the inside, and there's Give Your Best. Is ranging up, is right there, is content to sit in 2nd, out wider. That's going to be Fraudster, who now tucks in, is looking for room, and Fraudster is now a shared 3rd as they pass the wire the first time. The leader, that's One More Guitar, who's got rail position. Here's Give Your Best, up on the outside here in 2nd, tightly at the rail. That's Belle of Georgia, who gets out of touch, and that drifts out of Fraudster, who's now a shared 3rd and 4th. Behind them is Blue Madame, is patiently ridden from 5th. As they work around this turn, the 2 trailers, the Jeweler, with slow starting Isadora Duncan. One More Guitar has got the lead, and One More Guitar wants to go. tugging there at Kendrick Harmouche, and one more guitar is back up by a full length as he tries to ration this speed on the front end. And here comes Give Your Best to apply some more pressure. Fraudster is in good range. It's right towards the outside through a 48 and 1/2 mile time with At the Rail. That's Belle of Georgia. That's the leading quartet still. Blue Madame is called upon for the effort. Still two at the back. The Jeweler with the trailer, Isadora Duncan. They work into the far turn, and one more guitar has been running in spurts here and now works into the turn, and one more guitar is trying to run them off their feet. He's trying to get out. A little green here is one more guitar, and here's Belle of Georgia tracking right in behind. Dropping back quickly was Give Your Best. Blue Madame is following at the rail. Fraudster's gotta go from there, is now 4.5, almost 5 off the leader. One more guitar. One more guitar is trying to run away. Belle of Georgia is in full pursuit. Blue Madame tips towards the outside too. One more guitar, but a host of pursuers have run on by, and Blue Madame has now emerged with the front. Blue Madame, Isadora Duncan out of nowhere. Blue Madame, Isadora Duncan. Blue Madame gets the victory. Isadora Duncan second. Late run there from the Jeweler. Finishing fourth was Belle of Georgia in 1 minute 43.38 seconds.
Blue Madame bet to favoritism first time out. Did not show a lot. Much different story. Start number 2.
Completely different horse today. She rated comfortably and got the job done. No excuse for the 5 Belle of Georgia perfect trip. There's an argument the second horse might have been best after completely blowing the brake. Isadora Duncan, and finishing well to be second here. The big disappointment, obviously, Fraudster, who was getting out a little bit in the backstretch and just had no run whatsoever at any point during the running of the race. And that's 2 in a row for Manny Franco. And if you're alive in this pick 6 or pick 5, you're in pretty good shape because we're seeing prices galore and favorites going down to defeat.
9-1 here. Second time out for Blue Madame. Chad Brown, Resolute Racing. Manny Franco, 8-10, 1-5. Little bit of a stumble out of the gate for Fraudster in here, but it just did not show what
she was bad.
The ability we saw in that first turf start. We're gonna take a timeout. On to bigger and better things for this second time starter by Dubawi, Blue Madame.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Here you're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Public gave up much too soon on one who was bet to favoritism in the debut for the reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer, Chad Brown.
I agree. I picked the horse first time. I gave up. Can understand why others did.
9-1 here.
Different horse today.
8-10, 1-5 finish. And holds off and outduels her stablemate, the first-time starter, runs good as well, Isadora Duncan.
She did. She was a little unlucky. But, she caused her own problem. She got left. When you get left, you do it to yourself. But she did make a nice run at the end and sort of a moderate to fair pace. And these horses did all their running at the end with the Chad Brown runners running 1-2. And John Stewart, Resolute Racing, getting the win.
Yeah, good for him. Spent a lot of money on this Dubawi. And now see what she can move on to. And from this barn, you would think, showing talent here like this.
Probably haven't seen too many Dubawi exactas over in the States, right? Don't even see that many of the runners, but this one was able to get it done, and these horses did it without the lead, so all Dubawis don't need to be forward.
All right, so don't expect to see that, especially when it was favored from this barn, 9-1 now, second time out, but that's the case. So 7-1, 9-1, first two legs of this late pick 5.
5-1 in the pick 6, so we could be looking at a carryover going forward, and certainly the pick 5 blew it up. I was alive. I'm not alive anymore.
Race 6, mile and an eighth main track, 2 turns, 12,500 claiming race coming up, and we saw Kenner Carmouche early on. Linda Rice team up for a win. They got one here as potentially the speed coming up. We'll get to in a moment. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, Blue Madame.
Can you no longer say it's Max Jingles at only $21.96? Because now it's got to be precise to be Max, right? It's got to be 99. People that aren't aware, starting September 1st, we're starting to pay to the penny. No more breakage, which is great for players. It adds up. You don't notice it.
It does.
But, to me, it says at the end of the year, you could probably have one more losing day.
You're so negative.
No, I don't mean it that way. I mean one more day where you can do lousy and still have the same results, I'm saying, in other words.
Or one more play
to
get you out for the whole year.
I don't care if you make money for the year. You're still going to have losing days. And I'm saying that you'll probably, the way you bet, you'll probably win enough money with the breakage to cover you for one lousy betting day. That's always a good thing.
Laughing Boy, what do you think? Controls here in this race coming up?
He figures to control, and especially with the scratch of the 6 and a horse inside of him, he figures I'm going to try to beat him with the 4, and I know you agree with me. Opie Firecracker seems like the other horse in this race, but I don't disagree that the number 7, Laughing Boy. I just hate horses claimed away from David Jacobson, especially at short prices.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll get you back to Little Brown Jug coverage from the Delaware County Fair. Roger Houston. It's called 57 straight jugs. Passing things over this year. We'll be back.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And a Dare Manor will take the Clementelle Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track on every screen every day. Monthly packages starting as low as $5 per month. RTN gives you great value and access to more HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
Presidential ball. Weissstein's coming on. Lead out. Weissstein on the outside. Weissstein wins the Little Brown Jug.
Hall of Famer, one of the greats, Roger Houston. It's called 57 straight jugs. Happy belated birthday, by the way. Just turned 83 on Tuesday, but he'll be passing the torch, turning things over, not retiring, making that very clear, but letting Jason Settlemore's assistant since back in 2012 take over and call the big one this year. Someone who's been coming to the jug, Jason Settlemore, since 1988. But look at this legendary career of the great Roger Houston. Called over 188,000 races on 163 tracks in 8 different countries. And of course, a long, long history of calling the jug, but wanted to pass the torch and let someone who's been his admirable assistant, someone who said feels like he's a father to him. Jason Settlemore said of Roger Houston, he'll get his opportunity this year. Let's go to Emily for more.
Thanks, guys. Few voices in all of sports are as recognizable as the legendary Roger Houston. We're standing by with Roger Houston and his longtime assistant, Jason Settlemore. And Roger has called decades of the Little Brown Jug, but this year, he's passing the microphone together to Mr. Jason Settlemore. Roger, we'll start with you. Talk to us a little bit about what it has meant to you to be the soundtrack of the Little Brown Jug and to be such an integral part of this historic race.
I was tickled pink when they hired me because I was just a county fair announcer back in the early 60s, and when I got the job in 67, it was basically a dream come true because I never expected it. And to call 57 jugs and be here 58, 59 years, it's just unbelievable.
As I said, you are the heartbeat of the Little Brown Jug and a lot of folks' opinions. 57 jugs you've called, but this year you're making a transition. You're passing the microphone. Talk to us about how you knew Jason was just the guy for the job.
Well, there was no question about it, but it was going to be a hard thing for me to do. And I started thinking about it 2 years ago, and I didn't want to go into the jug saying, hey, this is going to be my final call. So I waited until after last year was over. When it was over, I told Tom Wright that's it, no more. And from now on, Jason Settlemore will be calling the Little Brown Jug. I'm not retiring, I'm not quitting, nothing like that. I'm just passing the torch to Jason for the Jugette and the Little Brown Jug.
Well, we are certainly glad to hear that you are not going anywhere. Jason, quite an endorsement from Roger. Talk to us a little bit about, though, what this means to you personally as a Buckeye and also the endorsement from Roger.
Yeah, no, being from here in Ohio and only about 40 minutes from here and not missing a jug since 1988 BJ Scoot and listening to Roger all the years make the magic for everybody here in Delaware, and that's what he is. He has created a lot of magic throughout the decades that he's called the races here. And Roger and I have been very close. He's been a mentor and a friend of mine since 1989, and I was 12 years old, and he sent me to the West Virginia State Fair. And, you know, Roger's done a lot for me in my professional and personal life. And this is a surreal moment for me. It's something that I've dreamed about since I was a kid. And actually, and to do it this way is great for me. Because Roger is, as you could tell, he's still very, very strong behind the microphone. And, you know, while a surreal moment, I like it this way because it's Roger's way. And this is the way that legends do things. And Roger is certainly a legend in harness racing.
The understatement of the year. We are standing by with the legend, as I said. An historic moment for not only the Little Brown Jug, but the sport as well. And as Jason and both Roger said, magic still lies ahead. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emily. So we look forward to that and hearing Jason Settlemore on the mic for his first jug later on this afternoon. Of course, we'll see the top 4 finishers from each of these 2 eliminations qualify for that jug later on. The first of those, that comes up in race 16, and all eyes will be on Blueprint in that one, trained by Ron Burke, 4-time winner of the Little Brown Jug. In that first elimination, 2-1 morning line. Let's go to Jessica with his trainer.
Thanks so much, guys. I have Hall of Fame trainer Ron Burke, who's going to send out 3 in the Little Brown Jug eliminations this afternoon. He's going to look for the sweep of the jugette and the jug. First and foremost, Ronnie, let's talk about Blueprint. He had a little bit of time off during the middle of the summer, but it looks like he's come back and hasn't missed a beat.
No, he's super now. He trained here on Monday, trained great. You know, he's got enough starts in him to be tight again, so he's ready to go.
I know you mentioned earlier this week he was one of the first horses you had trained down in Pennsylvania, on your Pennsylvania track throughout the winter, and it's just like this track here. Do you think that's a big advantage for him?
For sure. I always felt horses that stabled here or train here have an advantage. You know, they know how to get around here, and he'd learn to lean into the turns. Horses that lean into the turns here tend to go faster, and I think he does it pretty well.
Let's talk about your driver, Ronnie Wren Jr. He's been a perfect fit for this guy from day one.
I think Ronnie's a perfect fit for any horse. He's a great driver. He can, you know, there's no holes in his game.
You have 2 other ones as well, Pappy's Rocket and D.A. Loveboat. Just give me a quick hit on Pappy's Rocket. He's winless so far this season, but he's had to put up some pretty big miles.
Yeah, good spot. He can, you know, Yannick aggressive. You know, he'll get away right up with them guys, so he'll be in a good spot.
And D.A. Loveboat, he was a new acquisition to your barn. He'll be in another elimination. Just give us a quick hit on him.
You know, we're looking to be aggressive. You know, we're either going to look like geniuses or idiots, but he's going to be aggressive, and we'll see how it goes.
But we wish you the best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. Blueprint rematch with Prince Al Hanover. They were 1-2 in that Pennsylvania Sire Stakes last time out. Not much separated them, but Blueprint to this point as a sophomore, perfect 7 for 7. So that'll be race 16, the first of those 2 eliminations. Again, top 4 finishers exit those 2 heats to move on to the final for that Little Brown Jug. Let's get back to our action here, race 6, approaching the 10-minute mark to post. Mile and an eighth, around 2 turns coming up. And it looks like Kendra Carmouche, Linda Rice, they teamed up earlier on the card, which she's complicated, could control here on the front end.
Can somebody win a flat race today besides Kendra Carmouche or Manny Franco? Probably bound to happen. We'll see if it happens here, though. They are in 2 of the 3 favorites.
Let's go to Maggie.
And I'll look at both of their mounts here in the paddock, beginning with Kendra Carmouche's and Linda Rice with the favorite in here. That is number 6, Laughing Boy, as he comes in, excuse me, number 7. Yes, I misnumbered my program. That's always great. But Laughing Boy, when looking at him, like, wait a minute, he's the number 7 here. But he, honestly, he was coming in, and he's a horse that always carries a bit of weight and conditioning. But when he came into Saratoga last time, I just thought that he almost looked a little bit more heavier than what I, had previously seen from him. And now for his second start here for Linda Rice, he does look a lot more defined overall. So I like to see that. Obviously, the drop in class makes him a major player. I mean, this is a horse that at one time via DQ won the Excelsior here just a year and a half ago. So looking at him, he looks like the horse to be, and now his job got that much easier with the scratch of Winter's Ghost coming out. He should be the lone speed, but a horse that looks very good is actually a reclaim for Ilkay Cantermasi, Bold Endeavor. Now, he did come back off the long layoff on July 31st and was well beaten that day, but ran a respectable race, but unfortunately did not run well in his next with New Connections. Was wired by Best Bet on a day where I think it helped to be on the inside of that Saratoga course, but he looks exceptionally well here, much like he did, honestly, going back to July 31st. And granted, that was on a muddy sealed track, so maybe back on a fast track for the Cantermasis, he could make an impact here. He just looks so good in his coat, which sometimes I have negative notes on, and really great conditioning, striding out well here in the paddock, very confident overall. So a horse that I think could be tactical with this mile and an eighth, Greg, that certainly makes a nice impression here in the paddock.
Thank you, Maggie. Post parade coming up shortly, 9 to 5 on the 7 in here, 8 to 5 now, as I say that, Laughing Boy. Not just the fact that this one can potentially control in here as well. Coming out of a tougher race, 25 down to 12, and a pretty competitive 25 claiming race as well. Margin of error, who was runner-up, 12-time winner of almost $500,000.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any argument with this horse being the horse to beat. She ran fine last time out. The winner came from last. I do want to make a distinction. Maggie was talking about August 22nd. In the track trends, I'll write the rail is good, but the track is fair. And the point I'm trying to make is not that the inside was an advantage, but that it was okay to be on the rail. In other words, if the track is fair, I don't think it was an inside advantage, but I think sometimes people worry the inside part of the track is not a place to be. So I'll say the rail was good, but, you know, the track played fairly. It's not really to say the advantage was to the inside runners.
Here's our post parade. We start with Royal Tryst at 28 to 1.
Well, he's slow, and his recent form isn't good enough to compete, thus a big price.
There he is. 7 for 48 lifetime, but it's been a tough 2025. Abner and Adorno will ride. Bold Endeavor, major player next door.
I agree. And this horse was claimed last time. The Cantermachi barn's been a little chilly here, which I think is a bit of a concern. But this horse has run races good enough and can be forward. Should be sitting second.
Midnight Trouble, 4 starts this year, has not hit the board.
I mean, this is another horse that one time was good enough to win here when Tom Morley had this horse going back, but the recent form is atrocious.
The trip last start makes OP Firecracker very interesting.
Hoping to get a clean trip here and Caviar get him forward where he can be more effective.
And to check out of Trouble last time out was not that far behind Laughing Boy. Bold Victory, Dylan Davis at 7-1.
Tough spot for a horse that has absolutely no speed when there doesn't figure to be a strong pace and all the major contenders can be forward.
Here's Laughing Boy. Kendrick looking for number 3.
Kendrick's going to look to clear the lead. If he does and can control, he becomes very tough to beat.
This one apparently working well in the morning. Tiberius Mercurius.
Well, he better run faster in the afternoon than he has since he was claimed from Wayne Potts.
And Peak, Christopher Elliott, Rob Falcone Jr.
He is Andy off. I think I've lost money on him 2 or 3 times in a row. But I just don't think his form is good enough, and he's got to overcome an outside post going the 2 turns.
And he was 3rd behind OP Firecracker off a short layoff Saratoga, a mile and an 1/8 back in July. But that one right there, race goes through Laughing Boy, who was the 9 to 5 favorite. Let's take a look at him in action back at Churchill Downs early June when he set the pace but wound up 3rd for $25,000.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot to say about this race. I was just sort of showing it, and, you know, we heard all the talk about how great, you know, all the dirt racing was at Churchill. I don't think we've seen those horses overperform. I just don't think they've underperformed. The problem I have is he's a horse that was claimed away from David Jacobson. He was stakes-faced, ran well. He was put up, in fact, in the Excelsior with a 92 buyer just about a year and a half ago, and claimed away from David Jacobson, now drops in for 12.5. Linda Rice has good numbers from percentage term with her drop downs of 50% or more, as this horse is doing, but the ROI is low because they're short-priced horses. He's the horse to beat if he gets the front, I suppose. I just don't completely trust him, which is why I picked OP Firecracker, but right now they're fairly similar prices.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll talk about Peak here, who we do see getting a big warm-up from Christopher Elliott, and kind of rightfully so, because he's a horse that I don't think makes it easy for his riders. Watching his replays and knowing him, you know, as well as I do, just because I get to watch many of his races and cover many of his races, he feels like a horse that doesn't like to run the turn. So he doesn't like to necessarily want to be on his inside lead. He always seems to drop back when he's on the turns. So obviously with the 2 turns here, we'll see how Christopher Elliott is able to play the break overall, but is getting into him. So I would think seeking at least a forward type of position overall. But I'm going to land here on number 2. It is a bit of a dicey proposition with Laughing Boy. I am of the same mind of Andy that I don't like horses claimed away from David Jacobson. I said that in the paddock in his last start. So I just thought the other horse that looked best here overall was number 2, Bold Endeavor, and hoping that the Cantermasis can get him back to some of his better efforts, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Bold Endeavor, though, certainly has races that win him this race.
No question.
At 7-2 here, 10-time winner, over $540,000 in earnings for this 9-year-old.
And he's a reclaim by Ilke Cantermachi, and when Gilkay had him before he was claimed away, he was running figures that would probably make him the winner of this race. But It's a barn that's gone a little quiet. And like a lot of barns, especially claiming barns, they win in streaks and they lose in streaks. So I kind of want to see the barn heat up. Their horses aren't running that badly, but they're not winning. And that worries me a little bit. And that's why I went to the 4. Because overall, I just thought maybe OP Firecracker might be a little more reliable here. But I'm not sure how reliable any of these horses are. You're talking about lower-level claimers, and that's the problem with lower-level horses. You cannot rely on them to be as consistent as the better
There he
horses.
is, though, and you know, these lower-level horses, they don't have a lot of gears. So when you get sort of stopped and have to take back like he did and then show that fight to run on like he did, don't you upgrade him a little bit? Or not necessarily?
I don't know. I'm not sure. You know, to be honest with you, these are not races where I usually have strong opinions. I mean, we've narrowed this race down to the 3 favorites. So I don't think we're covering any particularly clever ground. The question is, you know, the 3 of us, you, Maggie, and I are a little bit different on different pages. Maggie and I kind of want to bet against Laughing Boy. You have more confidence in him than we do, to be fair. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong. I picked him second, and I think the scratch of the 6 really helps him. But the thing about both OP Firecracker and Bold Endeavor in here is that they're both horses that can be at least somewhat forward. So I don't think they're dramatically compromised, you know, by the 7 speed. I think either one of them can be forward. I think you'll look to see one or both those riders ride hard enough early so it's not so easy for Kendrick to clear with Laughing Boy. Make him run a little bit if he's going to get the front, and maybe helps your chances a little bit better. But I don't have any problem with him being favored. I don't think there's anything going on the board that's that surprising to you.
Maybe just the fact how big a favorite he is, Laughing Boy.
People love speed. Kendrick's winning. Linda wins, I guess. He's stake-faced, dropping. I'm not surprised. I thought he'd be a pretty big favorite. The question really is, what are we doing the rest of the card? What do you do here? Do you want to play the late pick 3? If I did, I would take a shot and single Slightly Busy in race number 7.
I would definitely want the 1, but I agree with you. That horse is incredibly tough.
And I like the 3 Egyptian in the last race, so we'll see. But I don't really have a very strong opinion here. I really don't.
Probably 2, 3, 4 in the last, the top 3 choices.
Yeah, I like the 3. I know you like the 4. I picked the 3, 4. I think he's the other horse as well.
All right, good luck if you're playing this late pick 3 coming up. And again, see what happens the rest of the way. But at this point, we had 5 to 1, 7 to 1, 9 to 1 in terms of this pick 6.
Oh, if you're alive in the pick 5 or pick 6 and you can hit this thing, you'll do okay. I think that's kind of an understatement, right?
Yes. You're sitting pretty right now and hoping to just close at this point. See what happens. With a 7 to 5 favorite, Laughing Boy, who's dropping in class for Linda Rice. With Kendrick, who's won the first 2 flat races on the card today, looking for number 3, and one who should be, you would think, controlling on the front end, and who's a multiple winner at 1 1/8 as well.
And the thorn in his side could be Manny Franco and Bold Endeavor, and Manny won the last 2 races, so both guys going for their 3rd wins, or does somebody else get it, like Javier with the OP Firecracker? I prefer OP Firecracker, and to be honest with you, I think 3 to 1 is a very fair price on him. He had trouble last time, and I think he's a horse that can be more forward. It does worry me a little bit, though, that he didn't have as much speed last time as he's had in other races. But I'd like to see Javier be aggressive, and Manny as well. Don't just concede the lead to the number 7 in here, Laughing Boy.
About to load for the 6. 2 turns. 1 1/8. That first turn comes up awfully quick as well. So we'll see how aggressive Kendrick is with Laughing Boy and if he can open up on this group. Send it upstairs. The call, Chris Griffin. Take it away.
Bold Endeavor goes in. Laughing Boy. Midnight Trouble. Next 2 to go in. 1 1/8. The distance here for today's 6th race, there is a Tiberius Mercurius. OP Firecracker. OP Firecracker, Javier Castellano. Right in behind the gate. Now moves in. And Peak to the outside. Christopher Elliott. And Peak last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. off. Hopping in the air at the start. Tough to handle was Tiberius. Mercurius is the trailer. Peak is flashing speed and Laughing Boy right there too. Rail position for Bold Endeavor. Those three into that first turn together, but Laughing Boy, Kendra Carmouche, is now a half length in front. Followed intently here towards the outside by Peak. Is going to let this leader run on a little bit with tightly at the rail. Bold Endeavor as a close-up third. Then in fourth, Pink Silks, that'll be OP Firecracker. They are 4 lengths in front. Now that middle group is moving forward towards the outside as Midnight Trouble. Is trying to challenge there with Bold Victory. And behind them, a Royal Tryst and far back Tiberius. Mercurius is the trailer. 24-1 for the opening quarter mile. Laughing Boy is the favorite and doing it easily now. Laughing Boy's clear is up by 2. Peak is right there still in second. At the inside, it's Bold Endeavor. Here comes the first move, and towards the outside, now trying to run on his OP Firecracker, wants to move closer to this pace setter. That's still the leading 4, and they went 48 seconds flat for a half-mile time as they chase Laughing Boy. Laughing Boy, Kendra Carmouche, encouraging Laughing Boy to keep that margin. Peak is right there and moves in closer. OP Firecracker, ranging up 3 wide. Trying to keep up is Bold Endeavor, is alone in fourth. From the back, Midnight Trouble is to the outside of Bold Victory. They still travel as a pair. Far back to the rest. Here's Tiberius Mercurius with the trailer Royal Tryst. They approach the top of the stretch. Peak is now put a nose in front. Laughing Boy continues to fight on towards the inside. OP Firecracker made that move on the turn, but lost some ground as Peak is trying to sprint away. Laughing Boy continues to challenge towards the inside and battle on back. OP Firecracker just grinding away, and here's Bold Endeavor with a late move. Peak is in front. Laughing Boy not done. OP Firecracker, they're all still chasing, but Peak gets the win. Peak will win it. Tight photo there. OP Firecrackers to the outside of Laughing Boy, and another photo. That was Bold Endeavor with Bold Victory. 1 minute 51.67 seconds.
Peak, Christopher Elliott, he was aggressive here and sat just off of the speed. Laughing Boy early on, and then plenty left in the tank for the stretch.
I said to you early, I said he's been more aggressive with this horse than the recent races where they've been a little more lax with him, and he was able to stalk and get it done. Nice win for Christopher Elliott and Rob Falcone as well. Favorite had no excuse, got the lead. This horse just outgamed him, and my 4 OP Firecracker, he had no excuse either. He just hung badly. I think he got up for second, but he had every chance to beat this winner, just could not beat him.
6-1 from a 9-2 morning line on Peak. 5-year-old. And Christopher Elliott on board. Nice change of tactics here. And that might have made it a difference. 6-1 on Peak. 9-4, 7-2. Yet another favorite defeated. 5-1, 7-1, 9-1, 6-1 in this pick 6 so far, with 2 legs remaining.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. And it's peak as the upsets continue to kick off week 2 action here. Belmont of the Big A. Christopher Elliott, Rob Falcone Jr. Peak scores at 6-1 on, a ride where it looked like Christopher Elliott may have made the difference here.
I agree. I think the aggressive riding really helped. And listen, some would say we talk about this too much, and maybe we do, but you hear the MIG talk about it, a rider who was very aggressive, and he only won 4,550 races, so what the hell does he know? That being aggressive in American racing, particularly on the dirt, is rewarding. And look at the success that Ricardo Santana has had here, and I think his riding, I've said this before, and I'll say it again, I think his riding and his success is kind of opening up some of the eyes around here of other riders that aggressive riding is rewarded, and I think that's what we saw from Christopher Elliott, though, to be fair, he's always been aggressive, right? I mean, that's been one of his strengths, and you never want to get away from your strengths.
Pick 5 that ends there, $9,860. Peak, $15.62 for the win.
Yep.
As we set the stage for race 7, another turf sprint. 6 furlongs, outer turf, New York Bred's allowance optional claiming group. And Strictly Taboo comes in, sharp form for Miguel Clement, but slightly busy. Maybe the now horse for Amelia Green.
Yeah, I like Slightly Busy in this race, whether or not, it's going to be close to see who's favored, I think, between her and the 1. I haven't been able to see the doubles yet. I prefer her to Strictly Taboo, but I also think Weekend Rag's not impossible, but I like Slightly Busy.
More on the 7th coming up momentarily. Strictly Taboo, that dominant win last time out at 5.5 furlongs. Of course, live coverage continuing out of the Delaware County Fair, though. Races 16 and 17, those 2 eliminations for the Little Brown Jug. And Extra Suds, a date with Lou Print in that first of 2 eliminations to come. Jessica standing by with his trainer.
Thanks, guys. I have trainer Virgil Morgan Jr., who sent out 2 in yesterday's Jugette final, and he's going to send out 1 into this afternoon's Jug elimination. That's Extra Suds. First and foremost, Virgil, it's always great to be in Delaware.
It's awesome. I love the atmosphere. It's just a great place to be, especially a guy from Ohio, And
it doesn't get old going to that winner's circle during Jug Week, does it?
Not at all. This week's been kind of scarce that way. I didn't like the post we have, so hopefully we can make something happen today.
Let's talk about your Cole Extra Suds. He's coming in off of a win, but he's special because he's a Pinto and he's so beautiful on the track. What caught your eye to get this guy?
We like the pedigree, and then we saw the paint part of him, and that was just kind of unique. And I had some guys from London, England, that really said that was a desired thing. So we took a shot, and it's worked out.
What does it take to get a horse or a colt in this instance to the Little Brown Jug? Because it's 2 heats, it's a long season, but he seems to be coming in good form.
Yeah, it's first of all, you got to be special. I think here you have to be tactical. And his last 2, the 48 mile at Sauda was nice. And then the mile at Lexington kind of sealed it that we thought he deserved a shot here. But as far as that goes, you got to have pedigree. I think if you look in the book, I always tell my kids there's pedigree everywhere here. And he's got a little back pedigree. The 3rd dam is related to Bulldog Hanover, so nothing wrong with that. But we thought after the 48 miles that he deserved a shot.
Well, we wish you the best of luck in this afternoon's Little Brown Jug elimination.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Jessica, for that. Dexter Dunn will be in the bike Extra Suds, and also he has, a little bit interestingly, made a change or opted to go in a different direction in that 2nd heat. That's race 17. He had been the regular pilot on Captain Optimistic, chooses to go with Odds on Outlier instead, but we'll see. For Extra Suds, tall task going against both Lou Print and Prince Hal Hanover, the first of those 2 eliminations. That's it for me. Acacia Clement taking over next. More with Andy as well right after a break.
$1,650,000, anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides. And Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. Located in the most racing-rich region of the country, this sale offers a diverse catalog of yearlings from some of America's most lucrative state-bred programs, with leading national and regional sires represented. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Crazy Mason, Nisi Marie, Our Shot, and Post Time, a strong source of stakes-winning talent. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Tuesday, September 30th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Welcome to Mahoney Manor Farm.
We are New York Thoroughbred breeders.
In Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Britt Wadsworth and this is Sean Mahoney. We're just very small, 14 acres, pull out about a dozen mares a year. We hope to breed some really nice New York breds that we can either race or sell.
We've been really lucky, you know, we really work hard at it. We like our size, we like to be hands-on. It's really nice. It's taken a long time to really be known for our homebreds and for having them be well handled, you know. We've really spent a lot of time and emphasis on that.
We've watched the New York program just gain year after year. It's going to become one of the premier breeding programs in the country.
There's really no better place to be right now. It's just a very, very strong program in every aspect. We will bring up very, very high-grade mares just to make them New York breds, because now in this day and age and in the sales environment, it adds value to them. So this is our main barn. It's a 10-stall barn with a wash rack and a tack room that's really done well for us, and it stays pretty warm. We generally full around a dozen, give or take, a year.
It never ceases to amaze me, people's wonderment in mares and foals.
I measure success in a lot of different ways.
And that first Breeders' Award.
Getting our first Breeders' Awards was nice. It's a long wait. You know, foaling out other people's horses that go on to do incredible at the sales or incredible at the yearling or two-year-old sales.
We're very proud of anything that is foaled here because they're all like our family.
And for more information, check out nybreds.com to look more into the New York Thoroughbred breeding and development fun. Glad to have you with us. Acacia Clement stepping in for Greg Wilk. Will be here for the rest of the day. Happy to still be here with Andy. You've been here for a long time, it seems, already on
a couple
this set.
hours, but it's nice to see you.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We have a couple of races together. Of course, we have continuing coverage of the Little Brown Jug over at Delaware County Fair. But as far as tomorrow, Andy, the Joseph A. Gemma for the 2-year-old filly is sprinting now on the grass. As far as those New York breds are concerned, we'll get a chance to see a couple of nice ones, including Sacred Goddess, who did win first time out for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Yeah, she's a logical horse, and she'll be favored in there. Was able to beat Train Trouble in that race. Train Trouble came back with a nice win, and they chipped a New York bred at Kentucky Downs. Probably regretting that decision in retrospect. She comes back on short rest. I have no problem with Sacred Goddess. Seems like the horse to beat, but I think, you know, a little bit of a tip of the hat, the racing office. The Gemma was dying on the vine. It just was getting small fields, and moving into the turf, they get 9 entered. So there's a real difference, and I think we've had a dearth of turf sprints for New York breds, and this year we've been doing something about it. The Ashley D. Cole, we turned back to 6 furlongs, and your favorite horse was able to get the job there. We got a 9-horse field, and that's a good thing.
I completely agree. I think it makes it a really interesting field. And if you had a New York bred who was a turf sprinter, they're really weren't many options of where you could go. And now you have a little bit more. It's kind of spread the love out a little bit.
I agree. I mean, we're running a lot of maiden races for them. It'd be nice to give them a chance to go into a race where it's not necessarily open company. I mean, all these horses obviously would like to get the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, a race that probably shouldn't be a Breeders' Cup race or a Grade 1, but it is nonetheless. The New York Breds maybe not usually good enough, though there have been some very good ones over the year.
Absolutely.
But they're running against the New York Breds. They're good, and this is a fun race, and I don't think the favorite has to win.
Yeah.
She's the horse to beat.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to that, Gemma, tomorrow now on the turf. That'll be on Friday. But sticking with New York bred turf sprinters, just the older horses coming up next in the 7th race here, Belmont at the Big A. Fillies and mares in the spotlight right now. Strictly Taboo, currently the favorite as she won this condition last time. So in for the claiming tag today as she's kind of gone through all of the options that she has to run against straight New York breds. She had a lovely trip last time.
Right, well, she's trying to win the same race she won last time out, though, with the particular addition of a new foe in the 6 Slightly Busy. She's a horse, though, when you look at it. She's had the rail in a couple races, and she's been able to take full advantage of it with victories. So getting the rail helps her. But you're right, she got a great trip last time. She may well get one here. She has that last time as the time look to me, but I think she's dangerous. I like Slightly Busy, though, who will be the co-favorite by post time, I would imagine.
Yeah, I really think that she will appreciate the cutback in distance. Filly by Munnings, as the last time she sprinted on the turf against New York breds, it was a win back in April. Horses in the paddock, though. Let's head down, get a paddock report from Maggie. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Acacia, good to hear your voice as we will take a look here at the horse you were just discussing in number 6, Slightly Busy. And all my notes say looks like a turf sprinter. So she's getting to cut back here. And that is exactly what she, at least physically, looks as though she wants to do here for Amelia Green. Now, she is quite quiet in the paddock, so we'll see where she places herself in the running of this race. Does feel as though there's some quicker horses than she. But I do feel like she's well suited to the conditions today, as we'll move on to a horse returning to New York breds for the first time in a long time, and that's number 3, Patria. And here she looks a little cheaper on paper. I do get it, but she has shown up at times and run well here, especially when she gets to turf sprint. So she's going to get to do that here today. That's exactly what she's suited for. She looks like an out-and-out turf sprinter, but she also does have some speed, which I think makes her potentially, as an outsider, somewhat dangerous here. She's sharp acting. They did saddle her outside away from the rest of this group here. She responded well to that, but she is eager, having since been saddled. So maybe a long shot you want to take a look at, Acacia.
A nice price at 22-1. Maggie, thank you. And she did bring up the point, Andy, that she has been facing open company. She has some speed as well. How much stock do you put into some of those horses who, yes, maybe running for claiming tags, but running against open, coming back into restricted state bred?
Well, Patria is a funny horse, right? Because she actually has run well here in the past with a win and a second-place finish in just the 3 starts. And we've seen her overachieve at prices. I don't love her recent form. I worry a little bit that she's not the horse she was when she was running particularly well here. So I prefer others. But as a long shot, I could see worse horses.
There's a look at Carrie on the board right now. This was a horse that I think many of us were kind of ready to give up on. At least she did show some improvement last time out when going to the lead and finishing second to Strictly Taboo.
I agree. I don't disagree. She did run well in that race. She was easily beaten by Strictly Taboo, and they both had very similar good trips in there. I think with the presence of Patria outside of her, and I don't imagine Slightly Busy and Manny Frank are going to be that far out of it, she's going to face a little more pressure. I'll believe that Carrie can win this race when she does it. I prefer others, but she did, as you say, at least show some life last time out, and at one time she could be very dangerous in this race.
I know you have interest in Slightly Busy, who does get the cutback in distance. How do you see the pace playing out, as you kind of touched on a couple of horses who have some early speed?
Well, I think that the 2 and 3 are supposed to both go. And, I mean, Patria has only one way of going, and that's to go. If one of them decides not to be aggressive, then Manny will probably be sitting second with Slightly Busy. I guess he has to play it from the break. And obviously the pace needs to be faster to help a horse like the one Strictly Taboo or even Weekend Rags.
See how it does play out. Strictly Taboo, the favorite right now at 2-1. As far as Weekend Rags is concerned, Another horse that she's one that was running against those stakes down at Gulfstream this winter. And then I think several of us, myself included, had a lot of hopes for her coming back in New York breds, and it just hasn't materialized.
I agree. It's very strange how well she ran down there and how poorly she ran up here. I don't disagree. Jorge Abreu had her, then Mike Maker had her for a race. Now Linda Rice has had her twice. I will say that she was a bit compromised chasing outside when the horses that ran 1-2 were both in the rail. I don't think there was a bias that day, but I think she was just sort of against the flow of the race. We'll see if that's the case here. Now, we've seen inside horses do well in each course in the one turf race on each one. Was it situational, or do we have a situation with the rails moving out quite a bit? They're out 24 feet where the inside's good. I'm skeptical.
See how it plays out. Meeting the horse that will break from the rail, though, Strictly Taboo.
Listen, she's shown when she runs her good race that she can beat this field, but she is not the most reliable of runners.
There is Carey, second to Strictly Taboo.
Dylan Davis has an easy job. You go. If somebody pushes you too hard, so be it, but that's his job. Go.
Patria returns to her fellow New York breds.
I've always kind of liked this horse. I just wonder if her recent form is not good enough.
Blossoming Erudite picks up John Velasquez.
Yeah. From your favorite rider, Sammy Marin, who won a race. He won a race the other day, and you weren't even here. Greg and I were very disappointed.
Sorry to disappoint.
So I think was he.
Liner Right, more on her in a moment. They're slightly busy coming back.
Yeah, Liner Right's going to need more pace. 9-2 seems like an underlay. Slightly busy will vie for favoritism and probably should.
Weekend Rag, second time Linda Rice.
I think if there's a fly in the ointment, it's her.
Latest edition, big price on the outside.
Well, Greg tried her last time. I tried her 2 back. We've both given up. You know what happens when you do that.
Want to remind everybody you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world, and you could start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Let's go back, if we can, guys, to the 5 Liner Right, because she's taking a lot of attention on the board at 9-2. First off the claim for Mike Maselli.
Yeah. She seems like an underlay for a horse that is incredibly pace dependent, and even her best races are at best sort of competitive here. She's a neat horse, did well for Dave Donk. No disrespect for Mike Maselli, but I don't know why you would expect him to move this horse up from Dave Donk. Kendrick got the job done coming up the rail and getting everybody to sort of make way for him down the inside in the middle of May. She's a neat horse, but she is a horse that is 2 for 25 with 16 seconds and thirds. Not my kind of winning type as a deep closer here.
Let's see if she gets any sort of setup in here today. Kendrick Armouche going to be aboard, giving her that patented Kendrick warm-up. Who else piques your fancy in here, Andy?
Well, I mean, I don't really, to me, I'll be surprised if the 1, 6, or 7 don't win this race. So the question more becomes, do you want to play against one of them? Well, I'm not going to use both short prices, so I used the 6 and 7 in this race. I played some doubles. I played an exacta with them as well, and I prefer Slightly Busy. I thought Slightly Busy, good trip or not, ran extremely well at 6 furlongs in a return. Then they shipped her down to Laurel. She didn't do any real running. She was nowhere near the pace. Thought her last race, Saratoga, was very, very good and probably farther than her best going the mile, where she hung in gamely when the speed fell apart, and Brock Nardini, who was the favorite, won from well back. I thought she ran very, very well to finish second in that race, and now I think she's cutting back to what she wants to do the most. I prefer Slightly Busy in this race, and it'll be interesting to see who ends up favored between the 1 and 6, because it's very close in multi-race bets.
There's a look at Carey, who did show an improved effort last time out, Maggie. Is that the shape of things to come? Is she trending in the right direction now?
Like, you know what also is interesting to find out from this race is how the track is playing. You know, we've seen the one race on this outer turf course, and it did go to an upset winner who was able to wire the field. So that, if that thought process or if that trend continues, well, then that does make Carey somewhat dangerous here, and it does feel like Joe Sharp has the keys to Carey's ignition, as she has run her best races for him previously and now last time since returning to his barn. Very well defined, great coat. She looks the part here of a horse that definitely throws her hat into the ring as a potential upsetter to the 2 favorites. Now, I did land on Strictly Taboo. I'm a little bit of a fan for hers, but I do think she could get the right setup. Hopefully, she is forwardly placed here beneath Joel Rosario, saving all the ground. But we'll move on to Liner Right, whom, you know, if the track isn't or is playing towards forwardly placed horses, then that doesn't bode well for Lina right here. She's 6-1 currently. First off the claim here from Mike Maselli. Now, she's a horse that is just a very good doer. You know, she carries her weight incredibly well. Her coat always looks fantastic. Always takes a little bit of time to warm up. But with that in mind, coming off the bench here, she just gives the impression that she might need a start to get going. Yeah, Kendrick Carmouche coming aboard does, you know, pique one's interest, but I've never really been her biggest fan overall. As we'll move on to number 7, Weekend Rags, who I think we can confirm that this is a mare who does like it at Gulfstream Park. Her best races have come there, and I almost think it's because she gets very firm turf courses there, because that's the way she's built, that's the way she moves. She looks like a horse that just wants, you know, a road under her feet. Now, this is a pristine course. You know, the last time, at least that I saw her on it, was when she was coming back up here in May, and it had a lot of give to it. So I don't think that was necessarily to her liking. Now she's with Linda Rice. She looks great. She got a good warm up here from Flavia Pratt. We'll see, though, getting back to a firm turf course for Linda Rice, does that improve her game?
She'll certainly get a firm turf course today. Maggie, thank you. And to kind of stick on the conversation of the course, Andy, will you expound a little bit on what you've seen and what Maggie touched on as well, with maybe horses needing to be forward with the way that this turf course is?
I don't know. It's hard. I tend to not agree with that, and I don't. And I mean, we only ran 4 days last week. I didn't see any biases on the turf courses. And keep in mind, we've been keeping the rails pretty far out. No rails have been at 0. And usually when you get a rail bias, it's because you're going down to the inside after racing outside. It's just fresher ground downside. Doesn't mean it can't happen. And yes, I mean, if you look at the first couple of turf races, saving ground was good. Saving ground in turf course racing is a good thing. And I don't know, maybe you could say that the surf sprint we ran earlier was a bit of an exaggerated result, and maybe it was due to the horse being inside. Certainly a possibility, but I'm not going to make that proclamation off of one race that we ran, especially in light of the fact that the rails are out 24 feet. And we saw one race, and so I don't really know. We'll see. We'll get more idea here if horses saving ground. You know, does carryover achieve as the inside speed? Does Strictly Taboo get that comfortable inside trip? Is the 6 compromised by racing outside, or even the number 7 horse, Weekend Rags? I guess we'll find out those answers, but also you have to be careful, because was it a bias that created the results? I don't know, and I'm certainly not going to make any conclusion based on one race. And, you know, I saw a lot of times, like I remember this time in Saratoga, we were saying, oh, you can't close the turf. I'm thinking, well, that's just not true. What happens is we're running 4 races and Speed's winning a couple of them at relatively short prices or getting away with slow paces, so they're supposed to do well, and the other races are kind of falling apart. I think at the end of the day, for the most part, race dynamics play the biggest role in who wins these races. You talk about Fentrinelli earlier, 7-1 or not. First quarter was 22 and change. They weren't exactly moving out front. They came home in 45. Who was possibly going to close into that pace? So that may have had more to do with it than anything else. And I think sometimes people think it's the racetrack more than race dynamics.
See how the dynamics play out here. New York bred fillies and mares sprinting on the grass. We go in for race number 7. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Carrie's gone in. Slightly busy. Patria. Here is Weekend Rags. Weekend Rags goes in. Blossoming Erudite. John Velasquez aboard. Pick up mount. And there is latest edition. Last to load to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed to the outside from latest edition. In between horses, there's Blossoming Erudite. And Blossoming Erudite is the leader, is up by a head immediately. Here comes the pressure from the inside, and that's going to be Carey. And Carey has sprinted to the front, is up by a half length as they look to be moving quick early. Blossoming Erudite is now settled back in second and trying to save some ground. There comes latest edition in third. At the rail, that's Patria is getting the hurry up, is trying to keep up as they went 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Right there in fifth. Here's Slightly Busy, trying to make up some ground. Also Strictly Taboo is in behind rivals there with Weekend Rags. The trailer Late running line of right as Carey has gotten away. It's Carey. Front running is up by 5 here, reaching the top of the lane. And Carey has not come back to the field yet. 44 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Will Carey be able to keep going? Carey is in front, but for how long? Blossoming Erudite is the first one to try to run this leader down. Line of right from far out of it. Blossoming Erudite now past the tiring Carey. Trying to run on Slightly Busy. Trying to run on line of right, but it's Blossoming Erudite will get the victory. Blossoming Erudite at 16-1. Line of right is in a photo there in second with Slightly Busy, who was running on. Carey was trying to hold off. Coming Weekend Racks for fourth in 1 minute 8.20 seconds.
Yet another upset. Number 4, Blossoming Erudite, who sat in second, took over, pounced, and pulled away under John Velasquez.
Yeah, broke very well, settled in for second. Carey ran off an extraordinarily fast pace, much faster than the pace we saw in the earlier race, especially a race that ended up with a slower final time. I don't know that the rail played a role in the results here. I just think this horse really, really ran today, and the others did not run particularly well. I tried very hard to make a case for this horse, and the best I could do was make her fourth because she just didn't look good. Well, she was good enough today, the 3-year-old dropping in for a tag.
Certainly appreciated the cutback in distance as well to a turf sprint, as she was best in here. 16-1 late rally from Liner Right at 7-1 as well. So nice exacta there. 4, 5, 6, 2 in race number 7 as Blossoming Erudite, John Velasquez in the saddle, gets the victory. Another upset. More coverage from Delaware County Fair. Nancy Tactor optimistic for her first win in the Little Brown Jug as she will send out Captain Optimistic in the second elimination.
Gets up to win the sprint. Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power in the front outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for third today. At the 16th hole, Godite is second, but Elite Power does it again.
Bottom leading at 875 down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As the upsets continue here in New York, blossoming Erudite at 16-1, getting the victory in race 7. Johnny V aboard for Carlos David.
You've got a lot of opportunities today. If you were smart in one race today, you're making money, as prices have been winning pretty much every single race that we've run. And right now, I can't imagine anybody's even alive in this pick 6. And the big 5s, man, if you're alive, I'm rooting for you, because this is a lot of very, very tough results. I'm going to take a quick look and see. Info's not out on the Will Pays yet, but Blossom Erudite, just much the best.
Yeah, as you saw Carrie and Dylan Davis, don't fault him for the ride. He opened up trying to take that pace advantage, but she did end up going pretty quick, and the horse that was in second chasing was your eventual winner.
Yeah, no, I don't blame Dylan. You got to do that. When the 4 went, it kind of sped up Carrie, and she ran off a little bit, but that's the way it goes. She's just not good enough to win. But Blossom Erudite was good enough to win. She won pretty easily, relatively speaking.
It didn't look like a 16-1 shot, that's for sure. 35-62 in race 7, 4-5-6. It's official. Race 8, the nightcap on the turf. As mentioned, it has been a tough sequence. Best of luck to you if you are alive, and there could be some nice prices in here as well. And this New York bred maiden special weight on the grass to close out the day. Asking for a friend, currently the favorite.
Only one horse in the pick 6, the 5, is covered with 5 of 6. All the others are 4 of 6. I'm almost wondering if there's some horses not covered. They're all covered. No, wait. The 9, Klimt Master, is not covered in the pick 5. Everyone else is covered, but they go from $15,200 to $44,400 for 50 cents.
Not too shabby. As we said, good luck if you had it. Those of us up here did not, as we'll see how that does play out. But Little Brown Jug Day taking place over at Delaware County Fair. It seems like it's just full of family fun. Are you a Ferris wheel guy?
Well, I'm
you
afraid
I'm
afraid
wheel,
of
right?
heights,
oh,
but
no.
I can go in a Ferris wheel because it is pretty tempered.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty. You know, it's that thing where you put you in the cage and they spin you around. Yeah, I've still never forgiven my friend Sarah for making me ride that with her once. The Washington County Fair many years ago.
Elimination number 2 still to come as far as the jug is concerned. Just a reminder that the top 4 from each heat will advance. As we mentioned before the break, Nancy Tactor sending out Captain Optimistic, looking for her first win in the jug. But the atmosphere is as big a piece of this day as anything. Let's go to Jessica Otten for more.
Thanks, guys. One unique thing about the Little Brown Jug is that the fans can be up close and personal with everything. Right here to my side here, you have all of the fans that are going to be watching the races live that are on the fence. And then to my other side, the horses that are stabled right here on the backside, they're right up close and personal with them. You literally walk your horses through here to get to the front to race them and then walk them back to their barns. These people have their chairs fenced up on the fence from Memorial Day all the way on until that 3rd Thursday in September. And you can see all of the people line up. They're 4, 5, 6, 7 deep on the rail just to be here for that jug final and all the races throughout the week. And of course, they get to interact with the horses, the drivers, the trainers, the grooms. It's just such a great performance that they put on here at the Little Brown Jug. And then you, of course, have to go over to the Fair Food and get some of that as well. Back to you guys.
Looks like so much fun, a real fair atmosphere as elimination number 1 coming up, elimination number 2 following that. And as mentioned, the top 4 finishers from both of the elims will move on to the final. And Andy, you were bringing up something. I know, of course, we are not the pacing experts here on the set, but I have certainly watched enough of racing as well. And you were saying, it's a rare thing, of course, to see horses race twice in one day. But for these horses and the history of what we've seen in this particular event, they run kind of a similar time.
Yeah, in my experience, and there was a time when I followed harness racing pretty closely, the second time they run in the heats, they run a relatively similar time, and the ultimate short rest to be coming back in just a little over an hour since you run in those races. So it doesn't seem to really affect them a great deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty
and
cool.
Of course, yeah, it is really cool. You get a chance to see some of your favorites running twice on that card. And of course, trainers conditioning those horses for this event. A lot still to look forward to as far as the Little Brown Jug is concerned. We also have the nightcap from Belmont at the Big A, this Thursday finale. And we'll see if there is not only a pick 6 carryover, but perhaps a pick 5 after this as well.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions. The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This has been a barn that we've been working very closely together from the beginning. When I first started, just had 7 horses. I took in, Sandra Washington. She's also been working with me since she was 18 years old. Incredible horsewoman. When the barn grew, we had some more room, and we brought in my brother, Daniel, who has turned into a great assistant trainer. There's no taking it easy on him. We got to work together, and he makes me better, and I make him better.
This is a very family dynamic barn. John always tells me that this isn't John Ortiz Racing Stables, this is Ortiz Racing Stables, and I look after these horses and the business as if it was my own because it's still my last name on the sign as well.
We got my sister who comes in and does all the videos. Man, Barber Road, he's definitely what you call the Jedi Master. He's the one that's he's been through it all. He's gone through all the rankings as a maiden claimant all the way to the Derby.
Tawny Porton Barber Road, final 16th of the Derby.
He is definitely the class of the barn. He's the teacher, he's the coach now, and he's getting used to his new job.
And now that he's a pony, nothing really's changed. He knows that his time's over, and he loves being a pony.
It's very important to give a racehorse a second chance at a career. I call it a second chance at life, because not every horse can be like Barber Road, and whether they turn into stallions or we geld them and become barn ponies. Some horses are not talented enough. I've seen all these horses just thrive, and they turn the corner, they look happier, and I think that shows when you retire a good racehorse, give them a chance of a second life. When I leave the barn, usually the takeaway I get, the horses are happy, just a satisfaction. It's just a second home, and then to leave here feeling good about the experiences that we have, the good and the bad. It's life, it's second life here.
So cool seeing Barber Road as the stable pony for Johnny Ortiz. The horse was in those Triple Crown races, and really just a great example of what horses can do when their racing days are over.
Yeah, I agree. No, I think it's nice. It's always nice to see you hear the ponies are in barns, and they're invariably horses that we saw raced.
Of course, probably one of the most famous lead ponies would be Lava Man out in Doug O'Neill's barn in California. As there is John Ortiz's runner in this nightcap, Mo 88, who gets back onto the turf.
And, he's a funny horse because I do think he's the horse to beat in here. He has had legitimate excuses in his last 2 turf starts. The problem is he's going to be even more heavily bet because he finished third in a dirt race. And that doesn't interest me at all. I would rather get a slightly better price without the last race. I like Egyptian here. I'm hoping Kendrick tries to wire the field with the 3 Egyptian.
Egyptian now in Dave Duggan's barn, getting blinkers on off a layoff as well, and he's 92, taking attention. There's asking for a friend, though. Back to the turf, first time going long on the grass. This is the sprint race 2 back.
To be fair, Mike Maker's numbers, stretching maidens in the turf, he's around 16% with a positive ROI, with a couple of big prices in there. But if you look at his numbers, stretching out turf maidens that were under 5 to 1, under 4 to 1, he's 8 for 25, $1.96 ROI, so he does win with this move. My problem is I don't think this horse has run very well. He's going to have to improve stretching out. He got second here because the third place finisher, Light Fantastic, got left badly and rushed up into a monster pace against King Pluck, who was the heavy favorite and ran, if not the winning race, ran certainly much the second best race. So his races are not as good as they look on paper, and I think he has to improve stretching out, and I'm not sure why he's supposed to improve. It's not a practical joke. So I prefer others here. Like I said, I like Egyptian, and I used him with Mo 88.
Distance on the turf, bit of a question, though he did run well in an off-the-turf race going long last time out. He's your 2-to-1 favorite. Talk a little bit more about the nightcap when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Nightcap coming up, Belmont at the Big A. As we mentioned, there will be a pick 6 carryover should the number 9 Klimt Master, a massive price win. We'll also have a pick 5 carryover. So some big prices today. But these are New York breds, and Maggie, the number 3 Egyptian, bit of a new face to New York Bred Company.
That's right, Acacia, as he will also make his first start for trainer Dave Duggan. And, you know, I typically like what I see from Dave Duggan's horses. They're just always so well turned out. And Egyptian, as an individual, is quite a good-looking son of American Pharaoh. Definitely has a kind of elegant look to him, very classic-looking thoroughbred, and comes back in here looking incredibly fit, too. Now, his last race was not very good, but it was against significantly better horses at Gulfstream Park, where he was kind of out-footed and he never really picked up the bit. So he comes back in here and definitely looks the part against a field of New York breds, as he does add a pair of very, very short cup cheater blinkers. Moving on to number 5, that is Before the Wind, who's had 3 chances against New York breds, and last time an experience on a tour de force for the first time, stretching out and getting that cushy lead. So Before the Wind is a horse that I think looks stronger, looks better in his coat. Now, he did miss the bulk of Saratoga, but I'm okay with that. He's run well here at Aqueduct and does get the riding services of John Velasquez for the first time, who does look to sweep the late double. And then number 6 in here, Haute Couture, getting back to the turf, where I think it is the surface he wants to run on at this distance. And when we last saw him doing such at 2 back, he was wired by the favorite English Castle that day, and he was acting so silly in the paddock. Very studdish. Not the case today. Quiet as a church mouse, and furthermore, Acacia, I think he looks stronger than I've ever seen him in the past.
Good sign for him, Maggie. Thank you. Meeting the field in spite of Charlie, gets onto the turf for the first time, and there's your favorite, Asking for a Friend.
Yeah, the one would have to improve. There's not a lot of pedigree. Ask for a Friend, in my opinion, over bet.
Egyptian off the layoff.
I'd like to see Kendrick be aggressive with a horse who raced against considerably better and never had a particularly good trip in Florida.
Mo 88 gets back to the grass.
Yeah, logical horse.
Before the Wind, John Velasquez looks for another one.
Not a horse that's that much worse than Mo 88. I just think Mo 88's run a little bit better in the races, but not out of it.
Haute Couture, as Maggie said, mentally improving individual.
Yeah, his second place finish 2 back was sort of by default, in my opinion.
And Klimt Master, big price.
Well, he will blow up the pick 6, pick 5. Pick 6 is already blown up. He would be a pick 5 blow up. We'll see. Not likely.
Oh, that's the field for race 8, final one on the day, as there is a look at Egyptian. Coming back, as Maggie touched on, had much better horses to face last time at Gulfstream. Also had a far outside post. In fact, in both of his races in Florida, and especially last time, never got into a comfortable, any sort of ground-saving trip.
And both of those races featured quick paces. Now, the speed ended up holding on last time out, and walking in Memphis is okay. But, you know, he chased outside the whole way and never really gave up at all. He broke a step slow that day. And he only got beaten length and 3/4, sort of coming back towards the inside in the stretch. Then last time out, he was 3 wide in the first turn, also broke a little slowly. And he didn't run very well, but something must have gone wrong because we haven't seen him for 6 months since that race. Listen, I love Dave Duggan, but Brandon Walsh, who Adams, is an exceptional trainer, so I don't think it's a trainer improvement, but I think it's somewhat lateral. David does a good job when he gets the opportunity. Puts blinkers on. I just think he's a horse that can be forward, and he's also facing New York breds for the very first time. I think they're overbetting the 2, and I think the 4 is the horse to beat.
Mo 88, a horse that did finish 3rd in the New York Stallion Series off the turf, albeit behind George Briggs, and that was his first start with blinkers. So this is his first race on the grass with that equipment change.
Yeah, you wonder if the connections will look to running dirt again after that last race. It was the fastest figure he's ever run, and we saw Butta come back and beat a decent field of older horses in a subsequent start, a tougher field. Makes you wonder how he didn't beat George Briggs that day if he could win here the other day. I don't have a problem with his turf races. I think they're fine. I think they're actually a little bit better than they look. He didn't have the best trips, and I have no argument with the people who are making him favored. I do think he's the horse to beat.
What about the 5 Before the Wind? You kind of touched on it in the post parade, that he's not that far behind some of the others in here that are some shorter prices.
June 28th finished just a neck behind and actually ran well that day, just behind Mo 88. I think this horse is a bit of an overlay in here. Has had some chances, but has run well enough to be a contender. I'd rather take 7-1 on that horse than 2-1 Asking for a Friend.
7-1 right now on that one, as favoritism has now ticked over to Mo 88. What's he showing you, Maggie?
Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm very much on the fence. I'm taking him as the favorite here, somewhat reluctantly, as there are many horses I had interest in here. I'll let Andy have Egyptian. I really did like him. But Mo 88, I'm going to bank on the blinkers being the difference maker in here, because two back when he was on the turf, he got steadied back shortly after the start, and he just looked to be a bit lost. I mean, throughout the running of that race, in which, again, another horse wired by an experience, and he was well back. He was the one who I thought, made up the most ground of any, and it just felt like this is he was kind of a big, raw-looking horse that has taken a little bit of time, a little bit of racing to fully develop mentally and physically. So those blinkers staying on here again, and I did write in my notes last time when he finished third in that Stallion Series stake that he did look more like a turf horse. So I do think he is dangerous here, and much prefer taking him at 8-5 than 5-2 and asking for a friend who personally I don't really get at all. But there's a horse trying the turf for the first time, and that's number 1, In Spite of Charlie, from my good friends over at Two Lions Farm. Great eventing facility that I get to ride at in Saratoga. But there isn't much turf pedigree to report home on. Now, this is probably the biggest, tallest progeny of Spitester that I've ever seen. So while most of his sons and daughters prefer a little less ground, I can see why we're seeking more of it here with In Spite of Charlie. Does have quite a narrow foot, very upright in his pasture. And so, yes, I do think distance is his friend, but I'm not sure about the surface change, as he does add a pair of short-cut cheater blinkers here for Barkley Tag, and overall looks fantastic, but we'll see how he takes to the green. Acacia?
Had some questions to answer here. Maggie, thank you. As she mentioned, really not much turf pedigree to report on that one, as this is a horse who, looking on the Daily Racing Form Clocker report, you can see kind of okay on the gallop out on the turf. Unfortunately, now as we're back downstate, those works not available over on First TV, but did have the opportunity to train over the turf up at Saratoga.
I think that Barkley should run this horse back on the dirt. I don't think this horse ran badly at all with a wide trip first time out, and is a horse that could actually probably win a race on the dirt. So I can understand he wants to check a box around the turf. That's fine. But I think you're going to see, In Spite of Charlie, break his maiden and his next star or the one after it if he finds the right dirt field, because his first race was okay. He was wide. Speed was good that day, and I actually thought he ran pretty well in there, relatively speaking. So he lost to a horse, Undisputed, who, whether you like it or not, is going to be a heavy favorite either tomorrow or Saturday. I think tomorrow, actually. It's coming back for Jenna Antonucci, who had that big meet in Saratoga. So I think Barkley might want to get back to the dirt. Now, obviously, the horse could run well here. I'll be surprised, but it's always possible. But I think that In Spite of Charlie is a horse that could do well in the dirt going forward. I did not think the debut was bad at all.
Yeah, I kind of liked him first time out, too.
Ran okay that day.
11-1 on that one, getting onto the turf first time as they step onto the grass. Again, as always, check out nybreads.com. The 6 Oak Couture, though, this is a horse who also gets back onto the grass. He's one, I'm with Maggie. Mentally, he's taken some time to come along. You were not as impressed by his race 2 starts back.
No, I think I actually picked him as an alternative to the heavy favorite who won, or picked him second. I just thought he sucked up for second. The winner was an overwhelming favorite that day.
And there was a claiming race.
Yeah, I just think these are better horses. But listen, I'm not going to. Like I said, I like Egyptian here. I'm hoping he gets an aggressive ride. Whether he's in front or sitting second remains to be seen. He needs to break well, and we'll see how he does. But I have no illusions. I'm not against the number 4. And I think Before the Wind at 8-1 is an overlay. Surprised that horse.
Yeah.
Why is that horse 8-1 and Oak Couture 9-2? I don't get that at all.
They're pretty similar, I would say. If not, give a little notch, touch more to Before the Wind, who has been running consistently against special weight company. Moving towards the starting gate for race 8. Remind us, pick 6, pick 5 situation.
Pick 6, carryover of 26,500, just pennies under 500 tomorrow, 26.5. And the only horse not covered, the Pick 5, is the super long shot, the number 9, Klimt Master. So in all likelihood, Pick 5 will be it. And if you're alive, I wish you the best of luck, man. You have negotiated a very, very tricky sequence.
Very good handicapping if you are still alive going into this nightcap.
And ticket structure.
100%. Wrapping up on the turf with a really interesting race, I think, too. New York bred maiden special weight on the grass. Favorite now, Mo 88. Wrapping up this day in New York, Chris Griffin, one more time this afternoon, has the call.
There's Before the Wind stepping forward. Mo 88's in. 2 out. Haute Couture and Clipmaster. 8th and final on this Thursday afternoon program. Clipmaster going in. All set. And they're off. Ask for speed is Egyptian. Egyptian wants to be up front, and Egyptian is the leader up by a nose. Towards the inside, asking for a friend, does not want to let Egyptian get an easy lead, and these two square off early. And now asking for a friend, asserts and Flavien Prat. Asking for a friend, they're going to carve out the fractions. Right there in second is Egyptian, who will take back, is now back to that second position, a half length back with at the rail Mo 88 of Rosario. Tightly at the rail, is going to save some ground as they work into that turn. And behind them, Blue Silks, that's in spite of Charlie, out wider Clipmaster. Purple Silks is now in 5th. Towards the back end of the field will be Before the Wind, and the trailer, Haute Couture. They worked to the backstretch, and they went 23.31 for the opening quarter mile. Asking for a friend is in front. Asking for a friend was intent on getting to the lead, and Egyptian is stalking right there from second still. Mo 88, tight hold here for Joel Rosario, is at the rail, is now moving forward. Moving comfortably, and in between horses, here comes In Spite of Charlie, is making a move with Clipmaster losing some ground. Still the two at the back, Before the Wind and Haute Couture. Pretty tightly bunched now as they went 48 seconds flat for the half-mile time, and they work into the far turn, and Asking for a Friend is in front. Mo 88 is traveling well, is towards the inside, nowhere to go yet. Patient ride. With out wider, there comes Egyptian, who holds that position. The leader, Asking for a Friend, trying to muscle out, and does just that. Mo 88, and also trying to pounce. Here's Before the Wind in the purple cap. It's Asking for a Friend, trying to gut this out. Now splitting the seam, Mo 88, and Mo 88 has taken the lead. Mo 88, here's a late rally on the outside, Haute Couture, but give it to Mo 88, Joel Rosario. They win the finale. Mo 88 wins it, then came Before the Wind, and a photo. That's Haute Couture, was sprinting on with Asking for a Friend in 1:41 and 4.
Mo 88, the favorite, gets the win with a nice inside-out trip. Given some of the trips that he's had, Andy, he was due a good trip on the grass.
I agree. He was the best horse. He got the best trip, and he got it done, and you're right. He had been unlucky in the past, not unlucky today at all. Flavien Prat didn't want to give the lead to Kendrick Armouche and Egyptian. Good ride by him. He finished third in there, but Egyptian not able to rate it all. I agree. No question about it. And the 5 Before the Wind we talked about, a bit of an overlay, did end up getting up for second.
Number 4, Mo 88 with the victory. Joel Rosario aboard Fort John Ortiz. We saw that feature on the Ortiz barn coming into this late rally as well from the 6. Haute Couture from far back, but believe he checked in 3rd or 4th there. The 5 Before the Win getting 2nd, but Mo 88 with the win. 8-5 in the last race of the sequence, as it was 4-5, 6-2. So finally a favorite there throughout a very tricky day.
First favorite on today's card. Gets the job done in the last race. Congrats if you got in either the pick 5 or any of the multis. Was not easy.
Absolutely. Well, you're saying goodbye.
I'm done.
I'll miss you.
I'll miss you too. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yep.
Yes, looking
right.
forward to it. Andy Sterling stepping off. Paul Verderosa going to join me as the racing may be done in New York, but of course we still have a lot to cover over at the Delaware County Fair. As far as the Little Brown Jug is concerned, the 80th rendition in race 16 coming up. It's the first elimination round. Reminder, top 4 from this elimination will go on to the final. Top 4 from the Jug Elim 2 will also go on to the final as well. No surprise to see Blueprint, who's 7 for 7 in 2025. 1-5 right now on the board. For more, though, let's check in over at the Delaware County Fair as we have Emily and Jenna with us. Guys, looking forward to this first elimination round.
We are looking forward to this first elimination round. It's been a great day. It has been a beautiful day, and the best is yet to come as the horses step onto the track for elimination number 1. As you said, this is what we've all been waiting for. And Jenna, I think we're in for a big treat here.
We are. We have a heavy favorite as well. That's Blueprint here at 1-5. He's taken every single dollar since the windows have opened here. Kind of knew that was going to happen, and Prince Hal Hanover lurking there at 4-1. He's the clear second choice. They have been nodding heads all season long. Blueprint 7 for 7 on the season, despite coming off of an injury. He is sharp coming into elimination number 1.
We'll jump right into the post parade. As we said, the horses are on the track for the 80th Little Brown Jug elimination purse of $50,000. The top 4 finishers will return for that final, and we'll start with the 1, No Trespassing. Driven by Scott Zeron, Deborah Daggett trains and owned by John Dara. 3-year-old gunning by Sweet Lou, looking for a second win on the season.
He got that first win last time out, a convincing mile, parked away at Yonkers, so he can clearly get around a half-mile track. Trainer Debbie Daggett looking for her first Little Brown Jug win.
The 2, Poppy's Rocket, trained by Ron Burke, one of 2 in the field for trainer Ron Burke. Yannick Gingras will drive the 3-year-old son of Poppy Rob Hanover, who is owned by Burke Racing, Knox Services, and Slaughter Racing Stable of Kentucky.
You know, he's over 12 this season so far, but just shy of $90,000 in the bank. He has been racing against the best of the best. He's going to have to step up to win, but I think he can sneak his way into the final.
We've got the 3 II Captain Deo. Gary Murner Jr. trains a 3-year-old colt by Captain Treacherous. James McDonald into drive Gino Toscani of Canada. The colt is looking for his 6th win of the season.
He's coming off of a win up there at Mohawk Woodbine Park in the Simcoe. He was first over, just got out by half a length. He's another one coming sharp into the event.
The 4 Extra Suds. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Lisi, Virgil Morgan Jr. as well. Dexter Dunn will drive the 3-year-old colt by Lather Up.
This is a rare Pinto Standardbred, the fastest Pinto Standardbred there has been ever. Got a good tune-up down at the Red Mile last time out. It's 148-3. He picked up a win here at up at Scioto Downs as well, 48-4. Set a track record. It would be cool to see a Pinto sneak into the final as well.
It certainly would. We're looking at the 5 Blueprint, another from trainer Ron Burke contingent, currently sitting at 1-5. Ronnie Wren Jr. will drive the 3-year-old colt by Sweet Lou, owned by Burke Racing. Weaver Buscemi, Phil Calora, and Larry Carr.
Just perfect season he's had, 7 for 7 despite that injury. Trainer Ron Burke has told everybody all week how sharp he is coming into the event, and he looks good on the track scoring down, and he looked even better warming up today.
The 6 is Prince Hal Hanover. Dr. Ian Moore trains. Todd McCarthy, the winner of the 2024 Little Brown Jug, will drive this son of Captain Treacherous, who is owned by the Prince Hal Hanover stable.
He's coming off a 2nd place finish behind Blueprint in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes final, aggressively driven from post 8. We know this guy has gate speed, so we would be expecting Todd to pressure off the gate.
And taking a look at the 7 to round out the field, the lone gray in the field, that's Sterling Choice. He's trained by Blake McIntosh. He'll be driven by Jason Bartlett. He is sired by Better Than Cheddar, Ozzie McKay, Tammy Lynn McKay, Blake McIntosh, and Giles Landry own Sterling Choice.
He's made over $100,000 this year, just 1 lone win in 10 starts. Post 7 is going to be very difficult for this guy. They may have to mix it up front for him to be able to sneak in there. We will see what it does.
There's a look at the field. Again, the first elimination for the Little Brown Jug. We will send it back to Jessica Otten for her thoughts.
Well, guys, it's definitely tough to go against Blueprint. All eyes have been on this guy since he capped off his 2-year-old season last year in that Breeders' Crown final at the Meadowlands from post 9. And he's just come back sensational for the Burke crew. Jenna and Emily touched on it, 7 for 7 in his 3-year-old campaign. He's plenty versatile as well. You always talk to the trainers and drivers about maybe what their best attribute is in a horse. And this guy, he can pretty much do whatever Ronnie's going to ask him to do off of the gate. He can leave, cut it. He can come first over. He can duck him, let the dust settle, and then move with him. He's got post 5, and a lot of people might shy away from that. Ronnie Wren and both Ronnie Burke have alluded that they're pretty confident from post 5 as well. Jenna touched on it a bit as well after that injury. Missed part of the summer. We did not get to see this guy in the Meadowlands pace. Unfortunate, but He's back and sharper than ever. Ronnie Wren, Blueprint, post 5 for that duo. It is a homebred for the connections, as Ronnie Burke did campaign Sweet Lou and Rockin' Racer. So it's a homebred all around. Underneath of that, I think you're going to have to go to Prince Hal Hanover. We're looking for that matchup duo once again from that Pennsylvania Sire Stakes final just a couple of weeks ago over at the Meadows. Now, Prince Hal, he had post 8 over there, parked past the quarter in 26-2, led every step of the way, and it was Blueprint who got up the rail to beat him. Aside from that, guys, I think it's really wide open behind Blueprint and Prince Hal Hanover. Back to you, Acacia.
Jess, thank you. We'll see if Blueprint can keep that undefeated streak going, as I'm happy to welcome in Paul Verderosa here with me. Paul, 1-5 on Blueprint in this first elimination round. Are you with or are you against?
Begrudgingly with, until he gets beat. But for now, he right now is the top of the class 100%. And crazy thing is that no matter what they've thrown at him, he's just run monster miles at times, and he's been able to turn away his biggest competition in Prince Hal Hanover and others along the way. I really think when you look at him, just the way that he's grown up this year, you can see the way he carries himself on track, his demeanor, the way he puffs up, right? And the way that he goes about his business. There's nothing I think that he cannot do, but obviously you got to race them, and you have to find out what happens. In this spot, it's an interesting dance, because do you save something for later on? Do you push that button to make sure that you're drawn either in the 1 or 2 hole for your finals if you win here? So it's a delicate balance that they have to make. We don't do this often. As a matter of fact, this is the only race left, I believe, that still does the eliminations on the same day. So for me, it's about Blueprint. It's about Prince Hal Hanover. And I would not count out the 4 in here, Extra Suds, to be honest. He's a solid runner. He shows up more times than not. He had 2 no-shot trips when you look at his races in the Milstein over at Northfield, and then again in that second start at Northfield with post 7. He surrounded that with a couple of miles that clocked off in 1:48 and change. If he could run back to those races in here, he's going to be able to make the finals. I don't know if he's got something for the top 2 in this spot, but he's a horse to watch.
So reminder, top 4 from this field in this elimination round will go on to the final. As you mentioned, you would prefer to be in the top 2 because then you have the more advantageous post position draw. Everybody landing on Blueprint. Who do you think could be kind of in that almost equally coveted second place?
I think Prince Hal Hanover for sure, and I wouldn't be surprised if they lock up maybe Extra Suds picks up the pieces in here and ends up second in this spot. We'll see how it shakes out.
Time for the first elimination round. Again, top 4 advance to the final of the Little Brown Jug. Jason Settlemore has the call.
From the rail out, no trespassing. Pappy's Rocket, I, Captain Deo, Extra Suds, Blueprint, Prince Hal Hanover, and Sterling Choice. A field of 7, moving up and moving in. The gates swing to the top of the stretch, and here they come for the first elimination of the Little Brown Jug. They're all fan pacing, firing from the inside. Pappy's Rocket gets the first call from the inside, and no trespassing. Out of the pylons, I, Captain Deo, driving up on the outside. Blueprint underway on the outside of there, coming away, racing in 5th. Extra Suds followed in 6th by Prince Hal Hanover. 7th and trailing the field, Sterling Choice and Jason Bartlett can see them all as they move to the opening quarter. Blueprint, Ronnie Wren Jr., opening quarter in 28 1/5. Around that far sweeping turn for the first time. Blueprint, Ronnie Wren Jr., dictating the fractions here, leading it by a length and a half. Out of the inside, Pappy's Rocket is there, racing in 2. No trespassing, racing in 3rd. Tipping to the outside, racing in 4th. I, Captain Deo's underway. Passing the stands and the fans for the first time. Rolling into the payoff half. Halfway home, 56 seconds flat. And up top with the lead, Blueprint leads the way here. I, Captain Deo on the outside of the leader's wheel disc. racing in second. Pappy's Rocket locked in at the inside, racing third. Second over the outside in fourth. That's Extra Suds who can't go on. Buried in 5, No Trespassing. 6 to the inside, Sterling Choice and Prince Hal Hanover stacked up. 3 wide on the outside. 3/4, 122 and 3. Blueprint with the lead. To the inside, Pappy's Rocket is there racing in second. Captain Deo is stoned. In set up 3 wide on the outside. Here comes Extra Suds and Dexter Dunn. Less than a 16th to go. They're on their way home from the inside. Blueprint, making it look easy. Time of the mile, 150 and 3/5. Blueprint wins the first elimination of the Little Brown Jug.
Blueprint gets the job done in elimination number 1, gate to wire. And as Mr. Jason Settlemore in his very first Little Brown Jug call said, made it look easy, Jenna.
Yeah, he was parked just before the quarter before stablemate Poppy's Rocket allowed him to clear there, but that pocketed up Poppy's Rocket. I believe he was able to hang on for a second in there, and it was a close photo for third between No Trespassing, who got away third, and 4's Blueprint or Extra Suds there. It is 5-2-1-4 unofficial.
And interesting point too, no show from Prince Hal Hanover today. Of course, we set it up and thought it might be a rematch from what we had seen earlier on in this 3-year-old campaign, but no show from Prince Hal Hanover did not factor today. Today was not his day. Set last for much of the mile and really just looked like he had no pop. 150 and 3, again 5-2-1-4 will return for that final a little later on today.
Interesting point there about Prince Hal Hanover. I thought leaving the wings there, 5-6 for Blueprint Prince Hal, I thought Toddy would try to at least follow Ronnie out of there. He yielded right to the back of the pack. He got away 6 there from post 6, opted to come third over behind Captain Deo and Extra Suds. Third over, no real pop when Toddy fed him racetrack. Interesting to see there.
Yeah, and Poppy's Rocket, as you said, getting a 2-hole trip and taking the most of it. Trainer Ron Burke getting 2 in the final, and he said he thought this half-mile track might be an equalizer for this horse, and that's exactly what it was. Extra Suds, second over, got an absolutely perfect trip. Did make the final, but we'll need a little more in his next. We'll send it to Jessica with the reaction.
Thanks, Emily. Winning driver, Ronnie Wren Jr., Blueprint. They take that first elimination. Ronnie, you had to push yourself out of the gate there a bit, but from there it looked like he was just on cruise control.
Yeah, if that quarter was right, 28-1, it just, the amount of respect he got from the other drivers in the race just speaks for the kind of horse he is. And, when I got to the front and was able to ride it my way, he did it really easy.
Prince Hal Hanover was somewhere on your back. He was third over, 3 wide at some point there, but you were pretty confident in your colt turning for home.
Yeah, I was confident after I got to the front, got a soft half for this group, and Prince Hal Hanover and the other horses are great horses, and so we'll see next leg or next heat.
Nice job, best luck in the final.
Thank you.
There you have it, making it look easy, as Jason Settlemore says. Blueprint takes the first elimination of the Little Brown Jug. Back to you guys.
Jess, thank you, Blueprint. Very impressive winning that first elimination. So as they mentioned, 5-2-1-4. Moving on, Blueprint, Poppy's Rocket, No Trespassing, and Extra Suds. So what did you think? Blueprint, he was pretty dominant. Feel like there's enough left in the tank for the final?
Yeah, and now especially you can argue that probably his toughest competition is not going to be there when they get to the finals in Prince Hal Hanover. And the trip did Prince Hal Hanover in more than anything else. I mean, I would be surprised if there was something, God forbid, wrong with the horse today. It just looked like he was stacked up. He could not go anywhere. And when you're on a half-mile track, where are you going to go? You need to get out and get position early. He didn't have it. But I tell you one thing, they're going to have to run now in the finals to beat Blueprint because he really didn't breathe heavy in this spot.
Very impressive in that first elimination round. So he goes in with a strong hand to the final. When we come back, a big decision for Dexter Dunn. Where did he land as far as his best Little Brown Jug chance?
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Why do we do this? We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So your third-generation business can become a fourth and fifth and sixth. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years, with thousands of fans cheering for horses and jockeys yet to come. That's why we come to work every day. Why we travel the world to bring home buyers. Invest in every race. Obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we continue on with live coverage of the 80th Little Brown Jug. One elimination down, one to go, and then we will have the final field as Blueprint took down the first elimination in very impressive fashion. He was undefeated this year and keeps that streak going.
Yeah, and made it look easy once he was able to clear the top. He got parked a little bit going to that quarter, but Ronnie Wren just kept him going forward, knew that he needed position to be in front of this group. And once he got in front, Acacia, this was just easy work. You could just tell his mind was on business. His ears are up. He looked so happy out there, and he won by open lanes in this spot.
Seemed to be traveling comfortably every step of the way. His trainer Ron Burke will look for his 5th Jug win, and he's got a pretty strong chance to do exactly that. Also trained the runner-up Poppy's Rocket, who held on. Reminder, top 4 moving on 5-2-1-4 into the final. Who will accompany Blueprint and the others? We'll soon find out as the second elimination round coming up. Same conditions. Top 4 move on as it is a much more wide open board, and we'll see who could be the best in here. Let's go to Jessica with a special guest.
Thanks, guys. I have driver Dexter Dunn. He has 2 drives in the upcoming Little Brown Jug eliminations. Let's start with extra suds, Dex. Virgil Morgan Jr. training here. We were just talking a little bit off camera. He's a cool-looking horse.
He's pretty as anything, isn't he? He's I think a lot of people like seeing him, so hopefully he's puts a good performance in here today.
You sat behind him in that last performance, last time out. Pretty dominant performance. How do you feel coming into the elimination this afternoon?
Yeah, it's a tricky spot for him, but he was, I drove him there at Lexington last start, and he was, it was unbelievable, really. So we're going to have to see what's going to be happen, but he's probably not going to get the easiest of trips, so he's going to need a little luck and little things to go his way.
In the next elimination, you have odds-on outlier for Melanie Wren. You've driven this colt a couple of times. He was lightly raced last year, 11 starts this year. He really hasn't had to face any of the big dogs, but he's sharp. I mean, you just look down the program page, it's nothing with bold numbers.
Yeah, he's very slick, this horse. He's handy, and he's been putting in some big miles, and very easily too. I think plugs have been in, and I think he's got a good shot in that heat.
He seems pretty versatile as well.
Yeah, he is. He's a dude of a horse, and like I said, he's very handy. So yeah, looking forward to spinning him around here.
And it's always great to be in Delaware, Ohio, the 3rd Thursday of September. You moved here, 7 years ago now, and you seem to be a dominant stay here. What's your favorite part about Jug Week?
Well, one, I think it's great for us to be able to catch up with everybody. We're always at the races and working, and then we go home and go our separate ways. But, you see so many people here and have a good catch up. That's an awesome part of it. And the atmosphere when you're on the track, I think the crowd's already building up, and I know by jug time it's going to be packed the whole way around, which is, it's an unbelievable experience to be out there.
All right, Dex, we wish you the best of luck this afternoon.
All right, thank you, Jess.
We'll send it back to you guys.
So Dexter Dunn driving Captain Optimistic. Of course, that was recorded earlier. So he was in the bike for Extra Suds, who did make it into the final in the first elimination round. But this certainly does appear to be his stronger chance.
Yeah, you know, when you look at a horse like Odds on Outlier, who he's climbing aboard here, I think the choice was really hard for Dexter. He's had to make this choice earlier this year, too, with some bigger stakes races. And it's not something he takes lightly because, obviously, you're a hero if you make the right choice. You're the GOAT if you make the wrong one. But I think in this spot, when you look at a horse like Captain Optimistic, to me, and from what I've seen recently, he just doesn't have the same killer instinct that he's had prior. And he's just not finishing up well or putting away fields that he should be. So I think at the end of the day, Dex having won on Odds on Outlier last time out and the season this horse has had and a good second that this horse ran to Blueprint as well earlier in the season, I think when you put it all together, he thinks right now his best chance is on Odds on Outlier. We'll find out.
And of course I misspoke, so thank you for that. Odds on Outlier, the one that he did choose was the choice between him and Captain Optimistic. We'll see if he made the right choice coming up, as it is the 80th edition of the Little Brown Jug. We'll find out soon who will make it into the field for the final. History on the line in what is a tremendously fun day of racing.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside. Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. That looks like one of the good seats in the house.
Yeah, right? Nice and high up.
Yeah. Getting a tan. Got some drinks.
That's got to be
a little bit of shade in the corner there.
It's definitely self-made right there. I love that.
Definitely. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. Getting ready for the second elimination of the Little Brown Jug. Again, top four will move on. As we discussed, Dexter Dunn landing in the bike for Odds on Outlier, Scott Zeron, going to be with Captain Optimistic and Dexter's Choice. Odds-on outlier currently 9-5.
Yeah, based off that last effort for sure. Put away a pretty decent field, even though this horse was 5 cents on the dollar. Still did it well, you know, at the end of the day. And listen, I mean, Captain Optimistic's case, Scotty Zera on the money man's not a bad substitute, you know, to pick up as a catch driver when Dex opts off. So, listen, it's a competitive group in here. And to me, I think that this group was a little bit more competitive because you didn't have a Luprint and you didn't have a Prince Al Hanover in here. And if you don't believe in Captain Optimistic, then you got odds-on outlier. Hopefully, this horse runs back to his last effort. If not, this race becomes pretty wide open in this spot.
See how it plays out in this second elimination round as far as Captain Optimistic is concerned. As you were touching on, Paul, he's 3 for 10 this year with 3 seconds and a third for Nancy Tactor. So he's been right there, just not necessarily sealing the deal.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like, you know, he ran a really good race in the Tompkins, then the Kane pace was good, and it's just like he never came back off of those races and bounced back with his killer instinct that he had. You know, he sat good trips, too, behind Manolette and Pappy's Pistol. They're two nice horses. They've had good races, and they've been successful this year. But he just couldn't find a way to put those fields away and finish strong in the mile. And if you're going in the wrong direction now you're going to be on a half-mile track, and if you don't make the top or relatively close, I don't know if he's going to get the trip that he needs in this spot. Now, listen, I'm not going to tell you that I don't think he's not going to make the finals, because on paper, he certainly looks like he's going to make the finals, but I'm just not sure I could take him as a win candidate right now.
And favoritism going back and forth between those two as we get ready for the second elimination. Obviously, you had kind of the big horse in Luprint in the last elimination, but would you say that the first elim, top to bottom, appeared to be a little bit of a tougher group?
I would say so, just based on the fact you had a Prince Al. Once you got past the first two, then it got a little bit more wide open, although Extra Suds I thought ran well. And, you know, I also thought No Trespassing ran well, too. But on paper, the first elim was supposed to be that big battle of the two heavyweights and everybody else. One heavyweight won, one didn't make it. In here, you kind of just look at this group and say, okay, some really nice horses. Horses have some things to prove yet in this spot, with Captain Optimistic being the one who's proven the most out of the group.
See how it plays out, especially between odds-on outlier and Captain Optimistic. Odds-on outlier currently the favorite at 6-5, 6 for 11 this year for this gelding. And he does have some speed as well.
Yeah, which should play well for him in this spot. And as Dexter said, drove him last time, so knows what's underneath him in this spot, you know, and also drove him about 4 starts back as well. So that familiarity always helps.
We're doing the post parade. We will start things off with D.A. Loveboat, or is it Da Loveboat?
I think it's D.A. Loveboat
D.A.
in that spot. I think Ron Burke would be happy if he makes it in the finals. For sure, he'd love that.
Thirsty Thursday, that one I can pronounce.
Yeah, I love seeing New York horses run well, and he's certainly done that, run a few stakes along the way in Sire Stakes action around the great state of New York.
And it is D.A. Loveboat on the rail. There is the 3 Lose Star at a big price.
He's going to have to step up here. His wins have been against Les and against some PA All-Star fields, so going to have to step up here a little bit against some of the bigger named horses.
Biggest price on the board right now at 25-1. There's your current favorite, Dexter Dunn, in the bike for odds-on outlier.
I'll tell you what's even more appealing about this horse is the race that he ran against Luprint a couple of starts back. When he had the lead, Luprint took over at the half, but he actually ran well to the wire against a horse who very well now be a heavy favorite in the finals later today.
Sired by Sweet Lou, of course, as is Luprint, and certainly well representing with several of the contenders on this card today. Next, somewhere out there he is Captain Optimistic. Certainly not a bad replacement with Scott Zeron.
Absolutely not, especially when the big money's on the line. This horse is the rebound horse in here. We'll see if he can refine some of that form he had earlier this year.
And then to the outside, you have a couple of long shots in the last couple. The 6 Snack Attack will be next. Jason Bartlett ends up on this one.
Yeah, Jason's having an amazing year this year, second in the country by wins. And aggression and Jason Bartlett go together, and that's what helps this horse immensely, is this horse being forward. And I think Jason will help him with that. We'll see if we can get him out there, though, from post 6.
15-1 right now on that one. Did show some speed last time when we saw him, and it's 15-1 right now, as you mentioned, for a driver that's been having a very strong year. And finally, we wrap up the post parade with the 7 Wild Bill Wyatt.
I wonder if he was like an old-time cowboy.
I don't know.
I have to look that up. I don't know. That was just a random useless fact for your afternoon. But he's going to have to run a little bit better, and he's got a wide post. You know, he's had more success this year against the lower levels, so he's going to have to step up here against this group. But again, you know, anything can happen, as we saw in the first elim.
And with Jason Bartlett selecting the 6, you have Dan Noble and the bike on the 7. That's the field for the second elimination round. Let's head over to Emily and Jenna for more.
Thanks, guys. Second elimination on the track, as you said, as we look forward to the second elimination. Top 4 finishers again, Jenna, looking to come back and, of course, to join Blueprint in that final a little later on today. Based off what we saw in that first elimination, Jenna, does it change your opinion here going into the second elimination, or are you steadfast in your opinions?
Yeah, I'm steadfast in my opinions for sure. I think it's proved last time out. You have to be close enough to the action. We've seen Prince Al Hanover was 3 wide in third over, and he did not even get close to the top 4 in there. I think the key to this race and the key to racing at Delaware is you have to be close to the front end. I agree completely, which I think makes it kind of interesting in this particular race because you've got the current favorite saddled right there in the middle. We got 6-5 on odds on Outlier. Of course, Captain Optimistic, my top choice in here right now at 2-1. And of course, just like we talked about in that first elimination, we saw driver Yannick Gingras be extremely aggressive in the first elimination. You have to believe he's going to be right here off the rail with D.A. Loveboat. I love that price of 6-1 on this guy. Oh, Ronnie Burke alluded to earlier, they're going to go down swinging with him. We know Yannick's an aggressive driver in the bike, especially from the rail here. He's going to be put in play, and if the 4 or 5 do want to outleave him, I think he's going to have to make him work for it. I agree completely. And again, you know, talking about making him work for it, I think it will be interesting because Captain Optimistic, of course, Scott Zeron looking for another Little Brown Jug of victory. He finished second last year, so he came close to repeating because he won in 2022 as well. But again, you know, Captain Optimistic is going to have to work for it. Trainer Nancy Tactor, no stranger to success. She's looking for her first Little Brown Jug victory. Of course, her father, a Little Brown Jug winning trainer back in 2006. And again, you know, Captain Optimistic, one of those horses that I just don't think that you can count out, even if he has to work for it. Again, with this post position, and we talk about him having to be up close, I'm going to stick with my guns there. Captain Optimistic right now at 2-1. We'll send it back to Jess to see who she likes.
Well, Emily, I echo those thoughts on Captain Optimistic, but I'm going to stick with Dexter's choice in here, odds on Outlier. He alluded to this earlier. This colt has not had to have those plugs popped quite yet. He's in good form coming into this race. He did all the heavy lifting for Blueprint a couple of weeks ago and a leg of that Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action as well. He's sharp off of the gate. He's quick-footed off of the gate, and Jenna said it too. You need to be forwardly placed here in Delaware. I just don't think you can get away too far back. I would foresee Dexter pushing off the gate. I think Scotty will be pushing off of the gate with Captain Optimistic. He's coming off of back-to-back second-place finishes. Maybe a little bit on the lower side of wins this season, but he did pick up a win, a stamped win in that cane pace after having a lot of traffic trouble. Aside from those two, I think I'm going to use a long shot underneath D.A. Loveboat. Now, this is the only horse, one of the only horses to beat Blueprint last season. That was down in Lexington, Kentucky. He trained good here on Sunday morning for trainer Ron Burke. That's why he ended up putting him in the jug. Yannick's driven him before. I watched him score down. He looked like he was going to be forwardly placed off of the gate. It was a quick score down for him. So I wouldn't see nobody taking back from those inside posts. But for me, it's odds on Outlier, Melanie Wren, and Dexter Dunn teaming up here. Back to you, Acacia.
Jess, thank you. Looking forward to seeing how it plays out. So everyone on the 4, with the exception of Emily, who is leaning towards Captain Optimistic. And it does seem that those 2 horses, who we discussed quite a bit, hold the strongest hand going into this second elimination.
Sure, on paper, you know, when you look at it, it is those 2. But you've got horses that are taking money. D.A. Loveboat's taking money. Thirsty Thursday's taking money as well. I think what Jessica alluded to is important in here, too, especially with who is going to leave in this spot, because I think it's important. We've seen it before over there that you need to be forward, and you cannot be launching from way far back because you're just going to run out of real estate at the end of the day if you don't make that move early enough. And it seems like if you even want to make that move early enough, there's no place for you to go if somebody else pulls out in front of you and is not moving fast enough.
We saw Blueprint win the first elimination. He was aggressive, got to the lead, and seemed to be traveling like a winner every step of the way. Interested to see how this second elimination round plays out. Again, top 4 moving on to the final of the Little Brown Jug. Here's elimination round 2 with Jason Settlemore.
On the outside, Field of 7, moving up and moving in. This race sponsored by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. The Webkenberg starting gate swing to the top of the stretch, and here they come for the second elimination of the Little Brown Jug. They're all fan pacing, firing away. There goes Thirsty Thursday from the inside, DA a boat. Those two spar into the first turn. Coming away in third, Lose Star, driving up on the outside of their odds-on outlier. Hung to the outside there in fourth and marching on. Down the backside they go, nearing the opening quarter. Hot Captain Optimistic in there, racing in fifth, followed by Snack Attack and Wild Bill Wyatt and Danny Noble can see them all. The opening quarter came and went quick, 26 2/5. Odds-on outlier with a lead here, leading it by a length and a half. Out of the inside, DA boat yielded for the Garden Spot, racing into Thirsty Thursday, racing third, watching over those leaders. Lose Star in there, racing in fourth as they pass the stands and the fans for the first time, heading on over to the half, rolling into the payoff half. Odds-on outlier with the lead. DA boat to the inside in second. First over on the outside, Lose Star buried, racing in fourth, Thirsty Thursday. Second over on the outside, racing in fifth, Captain Optimistic, perfectly placed there. Sixth is Snack Attack, and Wild Bill Wyatt can see them all. Down the backside they go. Heads are pointed towards three quarters, being led up top by Odds-on Outlier with the lead. Lose Star on the outside, racing in second, could not go on. From the inside, DA boat third, three quarters and 122 off a half, and 54 and 1, and set up 3-1 on the outside, Captain Optimistic, but Odds-on Outlier's gone. Less than a 16th to go. They're on their way home in Delaware, Ohio. Odds-on Outlier with a lead here, making easy work of this. Odds-on Outlier wins the second elimination of the Little Brown Jug. 149 3/5.
Wow, this was a
149 and 3 for Odds-on Outlier. Melanie Wren take the second elimination of the Little Brown Jug. Dexter Dunn had a choice to make, and he made the right choice, Jenna.
He did. He opened up by lengths there down by the wire. Yannick was aggressive with DA Loveboat. He left. He ended up yielding there for Dexter to clear in front of him, and that was a close photo there for fourth.
And Captain Optimistic getting up for second. Right now we've got 4-5-3 with a photo for fourth. Interestingly enough, Lose Star was first up, took a majority of the air there from the half on and raced extremely well to get up for Fern Paquette Jr. For third place honors, as we said. 149 and 3. I thought it was equally as interesting, Jenna. Snappy opening quarter where we saw in the first elimination Ronnie Wren Jr. even saying the opening quarter was pretty soft. Here we saw an opening quarter of 26 and 2, and that was led by Odds-on Outlier trying to get to the front.
And he never lets up there as the Snack Attack there, they just said, was fourth there. So Jason Bartlett gets the Joe Bongiorno trainee in the final. I think, Emily, a good horse to watch in the final is going to be Captain Optimistic. Scott Zeron, very patient with this guy, as we know he is when the money is down. He was fifth. He was second over behind Lou Star, and he was flying at the end of his mile, making up a ton of ground there. Although, you know, Odds-on Outlier was the clear winner. Scotty made sure he finished up his mile well, and I think he'll be interesting to watch in the final.
Yeah, interesting is right. And, of course, as we talk about the top four finishers coming back for that final, and will be interesting to see how the draw shakes out as we talk about, as we look ahead to that 20th race on the card. So plenty of action left to go. But yes, we will see how the draw shakes out with those elimination winners coming back. Of course, they're drawing, and again, the other horses drawing in with them. So the top four finishers from both eliminations need a little luck in the draw as well.
And do note, the two winners draw post 1 or 2, and then the two second place finisher 3 or 4. And we'll have Jessica Otten along trackside here to catch up with the connection.
Thanks, guys. Winning driver Dexter Dunn. Dex, talk me through the coming off of the gate there. Looked like you were leaving with them, then maybe wanted to find a seat with them, but you decided to just keep pushing on.
Yeah, the plan was always to push on, Jess, but there's a little bit of action, you know, up with Ty and Yannick fighting it out for a bit there. So we just sort of took our time, but, you know, it was a pretty hot first quarter. We got there, got a bit of a breather, and, you know, he's a pretty sharp little horse, but he was pretty goofy on the front today. He was looking, you know, there's obviously a lot going on here. He was looking at everything, but you know, when I asked him, he really sprinted good and then sort of just eased him up the straight.
You were contested there throughout most of the mile by Lose Star and Fern Paget, but when you turned for home, looked like just he was on cruise control.
Yeah, I popped the plugs. He just wasn't concentrating that much, so I popped the plugs halfway in the last turn, and he really took off good then. So, you know, really happy with his performance and looking forward to the final.
Good luck.
Thank you, we need it.
There you have it. Odds on outlier, Melanie Wren, Dexter Dunn. They get the job done in the second Little Brown Jug elimination. Back to you guys.
Jess, thank you. As everybody alluded to, Dexter Dunn making the right call, and interesting insight on him pulling those earplugs and how that did help his gelding to focus a bit more in that stretch.
Yeah, especially when you're on that tight track and you have everybody on top of you. Of course, you know it yourself. Horses are going to be looking around at every little thing. They'll find every little small thing. And in this case, there's a lot going on, so I'm sure they were looking around. Captain Optimistic, to me, same thing. On the backside, you could see Scotty Zeron kind of tapping him a little bit and shaking the reins at him a little bit, and his head was kind of cocked out to the right. He was kind of looking around at what was going on to his outside. And, I mean, he got the tougher of the trips, being 3 wide and finishing up. I still think that this horse was geared down, and Captain Optimistic, you know, kind of ran into a horse that was kind of geared down in this spot. I still think at the end of the day, even though this race came up faster because they ran faster earlier, I do think that Blueprint's still going to be tough to beat. But this horse, Odds on Outlier, is starting to make a believer of some people now off the last 2 efforts.
4, 5, 3, 6 moving forward to the finale. Odds on Outlier, Captain Optimistic, Lose Star, and Snack Attack. Headlined, though, by Odds on Outlier, who has shown himself to be in good form going into that Little Brown Jug finale.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Wiglet, Jiglet on the outside second. Can anybody catch him from the back? Coming home, lost for words. Wiglet, Jiglet, coming home, lost for words. Wiglet, Jiglet, a final surge!
Wiggle It, Jiggle It in the 2015 Little Brown Jug. I think a lot of people were fans of the name, but also fans of the talent from that horse.
Yeah, when you looked at this race, you thought he was going to get beat. He did not. He paced that struck to the wire and got the job done in that spot. He was a cool horse, too, with a cool name as well, and a cool backstory as well for the connection. So always fun to go back and see this race. This is a cool shot of this race, too,
very cool.
From above, checking that out as he got the job done. I can't believe it's that long ago.
Yeah, back in 2015, 10 years ago now that we saw Wiggle It, Jiggle It get the win. In the second elimination round today, though, it was Odds On Outlier who got the victory. It was much the best in here. How do you think he stacks up against Blueprint?
Well, you know, when you look at this horse, he set the table for Blueprint a couple of starts back, and I don't think he paced that bad, finishing second behind him that day when Blueprint took over at the half. So I think post position will be a little bit important. Not that it matters because they're going to draw 1-2 anyway, but I'd like to see just where that's going to shake out. I would think they're going to be aggressive with him again in this spot and maybe try to get in front. So we'll see. He's definitely improved in his last 2 starts by leaps and bounds.
So 4-5-3-6, moving on to the finale after race 17, $3.40 winner from Odds On Outlier. We'll take a look at all of the finalists. Again, the top 4 from each of the elimination round. Moving on to the finale. Give a little bit more insight once again, Paul, as to how the draw works for the final.
So your winners of the elimination races, Blueprint, Odds On Outlier, they can draw no worse than the 2-hole. For this spot.
So there'll be one or two.
Your second place finishers that came out of the elimination races will draw 3 or 4, and then everybody else will draw 5 through 8. And looking at that screen, I'm pretty sure that Dexter Dunn is going to choose to drive Odds On Outlier in this spot, and Extra Suds will need to find another driver between now and race 20.
That decision will have to be made. He's the only one with overlap, or I should say Scott Zeron as well, between No Trespassing and Captain Optimistic. Captain Optimistic, who was pretty solid there. Where do you think he lands?
I think he's going to land on Captain Optimistic. I would think so.
Yeah. We'll give you an update as to how it does play out. But first, we have a couple more races before we get to the final. Give everybody a little bit of time back at the barn. Regroup. Of course, those post positions will be drawn, and we'll share them when we have them. The Grade 3 Miss Versatility final and a 1-mile trot for the fillies and mares is coming up next. And here's a look at the field. MM's Dream currently 3-2. More on the Miss Versatility in a moment. But first, let's go to Emily with a very special guest.
Thanks, guys. Standing by with Governor Mike DeWine and his wife, Fran. I first want to thank you for joining us at the Little Brown Jug. But, Governor, I've got to ask you, the Little Brown Jug, one of the greatest traditions in the sport of harness racing in here for the state of Ohio. Talk to us about what it means to see your state showcased on the national spotlight like this.
Well, this is the 80th Jug, and this is just such a big deal for Ohio and for the really for the whole country. The Jug, we're very, very proud of it. You can see the grandstands are full over there, and people having a good time. And you know, people start coming in here early, and they're going to stay late and wait until we know who wins.
That's exactly right. And people stay, they come early, they stay late, and they make a day of it. And speaking of that, talk to us about what it means for events like this to have such a great community feel. It's one of the best events in harness racing, and it's because it feels like a community. Talk to us about what these events mean to your state.
Yeah, it is a community feel. I mean, you talk to some of the people, and some of them are from Canada, some of them from other countries. They come here every year. The people who are here get to know them. There's a lot of just bonding that takes place over this whole day. And we got a perfect day for it today. It's beautiful here in Central Ohio, and we're glad to welcome everybody to this state.
Well, we are so glad to welcome you and your wife, Fran. We want to thank you for joining us. And I'm not going to let you get out of here without either giving us a pick or who do you like in the 2025 Little Brown Jug?
Well, I like the voice. I like Roger Houston. He and I from the same county. He and I have been friends for many, many years. And when we walked in today, we heard Roger's voice calling a race, and he's just absolutely amazing. He's not going to call the Jug this year, which is kind of a big break. So I've got a proclamation we're proclaiming today is Roger Houston's day in the state of Ohio. So we're very proud of him.
We are very proud as well, and I'm right there with you. Roger Houston Day, Little Brown Jug 2025. Again, we want to thank Governor Mike DeWine for joining us, and of course, his wife, Fran. Back to you guys.
So special. Loved that interview and loved getting a chance to hear Roger Houston Day today. A very special honor from the governor of Ohio.
Yeah, and a great man in the sport of harness racing. Just so much that he has done, and his legacy speaks for itself, man. I remember growing up over there. You can't see it, but it's back there, a couple of blocks, watching on the old New York City OTV channel, late at night during the week or weeknights and weekends when they would run at the Meadows, and Roger Houston was the voice. And you just fell in love with that voice because it just was a booming voice that kept you captivated, and you just kept on the simulcast in the background. Probably should have been doing homework or something, but instead I was busy watching races and listening to Roger Houston, and now look at me. Right?
It all turned out well. I'm sure Roger would be proud. Of course, longtime announcer of the Little Brown Jug, passing on the reins of the Jug to Jason Settlemore this year. Coming up, we'll preview a big night at Hoosier Park tomorrow evening and what's to come over there. All that and more coming up, including the Little Brown Jug final after this.
Ever dream of owning your own racehorse? How would you like to get in the winner's circle with the #1 harness racing partnership in the U.S., VIP Stable? There's nothing like the thrill of your horse coming down the stretch. To find out more, call VIP Stable at 877-VIP-WIN-1 or visit us on the web at www.vipstable.com. Turning horse racing fans into racehorse owners. Be a winner.
You're watching America's Day at the races. Tomorrow we have special Friday night coverage from 8 to 11 p.m. on FS2. Over at Hoosier Park, Caesars Trotting Classic. The highlight there, Paul, you'll be on with Chris Griffin tomorrow evening?
Yep, we'll be here.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, a lot of good action tomorrow night on this card. The Caesars Trotting Classic's going to highlight it. We're going to find out if Lexus Cody can keep the tour going and keep the schedule up that he's been doing and be able to run and finish up well in that spot, because it's been all around. Meadowlands and Woodbine and Yonkers and now out to Indiana. So it'll be interesting to see if he could trot well and finish that up. You got Ponta Jet in there, was always a favorite, and you've also got Periculum and Oh Well as well. But there's a lot of good racing on tap there.
That was a look at the stake schedule for tomorrow night. Jam-packed as far as the action. Be sure to tune in starting at 8 p.m. on FS2. The Miss Versatility coming up next over at the Delaware County Fair, though. Race number 18, 1 mile trot for the fillies and mares. MM's Dream, Call Me Goo. These two taking most of the attention on the board as of now.
Yeah, it seems Fonstead always tough when they bring these fillies and mares into trot, and he's got 3 of them in this spot. And they've been knocking heads throughout this series over at the Meadowlands. So some have gotten the better of others at times, and others have turned the table. So this is an interesting spot for a couple of these horses.
First one from the Svanstead barn, this one driven by Ake Svanstead as well. Dial Square will kick off the field.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for the Armbro Flight winner, since that start and that win.
MM's Dream, one of the favorites.
Yeah, just missed by a neck last time out behind Elisa Hanover, who's been in solid form and set all the pace in that spot.
The second for the Svanstead barn is the current favorite, number 3, Call Me Goo. Tim Tetrick lands here.
Yeah, it just kind of didn't get the right setups, I thought, or trips up at Woodbine. Now gets back on the smaller track today. Should be a little bit more forward to. We'll see if she's got good early trot in the spot.
Here's Bravo Angel, 9-1.
Last time out, she got that lead by herself and showed more confidence for sure. Jason Bartlett, maybe. We'll see if she's aggressive again in this spot.
Next will be the number 5, Nelson Bright Eagle, looking for the first win on the year.
Yeah, chased home Bravo Angel last time out, so might be just this spot. It's almost like last year all over again, where it took a while for her to get into form and get that win.
And that's the third for the Svanstead barn. Next will be the number 6, Southwind Banshee.
Yeah, it's finished 7th in the last 2. Been a long shot in both of those spots as well.
The 7 is out, and there's the 8, Alista Hanover to the outside.
I think if Dave Miller had to do it all over again, he might have been more aggressive last time out, because that pace that Bravo Angel set just was not all that fast out there and had a little too much to do against 2 horses who just never came back to the field. They trotted on, and she didn't run that badly, finishing 3rd in that spot. She can do better. She's just got a wide post in here, and we'll see how aggressive Dave Miller is with her in this spot.
Quickly, your top pick in here, Paul?
I'm going to go with the 2, MM's Dream in here. I'm just hoping that Yannick Dringra is going to send her and that she's going to be in front or at least pocket it up in a spot like this and be able to pounce.
Let's head over, Emily and Jenna. What are your thoughts on the Miss Versatility?
Thanks, guys. A nice field set to go postward in the Miss Versatility final, purse of $95,000. As we said, a field of 8. A very nice field at that, and a very wide open group, in my opinion. I'm going to start first. I'm going to go to the 2, MM's Dream, for my top choice. I'm going to agree with Paul. Ron Burke, of course, we've talked about it all day. Jenna, the role that this team is on, the train cannot be stopped, in my opinion. MM's Dream, though, this is just the kind of spot for her. You know, she just got nosed out in her last. She's been racing ultimately just so well all season long. 175,000, maybe a touch from where we've seen her in previous seasons, but nevertheless, week in and week out, she puts up her best performance. Love the inside post draw for her. And again, as we talk about, Team Burke can't be stopped, at least as of late.
She's a blue-collar mare, Emily. Every time she comes to the racetrack, she brings her A-game. She has raced against the best and the best in her career, and that is why she has over $2 million in earnings. A fan favorite, you know, it's hard not to like the horses that try each and every week, but I'm going to take a little shot against her as I slot in for second. I'm going to be on the rail horse, Dial Square S for Ake Svanstead. Andrew McCarthy will pick up the drive in here. Again, I'm alluding to the inside can be a very big advantage in here. We know that this one has some speed to her. She won the Armbro Flight up at Woodbine Mohawk Park back on June the 14th in 151-4, the inside advantage, but you know, I would like to see Alista Hanover get involved from post 8.
I was going to say the same thing. And, you know, taking a look at these wonderful mares on the track, Alista Hanover is one of those that her ears are up. She is bright. She looks alert, as they all do. But as you said, she just looks so sharp out there on the track. Would love to see her step out of there and really make a race of it. Similar story here for the 3, Call Me Goo. Tim Tetrick scoring her down and scoring her down well. Of course, we've seen her have success in spots like this as well. And she's another one that looks to be ready for a big performance. Finished 4th in her last, but again, Tim Tetrick looks to be scoring her down and scoring her down quite well. Let's send it to Jess to see who she likes.
Well, you guys alluded to who I like a little bit here, Alista Hanover. I know she's got post 8 on a half-mile track, but guys, I just think she's the one that's going to get the job done in here with the Buckeye. Dave Miller in the bike for trainer Annie Stobie. She is alert out on the racetrack. I just watched her score down. I love the way she looks out there. She's coming off of a loss there in that last leg of the Miss Versatility at the Meadowlands, but that was a long way to be first over for her. You got to go 2 back to that Girl Power race that they put on at the Big M back on the 29th month of August, where she was a neck winner in 52-2, excuse me. She's plenty versatile, so that gives me confidence in Dave Miller to get her out of the gate well and get her forwardly placed throughout the mile, early on in the mile, I guess I should say. But she's plenty versatile too. The first couple of starts we saw her earlier on this season, she come from well off of the pace, whether she was parked late or if she was, second or third over. She really can track those horses down in the mile, and she really has a good burst of gate speed as well. It's all up to David Miller to see what he's going to do from post 8 in the Miss Versatility final, but I'm going to use her on top. I think she's probably offering a bit of value as well. Back to you, Acacia.
She's definitely a little bit more of an appealing price. Jess, thank you. Even money on Call Me Goo right now, though, as she continues to take all the attention. One of the three, and certainly seems to be the highlight of the three for the Swanstead barn.
Yeah, and I think the assumption here is that she's going to show more early trot in this race and be more forward than she was up at Woodbine Mohawk in the earlier division of the Maple Leaf and then in the final as well. The trip just didn't work out for her. I know she closed in that final, but she's more capable of better results than that. And 5-1 on Lista Hanover is not a bad price. I think people are just scared away a little bit by the post position and also the race last time out, which I still believe she was in really good form going into that spot. It's just the pace and the trot in front of her just did not work out. The horses never came back to her, and Bravo Angel was able to walk the dog on the front end.
See how it materializes today. It's time for the Grade 3 Miss Versatility final coming up next from the Delaware County Fair. Jason Settlemore has the call.
Final. In behind, the Mike Wolkenberg starting gate on the upper turn. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. Off and trotting, MM's Dream goes right out for the lead. On the outside, Call Me Goo, Dial Square gets away third. Taking a seat, Bravo Angel fourth. Nelson Bright Eagle fifth. Racing sixth on the inside, Southwind Banshee, and treading the field, Elista Hanover. Down the backside, all in straight alignment, go on to the first quarter mark. MM's Dream and Yannick Gingras show the way. Call Me Goo and Tim Tetrick right there second. It's a race by the opening quarter, 28-1. Dial Square races third as the race to the 3/8 mark. Racing fourth, that's Bravo Angel as the race around the turn. Racing fifth, on the inside, Nelson Bright Eagle as they race into the lane first time, coming to the halfway point. Outside Flow develops. They're going after the leader, MM's Dream. Racing second, Call Me Goo at the halfway point. Into the turn and go on to the 5/8. Moving on the outside, Bravo Angel now second. Moving up on the outside as well, now fourth and closing in on the leaders. That is Elista Hanover. On to the backside and the three-quarter mark. Racing fifth, it's Dial Square. Down the backside, sixth. On the inside, that is Nelson Bright Eagle. And trailing the field, Southwind Banshee, 3/4 as they race around the turn. A little more than 1/8 of a mile to go in Ohio. On top of the field, MM's Dream brings them into the stretch. Still on the outside, second is Bravo Angel battling on. Racing down the stretch, MM's Dream with the lead. Battle for second and third. MM's Angel with the lead. Up the inside, Call Me Goo. The mile, 1:53.
MM's Dream.
A nice finish there, MM's Dream, and Call Me Goo trying to get up the inside, Jenna, but MM's Dream getting to the front, able to get fractions her way, and really looked like she relaxed out there.
She really was relaxed out there. Trotted her mile here today in 1:53. Yannick able to rate the mile just how he wanted it to. Pocketed up, Call Me Goo, and we have alluded to before, the pocket can be a very tough spot to race here, especially when there's a live horse first over, because there is no passing lane, as Timmy tried to squeeze his way through, but there was no room there for Call Me Goo. MM's Dream, the two She was well over $2 million in earnings now.
And she certainly does. And just mentioning Alyssa Hanover and what she would elect to do, elected for a trip off the pace. Thought she was well placed there second over. Looked like she had quite a bit, but as we talked about, the front end, the place to be, and when she fanned off that final turn, the front end just got away from her. So not able to get the job done for Alyssa Hanover today. Not her day. But again, a nice finish there as the Miss Versatility in the Aged Mares Finals never disappoints. Again, got to give a solid effort to Call Me Goo there, and Tim Teacher gave it everything they had, and made a good race of it, but MM's Dream just too tough today.
Bravo Angel Last will round out the trifecta in there. Jason Bartlett's got away fourth with this mare, came first over and put in a solid bid there, just could not get past MM's Dream and Call Me Goo, and now hanging at 2, 3, 4, 8, and Alyssa Hanover will round out that superfecta as Jessica will catch up with winning driver Yannick Gingras.
Thanks so much, Jenna. I have winning driver Yannick Gingras. MM's Dream, what a classy mare she is, Yannick.
She really is. She's a pleasure to drive. She drives two-finger. You tell her to go, she goes. You grab her up, she comes back to you. She's just definitely a class mare.
Was it as easy as it looked out there, just going gate wire?
It was. Once I got Timmy on my back, I knew he was the one to beat, and just a matter of keeping the pace slow enough to keep him locked in. It was not a lot of strategy from there.
Nice job with this one. I want a quick comment, though, on Pappy's Rocket. He made his way into the 80th Little Brown Jug final. Give us a quick hit on your impressions of his elimination.
I thought he raced tremendous. Of course, Blueprint, I know he's unbeatable probably for me in that race. Looking to maybe finish second or third, but being able to finish second, we got a good post. Couldn't be any happier with him. We're going to take the shoes off. I think it's going to help him. Step him up maybe a length or two, and maybe that's the difference between second and fourth.
Nice job. Best of luck in the final.
Thank you very much.
There you have it. MM's Dream, Yannick Gingras, Ron Burke. They take the Miss Versatility final. Back to you guys.
Well done to MM's Dream and Yannick Gingras getting the win there. Also, just to clarify, that was Roger Houston on the mic there for the Miss Versatilities. We mentioned still calling a couple of the races today, but MM's Dream getting the victory, and what a day it's been so far. Not done yet, though, for Ron Burke.
No, you can't stop the Burke Brigade at the moment, and proving it here, but she's all class. I mean, she always has been. That's her 35th lifetime win now. So she knows what she's doing out there, and when she was able to set those easier fractions, you knew it was game over. And I do tip my cap more so to Bravo Angel than Call Me Goo, because Bravo Angel came first over, took in all that air on the outside, still trotted well until they got to mid-stretch and kind of, had to hold on for third there. But she has improved in this series and run well in this series when you look back at her past performances.
6-year-old mare picking up another victory, MM's Dream with the win. Speaking of track announcer Roger Houston, he has quite the history over at the Delaware County Fair and passing on the torch for the Little Brown Jug. That story after this.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track on every screen every day. Monthly packages starting as low as $5 per month. RTN gives you great value and access to more HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
It's by the missile on the outside, gets to the front, closing ground, Nighthawk on the outside, by the missile, the battle's on for second and third, by the missile!
By the Missile winning the 2022 Little Brown Jug. We'll actually see By the Missile on our coverage tomorrow night.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him out there in this spot because he's had a tough trip in his last 2 races. Canadian Pacing Derby, no-shot trip in the Ewart as well. So he's got a lot of rebound potential and does draw the inside in that spot. 31 for 53 lifetime, over 2.5 mil. You can't fault that.
The Caesars Trotting Classic coming up tomorrow. We'll have coverage on America's Day at the Races from 8 to 11 p.m. on FS2. That segment will be hosted by Chris Griffin. Paul will have coverage as well, providing all your insight.
I'll be
Looking
here.
forward to it.
Yep.
As far as the Miss Versatility is concerned, MM's Dream with the victory. Yannick Gingras in the bike.
Yeah, she made it look easy in here. Once she got to the top, she was able to get into that nice trotting rhythm that you like to see, and the fractions were not overly taxing in this spot. And Yannick had Bravo Angel measured the entire time. You could see it in the way his hands were when they started trotting for home. And once the inside opened up a little, Call Me Goo kind of just ran up into that spot and finished in second in here. So nice job by the winner. I think Bravo Angel ran the better race over Call Me Goo, but listen, second and third, not a bad effort.
$7 winner for MM's Dream, taking the victory in the Grade 3 Miss Versatility. We turn the page. Race 19, just one more to go before we have the final for the Little Brown Jug. This one is the Ohio Breeders' Championship for the 3-year-old fillies, a 1-mile pace, coming up in the 19th. Here's a look at the field as you have a field of 9 and pretty wide open as far as the board is concerned right now.
Yeah, and a lot of these horses have a good season going for them at this point, and they're evenly matched on paper. I like a little odds on Sue in this spot, and I'm hoping I can keep that 5-1 because, you know, when you look at the day as a whole today, MM's Dream was actually the highest priced horse today at $7. So trying to spice it up a little bit and try and get a little bit of a price in there. But this is an evenly matched group, and they've run against each other. And that's the one thing I love about these series that we see in Ohio and also out in Indiana as well, that they will face each other for months. So you get to see horses, you know, round into form. You get to see horses catch up with other horses as well. And it's fun to watch. It makes you a fan quicker. And I've always said that when it's come to standardbreds, you can become a fan faster because you get to see these horses race more often and you get to see them battle each other. And that's ultimately what you'd like to see, whether it's a big day or just a regular Friday night.
They certainly have their friends going against one another here in the Ohio Breeders' Championship. We have the field for the Little Brown Jug final. Blueprint on the rail, odds on outlier in 2. As mentioned, the top 2 winners of the 2 elimination rounds will be in post 1 and 2. So that's the field lining up the 8 of them that will go to duke it out in the Little Brown Jug final. As we send it over to Emily as she gives a little bit more insight on this special story, passing the torch, calling this year's Little Brown Jug.
Thanks, guys. Few voices in all of sports are as recognizable as the legendary Roger Houston. We're standing by with Roger Houston and his longtime assistant, Jason Settlemore. And Roger has called decades of the Little Brown Jug, but this year, he's passing the microphone together to Mr. Jason Settlemore. Roger, we'll start with you. Talk to us a little bit about what it has meant to you to be the soundtrack of the Little Brown Jug and to be such an integral part of this historic race.
I was tickled pink when they hired me because I was just a county fair announcer back in the early 60s. And when I got the job in 67, it was basically a dream come true because I never expected it. And to call 57 jugs and be here 58, 59 years, it's just unbelievable.
As I said, you are the heartbeat of the Little Brown Jug in a lot of folks' opinions. 57 jugs you've called, but this year you're making a transition. You're passing the microphone. Talk to us about how you knew Jason was just the guy for the job.
Well, there was no question about it, but it was going to be a hard thing for me to do on the minute. And I started thinking about it 2 years ago, and I didn't want to go into the jug saying, hey, this is going to be my final call. So I waited until after last year was over. When it was over, I told Tom Wright that's it, no more. And from now on, Jason Settlemore will be calling the Little Brown Jug. I'm not retiring. I'm not quitting. Nothing like that. I'm just passing the torch to Jason for the Jugette and the Little Brown Jug.
Well, we are certainly glad to hear that you are not going anywhere. Jason, quite an endorsement from Roger. Talk to us a little bit about, though, what this means to you personally as a Buckeye, and also the endorsement from Roger.
Yeah, no, being from here in Ohio and only about 40 minutes from here and not missing a jug since 1988 BJ Scoot, and listening to Roger all the years make the magic for everybody here in Delaware, and that's what he is. He has created a lot of magic throughout the decades that he's called the races here. And Roger and I have been very close. He's been a mentor and a friend of mine since 1989, and I was 12 years old, and he sent me to the West Virginia State Fair. And, you know, Roger's done a lot for me in my professional and personal life. And this is a surreal moment for me. It's something that I've dreamed about since I was a kid. And actually, and to do it this way is great for me. Because Roger is, as you could tell, he's still very, very strong behind the microphone. And, you know, while a surreal moment, I like it this way because it's Roger's way. And this is the way that legends do things. And Roger is certainly a legend in harness racing.
The understatement of the year. We are standing by with the legend, as I said. An historic moment for not only the Little Brown Jug, but the sport as well. And as Jason and both Roger said, magic still lies ahead. Back to you guys.
Very special moment there. Of course, Jason talking about how Roger's been a mentor to him. Roger Houston just celebrating his 83rd birthday back on Tuesday as well. So belated happy birthday to Roger, but very special that he knows that he can trust the person that's taking over the mic as far as the Jug and the Jugette.
Yeah, two people who are important to the sport, no doubt. Roger's a living legend. You know, his resume walks in the room before him, and even Jason, you know, communicate with Jason a lot with coverage that we do here with the Meadowlands, and, you know, great guy, always accommodating and always good for the sport. So this is good to see, you know, when you have that support from your mentor and somebody who trusts you enough, as you said, to be able to pass that along to you and have the next generation step in. And as Roger said, he's not going anywhere anytime soon, so he'll still call a few races and be at the Jug, I'm sure.
Absolutely, pretty special. Was hired in August of 1967. As we will have the 80th Little Brown Jug still to come. Top-rated pacer ready for the final blueprint drawn post 1, as we'll get a chance to see who will take home the big award of the day.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Packed crowd looking to get the best seat in the house as we get closer and closer to the final of the 80th Little Brown Jug. First, though, we have the Ohio Breeders' Championship 1 mile pace, 3-year-old fillies to come here in race 19. As we touched on, pretty wide open group in this spot. And as you mentioned, Paul, they're all kind of evenly matched. They've faced each other before. We'll start things off with the one, Anna Loves Bananas.
She's been good. She's been prominent and up close early on. You got to assume with the 1 hole here that they're going to be a little bit aggressive with her. She had no shot in her last 2 being taken back to last.
There's odds on Sue, who you have interest in?
Yeah, my top choice in here at Calling Card's been the ability to leave off those wings, get herself in front or pocket up, hoping for that trip here.
Riley 2, Tim Tetrick in the bike.
Yeah, just 2 for 12 this season, and she's been taking money and burning some money lately in some of those starts, so a little buyer beware for me here. And she's had some good trips that she's not been able to parlay into wins.
5-2 right now. Next will be the number 4, Rose Run Annabelle.
But she ran well last time, paced well, I should say, dropping a little bit from the series into a non-winners of 2 pari-mutuel. Still looking for that first win.
Big price on the next one. The number 5, Good Night Dance, somewhere out there.
I think I see her. She is. She's dancing her way across the screen. She is going to need to step things up against this group for sure. She's been facing lesser. She's done well against them. When she stepped up into some series, she hasn't had as much success.
37-1 right now. Next will be your favorite, the 6, The Word Is Out, 2-1.
Word's out on the Burke Brigade because it's another Ron Burke trainee in this spot. And I know it's not been, I guess, the 3-year-old season that I guess Ron Burke was probably looking for with her. But that being said, she was a multiple Sire Stakes and Stakes winner at 2, and she won a Sire Stakes race this season as well. So the post might be the only thing that hampers her, but we'll see if she can turn it around and pop up with a big effort in here.
What kind of trip does she work out there? Sun on My Buns, another one for Ron Burke.
I guess that's a beach problem. Chris Page has had the hot hand today. 4 victories for Chris on the afternoon.
As Yannick Gingras will be in the bike for the 7, Chris Page in the bike for the 6. The Word Is Out.
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's tough to keep track sometimes. The 8, Fear the Hammer, a long shot.
Yeah, has done some good work over at the fair circuit. We'll see against this group. Going to have to step up the game for sure.
And then finally, the number 9, Prolific Fire, to the outside.
Second tier.
Second tier.
Yeah,
That's
second
right.
tier here
second
for
tier.
this horse. So second last time out at a big number. Getting played today. We'll follow, hopefully a horse with a little bit of speed can get some position in this spot.
See how it does play out. Race 19, the Ohio Breeders' Championship. Let's check in with Emily and Jenna.
The appetizer to the 20th race, which of course is that Little Brown Jug final. We're going to kick it off here with the $116,000 Ohio Breeders' Championship for 3-year-old fillies. And as Acacia and Paul talked about, we've got a field of 9, so 1 trailer, Jenna, and a full field at that. One of the fuller fields we've seen today, and a wide open group, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really is. This is a deep group, and lucky enough for me, I get to watch these horses race week in and week out. So I'm going to stick with the Burke Brigade, as how could you not on a day like today, especially with Chris Page in the bike here. He will drive the 6. The Word Is Out. That effort a few starts back where she was 4th and against age mares, it just really sticks out. And then I like the fact that Chris just scored down, and he was scoring this filly down aggressively. That to me sees that he's going to want to bide for early positioning, and it's going to be tough because there is a trailer in here.
Agreed completely. As we said, was scoring her down. She looked great on the track. Similar story for the 1, Anna Loves Bananas. Maybe a bit of a price here. Scott Betts trains Aaron Merriman, another filly that looks really good on the track today. She's got her ears up. She looks alert. Looks like she's ready to go forward. And of course, as we talk about off of that rail position, let's send it to Jess for her pick in this race.
Thanks, Emily. I think it's going to be a very competitive Ohio Breeders' Championship here for those 3-year-old pacing fillies. I went back and forth between the 2 and the 3. Odds on Sue for Virgil Morgan Jr., a winner 3-back at a lower level company, but has put together 3 consecutive really nice efforts in a row. Post 2 for this one picks up Dexter Dunn, and Riley 2. This one's going to pick up the Bionic Man and Tim Tetrick. 2 wins from 12 starts, unraced at the age of 2. So I think this one is just finding its groove. 2-3 for me in race 9. Dean, back to you, Acacia.
Jess, thank you. Ohio Breeders' Championship coming up next for 3-year-old fillies. Here's Roger Houston with the call.
Stretching. Here they come.
and pacing into the turn. On top of the field, Anna Loves Bananas on the inside. On the outside as they race into the turn. Now backing off, Odds On Sue. 3 wide on the outside and going on. Riley 2 and Tim Tetrick now to take the lead. Racing second, Anna Loves Bananas. Racing third, down the backside, going to the first quarter mark. Second tier, Prolific Fire. They race over to that first quarter mark. 27-1. Into the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. Racing fourth, that's Odds On Sue. Around the turn, straight alignment, racing fifth. The word is out. Into the lane first time, racing sixth as they come to the halfway point. On top of the field, Riley 2. They're halfway home in 55-3, 28-2, second panel. Anna Loves Bananas is there second. Here comes Prolific Fire on the move, now second and going right on after the leader, sticking the head in front. Prolific Fire takes the lead. Riley 2 second. Anna Loves Bananas third. Racing fourth, coming to the outside. That's Odds On Sue going to the 3/4 mark. Scooting up the inside as the race over the 7/8 mark. The 3/4 in 1:23 27-4. Third panel, and on the front end, drawn away, Prolific Fire and Austin Hanners on top by 7. Through the stretch, the battle for second and third, closing on the outside. The word is out. Anna Loves Bananas, 151.
Hey, Gabe, we can lead him to water. We can't make him drink.
Wow, I'm just glad I got a little drink of this.
Prolific Fire gets the job done in the Ohio Breeders' Championship for 3-year-old fillies. Made it look easy, Jenna. 1:51 for this young filly. A new lifetime best trained by Todd Luther.
Yeah, the second tier is not always the easiest to start from, but it's a little bit of an advantage there with Anna Loves Bananas leaving out of there. Prolific Fire got away third. Austin very aggressive with this filly, came first over, really drew away after the favorites. Riley 2, she was sent off 3-2, made her way to the front end, but Prolific Fire just much the best in here, riding with each and every stride. She scores from the second tier at 4-1.
Yeah, scores from the second tier, and as we've talked about all day, Jenna, front end speed appears to be the place to be. And I thought that Riley 2 raced well, all things considered. It looked like they set the rail, and she had some pace late, but there was no catching Prolific Fire. Today was just her day. She was much the best. And as we talked about, as indicated in our last start, a good solid second place effort, but this is a big step up for this young filly. And as you said, second tier, no problem today.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting trip there for the 6th. The word is out. Chris got away 5th with her, and with Odds On Sue coming first over, and there being 2 of them stacked up there, he opted to stay in there and really kind of got lucky with it, maneuvering through traffic to be second.
Yeah, agreed. And again, as we said, Todd Luther trains Austin Hanners, a local driver, gets the job done in Delaware. We'll send it over to Jess for the comments.
Thank you, Emily. I do have winning driver Austin Hanners, an Ohio boy. It's always nice to go to the winner's circle on Jug Day.
Absolutely. You know, it never gets old winning here, let alone on Jug Day.
Talk to me a little bit about this filly, Austin. You know, there were a couple levers to your outside. You had the trailing position. You were not going to give up letting anybody get around.
You know, I drove the 2 a couple times and never thought she was real good on a half, so I just kind of didn't want an extra horse in my way, so I just kind of figured if I wanted to be the one out in there, half to the move, I wanted to only have myself out there.
And you made that powerhouse move up the backside. It looked like she was on cruise control from there.
Yeah, you know, she kind of loses focus when she's on the lead, so I kind of kept her attention, but she was really good today.
Nice job.
Thank you.
There you have it, Austin Hanners, Prolific Fire, Todd Luther. They're going to take the Ohio Breeders' Championship. Back to you guys.
With a great drive and a great trip from that second tier, you could see it early on, Paul, the position he was able to get this filly in really made a big difference.
Yeah, they scrambled going into the first turn. The 1, the 2, the 3, the 9, they were all levers, and Odds On Sue decided to back out of there with Dex, and it left a couple of horses on top, and Riley, too, went to the top. But I think Austin had enough, as he said, and he just didn't want anybody around him, and made the top rather easily with her, and boy, did she pace away and opened up on them late. Riley, too, burned a little bit more money again.
4-1 on Prolific Fire, who gets the win in the Ohio Breeders' Championship. When we come back, it'll be time for the 80th Little Brown Jug as Ron Burke looking to add a 5th jug to his collection with Blueprint, who is dominant in the first elimination.
Ever dream of owning your own racehorse? How would you like to get in the winner's circle with the #1 harness racing partnership in the U.S., VIP Stable? There's nothing like the thrill of your horse coming down the stretch. To find out more, call VIP Stable at 877-VIP-WIN-1 or visit us on the web at www.vipstable.com. Turning horse racing fans into racehorse owners. Be a winner.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. There it is, the 80th Little Brown Jug coming up. The final, as we see the field, we know who was impressive in the eliminations thus far. That coming up in just a few moments. But first, into the winner's circle for the Ohio Breeders' Championship, the #9 Prolific Fire, working out a great trip and proving to be best from that second tier.
Once Austin Hanners pulled the trigger, she paced away and just buried this field by far. The race was over before we even started the run at the top of the stretch. So nice, solid effort for her to get her second win of the year and push that bankroll up a little bit further for her, closing in on the $250,000 mark.
$10 winner there at 4-1. Prolific Fire over the word is out, and Anna loves bananas. Turning the page on to race 20, which will be the final of the 80th Little Brown Jug for 3-year-old colts and geldings, a grade 1, the 1-mile pace. Here's a look at the field. Blueprint and odds-on Outlier, the two winners of the elimination rounds, and not much surprise with how dominant he was in that first elim, but Blueprint currently the heavy favorite.
Yeah, and once you took Prince Hal Hanover out of the equation, you knew Blueprint was going to be a pretty heavy favorite in this spot in the final, Acacia. So 1-2, we'll see if he goes any lower from this spot, but again, if you think he's the best horse in this race, you're going to try and just pair him up with somebody underneath, maybe a price somewhere along the line.
He's 1-2 at the moment. He really was dominant and impressive in the first elimination. The 80th Little Brown Jug still to come. Who will add their name to the history books? All that coming up after this.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
The first edition of the Little Brown Jug was contested at the Delaware County Fairgrounds north of Columbus, Ohio in 1946. Known in the sport as the Jug, each year the Pacing Classic attracts harness racing's brightest stars, and fans pack the stands in America's heartland to witness one of the most coveted contests in the sport over the storied half-mile oval.
I served my first tray of pop in the grandstand when I was 13. And so I haven't left since.
10 years after its inception, the Little Brown Jug sealed its place in history when it became the penultimate jewel of the Triple Crown for pacers. The list of winners includes some of the greatest horses to ever participate in harness racing, such as Brett Hanover, Niatross, Fan Hanover, Nihilator, and Beach Towel.
Beach Towel, showing his heels to the field.
There is nothing on the planet like the Delaware backstretch. The Ferris wheel spins and fans consume cotton candy, elephant ears, steak burgers, and ice cream while they get up close and personal with North American harness racing's most prolific performers in the Little Brown Jug Horse Barn. The Jug occupies a special place in harness racing, which for more than 2 centuries has been prevalent at county fairs. But the event is also exceptional for the community and the thousands who travel from all corners of the continent to attend. With 40 to 50,000 fans on the grounds, people lock lawn chairs in place to preserve a seat as early as Memorial Day for the 3rd Thursday in September.
Delaware is very prideful of the race, and they love it. They enjoy it. They take Thursday off. The schools are closed. The banks are closed. The whole community gets in. There's volunteers that are helping us throughout. Organizations that are helping us, and I mean, we have an awful lot of employees and volunteers, and a lot of that comes right here from Delaware.
While the first Jug was contested for a purse of just over $35,000 over 75 years ago, today contestants are running in what's become the premier pacing classic for 3-year-olds.
So much history over at the Delaware County Fair and the Little Brown Jug, founded in 1946. Pretty incredible just how long this race has been going.
Yeah, and the participation from the fans has never wavered. And that's what you love to see more than anything else. So when you look at who holds the stakes record, we're going to see Ken Hanover tomorrow night in the Hoosier Park Pacing Derby, so it'll be fun to see him in action as well. So, but it's a whole big event there, as we know, and they closed the town down for the Little Brown Jug, and people stake out their spots for months. So I think that's cool. I really do.
I think it is too. It's almost like, you know, you see that with the Melbourne Cup on the thoroughbred side, the race that stops the nation, and it seems like the Little Brown Jug is the race that maybe stops the town or stops the county, so to speak. A lot of fun there, and you just love to see the atmosphere as well. We'll look back on the 2 eliminations. The first one won by Blueprint, who's currently the favorite. Again, top 4 from here, advanced to the final. But Blueprint just looked like a winner every step of the way.
Yeah, once he got to the top, he paced away from this field pretty easily, and he really wasn't asked for much whatsoever. And that's why the time came back in 150.3 in that spot, because he wasn't asked, and he has more in the tank, you would think, for this spot, and it's perfect on this season.
Second elim went to Odds On Outlier, who, as you touched on, had the faster time of the 2, but it's your opinion that doesn't tell the whole story.
No, and I think in this spot, he had to be used a little bit harder to make the top, and they went a little bit faster early, but listen, to Dexter John's credit, he knew that, and he wanted him in a position where there was nobody around him, popped the plugs, opened up, and got the job done. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here in this spot, because I was looking at the equipment changes for this race, and Odds On Outliers taking off the front shoes, Poppy's Rockets taking off the front shoes, and we know that can add a length or two sometimes to these horses' performances, because obviously their feet will feel good. Can't do it all the time. It's obviously like us. If our feet don't feel good, we're not going anywhere. So in their case, they're running in this spot. So we'll see if it makes a difference and it closes that gap on Blueprint, but make no mistake about it, all the drivers, as you've heard, have said that, you know, they'd be happy with second against Blueprint in here, but you still have to run the race. So I'm not putting anything past Blueprint in here. By far, he is the best on paper. He's the best that's been out on the track. But a horse like Odds On Outliers getting better with every start. We've seen it 2 starts ago. We saw it in the elimination. Can the shoes close the gap? Losing the front shoes, we'll find out in this spot. But I think it's going to be tough. They're going to have their running shoes on, in this case, to beat Blueprint today.
And you believe that Blueprint will be the one to win the Jug?
Yeah, till Blueprint gets knocked off, I'm going to stick with him, even if he's 2-5 or 1-2 in this spot. Chuck-eating weasel that I'm going to be. Just think he's the best horse.
He was pretty impressive in that first elimination. Goes out for trainer Ron Burke, who has had pretty solid day over at the Delaware County Fair as well. Dexter Dunn going to stay in the bike for Odds On Outlier, who will be in post 2 in here, as we saw him make the call to stick with this one going into the elimination. It was the right choice, and we'll see if they can continue their good momentum together moving forward.
Yeah, and again, it's not a choice that they take lightly. You know, on the fly here, they have to make that decision, but they already know, you know, and it would have to take a monumental effort, you know, from their other horse to have them change their mind in this spot. So Dex usually makes all the right moves, as we've seen. So we'll see if he can get Odds On Outlier, the biggest win of his career.
See how it does play out. That's a look once again at the field, as the 2 winners of the elimination certainly do seem to be holding most of the sway as far as the public is concerned right now. Were there any horses behind the top 2 impressive ones that you think could potentially have a little bit of a chance coming into the final?
I thought Poppy's Rocket ran well, honestly, to finish second in that spot. You know, he found some speed early, and, you know, Yannick got a good enough spot for him, paced well to the wire, finishing second behind Blueprint. It was, you know, a distant second when you look at 2 lanes, but still an improved effort for him, no doubt. You're getting 11-1 in here. I think Ron Burke would be happy if he ran 1-2. You know, either way in this spot. Captain Optimistic, you can tell, you know, the rose is kind of off the bloom. 11-1 now in this spot, having a Blueprint in here and seeing Odds On Outlier run as well. From the outside 4, you know, Snack Attack interests me a little bit, and I'm always rooting for a horse like Extra Suds.
Horses making their way out as we get ready for the final of the 80th Little Brown Jug. Let's check in with Emily and Jenna.
Thanks, guys. They are coming on to the track, the one we all came for, the 80th edition and the final of the Little Brown Jug. They are set to come out onto the track. Jenna, we've got a field of 8, and as we've been talking about all day, we are set to make history here in Delaware, Ohio.
This is my favorite race of the summer, and it's about to take place here. Could it be the Battle of the Wrens? Melanie Wren sends out the 2 in there, and nephew Ronnie Wren Jr. starts from the rail. It's an interesting and a family story based here.
It certainly does. And as we talked about since 1946, the horse that wins this race cements his legacy in the history books. It is a race that historically has made stallions for futures to come, and we've got a full field of 8 set to go postward. Again, these the top 4 finishers from the eliminations, and we're going to start from the top. We'll start with the first elimination winner, Jenna. We'll start with the one that's Blueprint, trained by Ron Burke. Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky.
I think this is his race to lose, Emily. I think it's a down-the-road mission for Blueprint.
2 is Odds On Outlier. Melanie Wren trains. Dexter Dunn opts to stick with Odds On Outlier, the second elimination winner.
He knew who he was choosing in that elimination, gets the job done convincingly in that second. See if he can make it 3 wins in a row, but it's going to be tough to beat Blueprint.
The 3 is Poppy's Rocket, trained by Ron Burke. Yannick Gingras in the sulky finished second in that elimination. A nice effort here. We'll be racing without shoes in the final.
Without front shoes, he will be racing, and Yannick will probably be aggressive and want to bide for early positioning with him, and he looks good here for the second heat.
And we're taking a look at the 4 Captain Optimistic, trained by Nancy Tactor, who is looking for her first Little Brown Jug victory. Scott Zeron, the money man, will be in the sulky for this 3-year-old colt by Captain Treacherous, who finished second in his elimination.
Never bad to pick up driver Scott Zeron when the money is down. I'm telling you, he was impressive in his elimination, one to watch out for.
The 5 is No Trespassing. Debbie Daggett is the trainer, looking to become just the 4th female trainer to win the Little Brown Jug. No Trespassing finished 3rd in his elimination. He'll be driven by James McDonald, and he's owned by John Dara of California.
And never bad when James McDonald again. Scott Zeron got both Captain Optimistic and No Trespassing into the final. Sticks with Captain Optimistic, and you pick up one of Canadians' leading drivers, James McDonald.
The 6 is Lose Star. Scott Warnick trains. Fern Paquette Jr. will drive once again. He's the regular pilot of this 3-year-old colt by Sweet Lou, who finished 3rd to odds-on outlier in his elimination.
He was first over for a very long time and still made up a little bit of ground there. I thought he raced well. He's going to have to race extra well here to get a piece of it, I believe.
Moving to the 7, that's Snack Attack. Joe Bongiorno will train, or does train. Jason Bartlett will drive. 3-year-old gelding by Stay Hungry. He finished 4th in his elimination. He's had 5 wins this season. 3-year-old gelding by Stay Hungry.
You know, Jason Bartlett is having a career year. He has just been putting horses in some key spots. Post 7, but he chose 4th on the morning line. Very interesting there. Again, post 7, just so tough in the final.
Similar situation for the 8 Extra Suds. Of course, the Pinto for Virgil Morgan Jr., the winningest trainer here at the Delaware County Fair. David Miller, the Buckeye, gets the call as Dexter Dunn opts to stick with Captain Optimistic. Extra Suds draws post 8 again for trainer Virgil Morgan after finishing 4th in his elimination.
Ron Burke looks to sweep the both the Jugette and the Jug, and David Miller can do it with Extra Suds here with the drive and sweeping the Jugette and Jug.
There's a look at the field, Jenna. Again, a full field of 8. A stacked field of 8, and as stacked and as competitive and as talented as this field is. Sticking with the 1, Lou Print, Ron Burke, and Ronnie Wren Jr. A huge effort in his elimination, and I think the colt is going to take a big effort to upset him here. Again, he's looked as good as I have seen him overcome all of the obstacles, and again, we talked about Team Burke. Again, going to take a big effort to beat Lou Print off the rail, in my opinion.
He just looks like he flies through these turns, Emily. He is so beautiful to watch in person. He made that first elimination look effortless, and I do think it is a key note there. He won his elimination in 50-3 off of reasonably easy fractions. Odds-on outlier there. He went in 49-3. He went a whole second faster. He came home faster, put up more aggressive numbers, was parked more aggressively to the quarter in 26 and a piece. Will he have enough left to give Lou Print a run for his money in the final?
Yeah, you know, I think it's interesting too, Jenna. You know, we touch on these heats. It's interesting. It's what makes the Jug the Jug. And just like you talked about, Lou Print looking effortless in his elimination, got some easy fractions. Did he get a little easier trip than odds-on outlier? Of course, only time will tell as we get to the final. But I think, again, as we talk about, every horse takes things differently, and the 2 heats is certainly something different for a lot of these horses. I think it's always interesting to look at these horses out on the track, and you know, they're back out here again, ready to do battle yet again, and we're very excited as people come to the fence. And speaking of excited, we'll send it to Jess to see who she's going with on top.
Oh my goodness, I have goosebumps. I'm so excited. This is the race we wait for all year long and all day long. It's been a long day. It's been a beautiful day here at the Delaware County Fair in Columbus, Ohio. No surprise here. I'm going to go with Lou Print. I think he might have got the easier of fractions in that first elimination, but he wasn't tested. He had plenty left in the tank. He never popped the plugs, and sometimes that can be the deciding factor between some of these horses. He's going to get the rail to work with, and I couldn't go without mentioning the Michigan boy, Ronnie Wren Jr. They captured the $1 million North America Cup up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. They're looking to remain undefeated, looking for 9 in a row as he's 8 for 8 so far. A complete homebred for the Burke Brigade, excuse me. So he's going to be my top choice in here. Now, I think I would touch on a few other horses, Odds-on Outlier and Pappy's Rocket. They're both going to race with no front shoes. Now, I asked Dexter how he felt about his colt coming around that far turn in his elimination, and he said he popped the plugs because he got a little lost, and he wanted to make sure that he could hear him guiding him through that last quarter of a mile, so on and so forth. So that's probably why you guys saw those earplugs pops, not because he needed them, but he wanted to keep his attention. And now he's going to race with no front shoes, and we get a chance to watch some of these horses score down. Pappy's Rocket has handful for Yannick Gingras. They're going to draw post number 3 as well. And then I watched Captain Optimistic as well score down. Scotty's, scored him into that first turn pretty aggressively. So I think that Scotty's going to want to be forwardly placed with him. And he will look to get another Jug trophy on his stand there. I'm going to go with Lou Print in the 80th edition of the Little Brown Jug. Back to you guys.
You're in good company, Jess. Thank you. 1-5 on Lou Print, as he will certainly be tough to get around as we check out the very cool markings of extra suds there on the track.
Yeah.
Love
He's
getting
handsome.
a look at him.
Yeah.
Very handsome boy.
Definitely, for sure.
As ones are wild.
Yeah, I just, at the end of the day, he's just the best horse. And he's proven it over and over, regardless of trip, regardless of pace scenario that's put in front of him. And this would not only be a very big win for Ron Burke, number 5, I believe, but also Ronnie Wren Jr. Then this horse has taken Ronnie Wren Jr. to some great places and some big wins as well. So you'd love to see that for him. So I'm going to stick with the 1 in this spot and hope they just go down the road, right to the front.
What about what Jess was alluding to? Well, we talked about a little bit of the slower time. She said also softer fractions for Blueprint. He might be a touch fresher, and do you also put any stock into the fact that his elimination was first? He said a little bit more time to recover than the other group.
That helps. You know, I think it does. I also think the fractions, as we've all mentioned, helps as well. You want to leave a little something in the tank, but he just might be that good that it might not even matter at the end of the day, but we're going to find out rather shortly.
It's time for the 80th rendition of the Little Brown Jug celebratory race, a historic race. You're watching it live here on Fox Sports. Jason Settlemore has the call of the Little Brown Jug.
Snack attack, extra suds, a field of 8, moving up and moving in. Are you ready? Top of the stretch, and here they come for the 80th Little Brown Jug. And pacing, firing for the lead. There goes Blueprint from the inside. Odds on outlier come away racing in 2. Poppy's Rocket racing 3rd. Pylons 4th. Captain Optimistic 5th. That's No Trespassing. Lose Star, Snack Attack 8th and trailing Extra Suds. Numeric order. Down the backside they go. Nearing the opening quarter, and Blueprint and Ronnie Wren Jr. dictating the fractions here. Opening quarter came and went in 27 3/5. Into that far sweeping turn for the first time. Blueprint, Ronnie Wren Jr. dictates the fractions, leading it by a length and a half. Odds on outlier and Dexter Dunn watching over him there from 2. Poppy's Rocket right there in 3rd, passing the grandstand for the first time, heading on over to the half. Captain Optimistic moves to the outside, coming to him, rolling into the payoff half. Halfway home, 56 2/5 into the payoff half, and Blueprint with the lead. Odds on outlier right there racing in 2nd, all over that Ronnie Wren helmet. Up on the outside, Captain Optimistic 3rd and advancing there. Buried at the inside, looking for daylight. That's Poppy's Rocket, 2nd on the outside and racing in 4th as they move down the backside and nearing the 3/4 mile mark of the race. 3/4 and 1:23 4. On top of the field, Blueprint with the lead. Got every call thus far. Captain Optimistic and the leaders. Wheel Disc in 2nd. And look at Dexter. He's looking for room with odds on outlier. Top of the stretch. Less than a 16th to go, and the Buckeyes stayed in there on their way home in the Little Brown Jug. Blueprint. Odds on outlier. Blueprint. Ronnie Wren Jr. wins the Little Brown Jug. 150 1/5. Blueprint. Wow.
Amazing feeling.
Blueprint, your 2025 Little Brown Jug winner, gets the job done in 150 1. I like to say never an anxious moment, Jenna, but a very exciting race nonetheless.
Yeah, reasonable fractions put up there by Blueprint when they got to the quarter. 3/4 and 1:23 3. I figured, Dexter had a pocket or handful there in the pocket, but I figured the 3/4 there. I knew that Blueprint would have enough to out-sprint odds on the outlier if he ever found room. And again, that is why the pocket can be so hard to race from here in Delaware.
Yeah, they said Dexter and odds on outlier were looking for room, but as you said, short stretch here, and even with a little more room, I don't think they were beating Blueprint today. He looked much the best. He looked calm, cool, collected, and really Ronnie Wren Jr. sitting chilly in the bike, never really got an anxious moment in there. And again, Team Burke getting the job done as they post the final order of finish. 1, 2, 4, and 5. Blueprint, odds on outlier, Captain Optimistic and No Trespassing getting up for fourth there. Again, a solid effort as Blueprint remains undefeated in 9 starts this season and looks to continue his divisional dominance here in the 3-year-old colt ranks.
The third place finisher there, Captain Optimistic, as they lined up in numerical order, it left no other choice but for Scott Zeron to come first over with him. He put mild pressure on Blueprint through that second and third quarter, but they put up soft. It was a soft, really middle half for him. They got down there 56 and 2 3/4 and 23 and 4. Captain Optimistic had to do heavy lifting on the front end, but it was a very good third place finisher there for Scott Zeron and Nancy Tactor. No trespassing. He was able to round out the superfecta there at 41-1.
Yeah, as you said, a nice effort for No Trespassing to get up for minor spoils, and Blueprint getting to the front, and as you said, never really an anxious moment there. Looked like he was sitting chilly, but of course, we'll check in with Jess and driver Ronnie Wren to get it from him.
Thanks, guys. Winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr. First and foremost, Ronnie, gate to wire, was it as easy as it looked out there?
He's just a professional and he's a great horse. So, but I was worried about Melanie's horse behind me because it seemed like he had a lot of pace as well. But when I asked him, he took off.
Plug's still in.
Yeah, plugs are in.
Now, I know you're a Michigan boy, and we have to remind people of that all the time, even though you relocated to Ohio. But what does it mean to win the Little Brown Jug?
Oh, it's awesome. It's a dream come true. I've been coming here at least the last 10 years. And to drive a horse like him and get the job done is special. It's a day I'll never forget.
And you have all your family here today, too.
Yeah, they're here.
All right, congratulations, Ronnie. Go enjoy it.
Thank you.
All right, we'll send it to Emily.
Yes, just standing by with the trainer Ronnie Burke. And Ronnie, it looked easy to us. It looked like he was calm, cool, collected out there. Were you as calm, cool, collected as it looked out there?
Yeah, he's the greatest horse I've ever trained. He doesn't have a flaw.
Doesn't have a flaw. I've heard you say that, of course. So you trained his sire, you trained the dam. But talk to us about, it's one thing to win the elimination, as you talked about in the pre-race show. It can oftentimes, crazy things happen in the final, but it was pretty straightforward, and you were very confident in this horse today.
I was surprised it went as easy as it did. I thought they would race us harder, at least at some point. But, I think he's just the best horse. That's all there is to it. Leave the bike on.
We're going to leave the bike on. The 2 heats, eliminations, no problem there with the 2 eliminations going back into the final.
Yeah, no, I had no problem. I knew he'd be good.
All right, thank you, Ronnie. Go enjoy this.
Trainer Ron Burke getting the victory, as they touched on before the race. Also such a special victory that Emily was just talking about too. His hands on the family, being breeder, having trained the sire and the dam, and this horse who he gave very, very high praise to.
Yeah, if Ron Burke's saying that this is the best horse that he ever trained with the amount of wins and major stakes victories that Ron has had, that is saying something. And he made it look easy. It was that simple as going into the first turn, being able to establish, being able to get the fractions that he needed. And honestly, Ronnie Wren never even moved his hands until they got to mid-stretch, just to give him a little shake, just to keep him in front. And odds on outlier was not getting to him, even with the little space that opened up there. And I give Captain Optimistic a lot of grief, but Captain Optimistic actually had to come first over in that spot and paced well. I thought ran a good race, finishing third.
Blueprint at 1-5 delivers like a 1-5 shot should, winning the Little Brown Jug. We'll bring you prices and more reactions after this. Stay with us as we wrap things up for live coverage of Little Brown Jug.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track on every screen every day. Monthly packages starting as low as $5 per month. RTN gives you great value and access to more HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit rtn.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
You're watching America's Day at the races as we just saw Blueprint dominant in the Little Brown Jug, the 80th rendition. We talked about the history of this race, how important it is, and it seems we've got a chance to see a real star win the race this year as a heavy favorite, delivering $2.60 winner.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what's next for Blueprint. We're getting close to Breeders' Crown as well, so it'll be interesting to see if he can continue this season and finish up with a perfect record.
As he remains undefeated this year, just been so impressive. As we touched on before the break, really high praise from his trainer, calling him the best horse he's ever trained. And he's trained some really good ones over the years.
Oh, no doubt, 100%. And it's funny because we talk about all the time how, you know, horses tend to fall into form or out of form, or they grow. And you're waiting for someone to catch up to him, and nobody has been able to, or even come close. That was as comfortable a win as you're going to see in a race like the Little Brown Jug.
Well, Emily and Jenna with us, guys, tremendous work all day. What were your thoughts on this year's Little Brown Jug?
Couldn't have said it better myself, Keisha. It was a tremendous day from start to finish. And, you know, it's always a fun time at the Delaware County Fair, but it's an even more fun time when the race lives up to the hype and you have such excitement as we did with Blueprint. And, you know, he was much the best today, but I think we just witnessed greatness, Jenna.
I do believe we did as well. You know, he is now 8 for 8, and it's just incredible. You know, he was set back a little bit, was not able to race the Meadowlands pace due to an injury there. Just an amazing horse to be able to come back from something like that and prove himself in 2 heats.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of questions of his condition, of, you know, the top level. Is he able to come back and be at the top level after overcoming all that he has? And I think those questions were answered today. No question about it. Of course, we're heading into the later part of the stake season as we look towards the Grand Circuit at the Red Mile and, of course, the Breeders' Crown and a lot of big stakes action. And as we talk about Blueprint really just stamping himself atop that list.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, you know, if there's anybody who can really give him a run right now. He is just in tip-top form, and he has been lightly raced. I mean, I know it's due to injury, but that can mean a lot come towards the end of the year.
And Ron Burke saying it's the best horse he's ever trained. That's certainly saying something. What do you think, Jess?
Oh, I can't disagree with him. Phenomenal 2 trips, not just 1 heat today, guys. It was 2 heats that he went today, right on the front end, the way he wanted, and nobody could really even get close to him. You know, both Ronnies, Ronnie Burke and Ronnie Wren, full confident in their colt coming into today, and I think throughout the rest of the season as well. Pretty cool, though, watching Ronnie Wren grow up from a little kid on the Michigan Fair Circuit to the Grand Circuit Stakes here at the Little Brown Jug. Super happy for all of his connections. A great day of racing from top to bottom here, and we'll see you guys in the next third Thursday here at the Delaware County Fair. Back to you guys.
It really was so much fun. It's such a great atmosphere over at the Delaware County Fair. And as Emily touched on, the race living up to the hype. We'll see what's next for Blueprint as far as harness coverage. As mentioned, Paul, you'll be back tomorrow night.
Back tomorrow night. Good action from Hoosier Park. A lot of the good stakes that we'll be showing, highlighted by the Caesars Trotting Classic.
Absolutely. That'll come up tomorrow, 8 to 11 on FS2. Caesars Trotting Classic. Jam-packed stakes action tomorrow evening will be hosted by Chris Griffin. Be sure to tune in. Of course, we'll have America's Day at the races throughout the afternoon as well. Blueprint certainly was very impressive. Have you ever been over to the Delaware County Fair? Have you been to the Jug before? Looks like so much fun.
It does.
I remember last year we had a big conversation about fried dough.
That I've had.
Yeah.
Funnel cake,
you
yes.
haven't had.
No, I
That's
have now.
right. You have?
Yeah, I've had it now.
Okay, well, I feel a little bit better about sharing the desk with you
yeah,
now.
so that's all right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
Did you do
that.
the powdered sugar?
Yeah.
Did
I didn't realize
the
it was
right
a
way.
deal breaker for us doing a show.
I was a little offended last year.
I think there was many people embarrassed for me that day. You were not the only one.
No, Andy Serling said he was not really a fan of heights/Ferris wheels, and
Oh, that
yeah.
I'll do.
Yeah.
That I've been.
I
Yeah.
love all the rides, all
Yeah.
of it. Yeah.
That
So
would be
really fun. Such a great atmosphere. It seems like a tremendous outpouring of fans today for the Little Brown Jug. Definitely a bucket list.
100%. Yeah, and if you can get racing like we got today, top to bottom. I know some favorites, well, mostly favorites won the card, but when they perform like Blueprint does, you don't mind seeing that.
It's always nice to see a star in Blueprint, 9 for 9 this year in 2025. So impressive was he in taking down the 80th Little Brown Jug, the 5th for his trainer, Ron Burke, who had glowing remarks about his stable star. Thank you so much for joining us on all of the coverage of America's Day at the races today. We'll be back tomorrow. Thoroughbred action from 1 to 4 p.m. And then, of course, as mentioned, coverage from Hoosier Park later on from 8 to 11 p.m. Blueprint remains undefeated this year, taking the 80th Little Brown Jug. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.